The last thing I saw in my old life was the vessel on the lab bench going a color that glass is not supposed to go. I had about half a second to think a very intelligent, very academic thought, and the thought was, huh. Then the bench came apart, and the ceiling came down, and I stopped being a physics student with 2 months left on his thesis and became a smear of statistics on somebody's incident report. No white light, no tunnel, no kindly voice explaining the terms and conditions. Just an enormous flat sound, and then nothing at all, which, if I'm honest, is the least dramatic death I could have designed for myself. So when I opened my eyes again and saw a wooden ceiling with a water stain shaped like a duck, my first coherent reaction was not gratitude, it was irritation. I had been dead for approximately 1 instant and somebody had already moved me into worse accommodation. The body I woke up in was 14 years old, underfed, and covered in bruises that were at least 3 different ages. There was a name attached to it, Li Xuan. There was a face attached to it too, and when I finally got to a water basin and looked, it was 3 or 4 parts my own face, which is either a cosmic joke or a cosmic filing error, and I have never worked out which. And then his memories arrived, all of them, at once, like somebody emptying a filing cabinet directly into my skull. The Ye family of Luo City, 200 years old, one of the 8 great families of Tianfeng country. Tea and silk originally, and then enough money that they had to buy swords to protect the money, and then enough swords that people stopped calling them merchants. 1,000 people under one roof, 600 of them martial artists. My father was the head of the whole thing, and this boy was the family joke. Worst talent in his generation. 14 years old and still stuck at the 4th level of qi refining, which for a family like ours is roughly the achievement of learning to use a spoon. 2 cousins, Li Han and Li Guang, who had worked out early that if you humiliate someone in the main courtyard, people talk, but if you do it behind the storehouse, nobody does, so they did it behind the storehouse, for years. The last memory in the stack was a girl named Xiao King, the maid who looked after him, sitting on the step with her sleeve over her face because she had been laughed at in the kitchens that morning for whose maid she was. That one I sat with for a while. Here's the thing about inheriting somebody's whole life in one go. You do not get to file it under his. It comes in as mine. Every one of those bruises happened to me. Every one of those laughs was aimed at me. I did not have the option of being a tourist about it, so I said it out loud in a voice that cracked halfway because it was a 14-year-old's voice and it had not been used for anything confident in a long time. This revenge is going to be taken. Very impressive, very cinematic. Then I stood up too fast and had to hold the bedpost for a bit because the body I had just made all those promises with weighed about as much as a wet coat. I had one asset. 2 years earlier, the family had shipped him off to the Flowing Cloud sect on Clearwind Mountain, which is a 9th rank sect, which in this world means the bottom rung that still counts as a ladder. He had scraped into the outer disciples at 14. He had been taught the Flowing Cloud Sword, 8 forms, and had managed 3 of them in 2 years. I went out into the yard at dawn with a practice sword, and I ran the first form, and it worked. Not worked like I did it acceptably. Worked like I watched myself do it from somewhere slightly behind my own eyes and understood, immediately, in my bones, exactly why the wrist turned over at that point, and where the weight went, and what the form was for. Form 1. Form 2. Form 3, which he had never got past. Form 4, 5, 6, 7. All of them. First try. Clean. Like reading a sentence in my own handwriting. The 8th form was called Flowing Clouds and Water, and it took me 10 repetitions. 10. Then, because I was greedy and it was still early, I sat down and cycled the qi in my dantian the way the sect had taught him, and an hour later I broke from the 4th level early stage into the 4th level middle stage, which is a thing that is supposed to take a diligent disciple about a week. I sat there in the dirt with a wooden sword across my knees and did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic was very simple. 2 souls had gone into 1 skull. Whatever the seam between them was, it had come out of the process as comprehension. I could look at a technique and see the idea underneath it, and there was something else in there too, something quieter, a kind of sense that reached out past my skin and told me where things were, which I started calling soul power because nobody was around to tell me a better word for it. Cool. Very cool. The Ye family clan gathering was in 1 year, 18 young entrants, the whole household watching, the whole city invited. The boy whose body I was wearing had been going to sit that one out and spend the day being pointed at. I went to pack. The martial arts pavilion at the Flowing Cloud sect is a big quiet hall that smells of sandalwood and has 30 or 40 sword techniques on the shelves, and an old man behind the counter whose entire job is watching outer disciples make bad decisions. I made what he considered a spectacularly bad decision. I took down the Lonely Peak 13 Swords, which is graded middle human grade and has a footnote saying it is as hard to cultivate as a high-grade art, and I took the Vajra Fist to go with it. The Guardian Elder looked at the pair of them, then at me, then back at them. Many outer disciples don't listen, he said. They pick the hardest thing on the shelf so they can tell people they picked the hardest thing on the shelf. Then they end up achieving nothing. I said I'd bring them back in 3 months. He also read me the rule, the way he reads it to everybody, in the flat voice of a man who has said it 4,000 times. You do not teach these arts to anyone outside the sect. Losing your own cultivation is the minor consequence. The serious consequence is that they take your head off. Noted. Then I walked up Clear Wind Mountain, which is 3,800 meters of cold rock with a cliff wrapped in cloud on 3 sides, and I found a ledge where nobody could see me and nobody could reach me, and I stayed on it. I got the 9th form, Nightlight Movement, in 4 days. I know it was 4 days because on the 4th evening, I cut a boulder and the mark went in an inch deep, and I sat down on the boulder and ate cold rice out of a cloth and felt genuinely pleased with myself, which was a mistake because there were still 4 forms to go. 3 months later, I came down. The sword mark on that boulder was 3 inches deep and 3 feet long by then, and I had found something the sect did not know about their own manual. It was incomplete. The Lonely Peak 13 Swords was written by the 3rd sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect, and the version he wrote was top human grade, and it is lost. What sits on the shelf downstairs is what a later generation could reconstruct, with the connective idea between the 7th and 8th forms simply missing, which is why every disciple who tries it hits a wall there and quietly puts it back and takes something easier. I filled the gap in myself. Then, because I was already in there, I rewrote the chi circulation method it came with, because whoever transcribed it had clearly never actually used it. I came off that mountain at the 6th level of chi refining, early stage, and about a mile from the sect gate I heard a shout, not a loud shout, a shout that carried a full mile through a forest, which is a completely different thing, and I stopped walking and went to look, because I have never in either of my lives been able to leave a noise alone. There was a woman in the clearing, 16, maybe, white clothes, black hair tied back, standing in front of 3 trees each about as thick as a bucket, and she was not warming up or breathing carefully or doing anything that looked like preparation. She just punched. All 3 trees went over, not cracked. Went over, in a line, like somebody had drawn a pen through them. That is external true chi, and it is not something a person is supposed to have at her age, and I was still standing there thinking about that when she was suddenly 9 feet in front of me. Why were you peeking? Your voice carried too far, I said, which was true and did not help at all. She looked at me for about 3 seconds. Outer disciple robes, dust to the knees, wooden practice sword. Nothing worth the effort of a follow-up question. You can leave now, she said. Don't come back. That was Sume, core disciple, ranked 23rd of the whole sect. Ningjin realm, a fist art called Subduing Demon Fist. At the time, I filed her under Do Not Annoy and went home. I handed the manual back at the counter and the guardian elder gave me the look again. You probably haven't mastered it yet, he said kindly, which is the worst way to be told you are a disappointment. It's not too late to choose another one. Then he mentioned, in passing, that the wooden dummy alley trial was in 2 months, and a memory came up out of the boy's filing cabinet with its hand raised. 6 months earlier, Li Xuan had entered the wooden dummy alley. He had lasted 3 breaths, he had been carried out coughing, and the story had gone around the whole outer sect, and it had stayed around because in a place with 3,000 bored teenagers, a story like that is currency. 3 breaths. Right. Here's where I want to be honest about something because everybody who tells one of these stories skips it. I could copy a technique by looking at it. What I could not do was hit anything. I found that out standing in that clearing, watching a girl put 3 trees on the ground with 1 arm, and it stayed found out every time I threw the Vajra fist and my own shoulder rattled. I had a genius's understanding sitting on top of a starved 14-year-old's frame, and understanding does not go through a rib cage, force goes through a rib cage. So I stopped being clever and started being boring. Horse stance, 300 punches a set, and then another set. I ate like a criminal, 3 bowls of rice and a whole roast chicken at a sitting, and the kitchen staff started making comments and then started making extra. I found a 100-pound rock and I carried it up and down the mountain paths until the paths had my footprints worn into them, and disciples going the other way would stop and stare and say, loudly enough, what is wrong with that kid? A month of that. And in the middle of it, on one of those paths, Zhao Hao stepped out in front of me. Zhao Hao was an outer disciple, 7th level early stage, and he had an art called the Monument Splitting Palm and a habit of using it on people who could not answer. 6 months earlier, he had broken 2 of this body's ribs and put it in bed for half a month. He looked at the rock on my shoulder and he laughed. Last time, he said, I only used 30% of my strength and I still beat you into a dead dog. Now, the correct thing to do, the thing every manual and every elder tells you to do against a heavier opponent, is not to meet him. You slip, you angle, you make him spend himself. I put the rock down and walked straight into his palm. Because I had spent a month finding out what I did not have, and the only way to find out whether I had it now was to find out the expensive way. His palm came in. My fist went out. And his stance broke. Not mine. His. I felt it happen through my whole arm, this small, ugly moment where the ground stopped being his and started being mine, and I have honestly never enjoyed a sensation more in either life. Vajra fist, fifth form, the Vajra pound. He came off his feet, he traveled, he rolled twice, and then he lay there in the dirt at the side of the path, in a shape, doing the thing where you try to breathe and your body declines. I picked the rock back up and put it on my shoulder. Looks like your training method is wrong, I said. I'm out of here. Then I went down to the river because I had discovered that punching underwater is about 30% harder for the same effort, and I was not in a hurry to be reasonable about anything. Which is how I ended up in the Laifu restaurant in Qingfeng town with a bowl of noodles, listening to grown men talk about the world I had just fallen into. That is a thing I would recommend to anyone who wakes up in a strange body. Sit upstairs in a restaurant near a sect. Order something cheap. Do not talk, because upstairs at the Laifu they were all talking about a boy called Song Wei. 17. Third disciple of Northern Snow Villa, condensing reality late stage, at the peak of it, and 9 days earlier he had walked up to a man called Zhou Longshan, whose nickname was the Swift Blade, who was a full realm above him, who could reportedly split a falling drop of water into 5 pieces, and who had once killed 40-odd bandits in an afternoon by himself. Song Wei beat him inside 10 moves. Then the conversation moved to my own sect, which was novel, and the names went by. Rong Ling, called the Dark Fragrant Sword, the Great Disciple. Gu Chengyuan, 3rd, Fan Yu, 4th, and then one man at the corner table said no, and put his cup down, and said the most dangerous person in the Flowing Cloud sect is number 23. 3 days ago, he said, Su Mei had gone out after a wanted man, Xuan Kai, nickname, the Iron Crushing Hand, condensing reality late stage, at the peak, a genuine killer with a price on him. She did not ambush him, she did not use terrain. She went at him from the front, took hold of both his arms, and broke them, inch by inch, from the wrist up, while he was still explaining to her who he was. He died on the road, still talking. I sat with my noodles going cold, and I thought about a girl in white putting 3 trees down without changing expression, and I thought, all right, that is the bar. I went back to the river. By the end of that month, I could lift 300 pounds in one hand and get 1,000 over my head, and the wooden dummy alley was 6 weeks away, and there was a prize list going up on the announcement square that I had not seen yet. I had no idea how much I was about to need every single one of those punches. Money. Nobody warns you about the money. In the stories, a young man goes to a sect and cultivates and gets stronger, and at no point does anyone hand him a bill. In practice, my allowance was 100 taels of silver a month. The Ye family has 1,000 mouths in it, and the pills that actually accelerate anything go to the core of the core. I was outer sect. I was getting the equivalent of bus fare, so I went to the Silent Mountain Range, which is where you go if you want to convert a beast into a house payment. The rules of that place are simple enough to memorize and stupid enough to die of. The first 100 miles are level 1 and level 2 beasts, and it is basically a job. From 200 to 500 miles in, you are in level 3 to 5 territory, and the survival rate stops being a number and starts being a rumor. Past 500 miles is forbidden ground, because somewhere in there is a level 7 ghost-faced demon bull that ate 100 experts and more, and the one man who came back out went mad and died inside 3 years without ever managing to explain what he had seen. I stayed inside the first 100 miles, thank you. On the second day, I came over a ridge and found 5 people already fighting something. The something was a sawtooth venomous beast, top of level 2, 10 zhang of armored length with purple venom coming out of it in threads, and it was worth roughly the same as a small farm. The 5 people were disciples of the Golden Light Gate, and they were losing politely. Sunji, blue robes, a flute at his belt he never once played, 9th level, palm strikes. Wei Hong, black clothes, an azure dragon halberd, 7th level at the peak, and an attitude that had clearly never been corrected by anyone. Twin brothers, Qin Bo and Qin Li, both with sabers, both moving like one person with 2 bodies. And a girl in red called Shen Lan, 5th level, using a rapier with more courage than reach. Sunji killed it in the end and it cost them. I watched them work out the arithmetic afterwards, sitting on the rocks, and the arithmetic was grim. A whole level 2 beast sells for about 1,000 taels. A single walnut-sized poison pill costs 2,000. There was a bigger one in the cave up the slope, and a patch of poison heartgrass in there that was about to ripen, and Sunjai was already shaking his head. The chances of losing our lives are very high, he said. We go home, which is when I came down off the ridge and said, how about I join you? Wei Hong turned around and gave me exactly the reception I expected. You're only 6th level of chi refining, how can you help? Fair. So I demonstrated. There was a tree next to us that would have taken 2 men to get their arms around. I put the sword through it. Not chopped. through, in and out, like it was being curd, because I had spent 3 months on a cliff learning to put every scrap of a sword's edge into one single point, and one single point will go through anything if you insist. Sunji made a noise. Then, because I was 14 and unbearable, I did the other thing. There were leaves coming down off that tree, and I cut 4 of them into quarters on the way past without turning my head. They accepted me into the party. The plan was Sunji's, and it was a good one. He had 5 stalks of scorpion venom grass to bait with, and my job was to cripple a leg. That is all. Cripple a leg and get out of the way and let people with actual experience do the rest. It worked. Second beast down. Then we went into the cave, and it was not poison heart grass in there. It was 7 inches tall, 7 leaves, jet black, and the leaves at the top folded into a shape like a crouching spider. Spider King grass. The ingredient for an art called 1,000 Spider Poison Hands, worth 10,000 taels and change, which for 5 Golden Light Gate disciples and 1 outer sect nobody was a life-changing afternoon. We split it 13,500 6 ways, 2,250 each, which is 225 taels of gold for me, which is more than 2 years of allowance. And I was standing there being quietly delighted about it when I said, out loud, without meaning to, someone's here. Because that quiet sense I had been calling soul power had gone off like a hand on the back of my neck. There were 9 of them at the mouth of the cave, thugs, and at the front, a man with half his skull carved away and grown back wrong, which is the sort of face you only get if somebody very good tried to kill you and had to leave in a hurry. His name was Gao Yi, and he had a price on him in 3 counties. He wanted the grass. He also wanted the girl, as a hostage, because if you are going to walk 5 disciples of a sect down a mountain, you want something in your hand that makes them polite. I'll count to 10, he said. Now here is the trick, and it is such an old trick that I am embarrassed on their behalf. He was never going to reach 10. His men had done this before, dozens of times, and every one of them was already leaning at 9. I could see it, not because I am clever, because soul power reads intention like a change in air pressure, and the entire line of them tensed a half beat early. So on 9, when every one of my new friends was still standing there with their weight in the wrong place, I was already moving. First sword, 8th form, and it went past his ribs because he was faster than his face suggested. Second sword, nightlight movement, and he got a forearm into it and turned it. Third sword. Third sword was the Lonely Peak 13 swords, and it went in under his jaw and came out the back of his skull, and a man who had been hunted by 3 counties for 6 years stopped existing in the time it takes to put down a cup. I want to record my emotional reaction to killing my first human being because I have thought about it a lot since. There wasn't one. There was a small, clean note in my head that said, "That is done." And then my attention moved on to the 2 men closing on Sunjai from behind. I took both of their throats out on the same pass. Then I turned around and got to Wei Hong, who had a halberd and no idea a knife was coming into his back, and put a hand's width of steel through the man holding it. The last one was 2 meters of muscle with an iron shirt art and enough medicinal wine in him to preserve a corpse, and he stood there and let me hit him, on purpose, because nothing had gone through that torso in 11 years. 1 thrust, in and out. He looked down at himself with an expression of profound administrative confusion. Afterwards, Sunji sat on a rock with his hands hanging between his knees and said, "I have never admired anyone before. Today I'm impressed." We went through what the dead had been carrying and came out with another 3,000 taels on top, 500 odd each, so I walked off that mountain with 2,700 taels of silver and a rapier girl shouting after me to remember to come and visit. I spent 3 more days out there. Killed a raging bull, level 2, with my hands by the horns, which I do not recommend as a technique but do recommend as an experience. Then Qingfeng Town, and a shop called Ling Yaoxuan, and a shopkeeper in black and gold who counted my materials out on a felt cloth with the terrible calm of a man who buys from teenagers all day. Sawtooth, 520. Bald-tailed wolf, 85. Raging bull, 380. 1,650 taels, converted to 165 taels of gold in notes on the Tongshan money shop. 3% for storage, and a small speech about how the Tongshan would still be standing if Tianfeng country fell. Then I asked him about body refining, and he took me down the shelf, and the shelf was a wall of things I could not afford. Tiger Dragon Bone Refining Pill, 5,000 taels, and the effect lasts 3 days. Bull Demon Mighty Pill, 3,500. Flying Swallow, 2,000. Every one of them the sort of purchase you make once, and then have to go and kill something to make again. I looked all the way down to the bottom of the list. Body refining cream, 100 taels a bottle, the stuff you rub in, the stuff nobody buys because it is slow and it does not sound like anything. I bought 30 bottles. The shopkeeper's face did that thing where a professional decides not to say what he is thinking, because here's the part I had worked out on the walk down. Those pills give you 3 days of borrowed strength. The cream gives you nothing at all except a slightly better return on every single punch you throw for the rest of the month. I did not need 3 good days. I was going to be throwing punches for years. Back at the sect, I rubbed the first bottle in, and then spent 40 minutes lying on the floor of my room while my entire skin felt like an ant colony had opinions about it. The next morning, I hit a wooden training stake as thick as a man's waist, and the top half went 7 or 8 meters and came apart in the air, which meant hardness and softness had finally arrived in the same fist, and I stood there in an empty yard at dawn feeling extremely pleased, and then had a much less pleasant thought, which was this. 2 years in this sect, not one friend, not one person who would have noticed if I had not come back down that mountain. I filed that away too. The announcement square was where I found out what I was actually competing for. The gossip first, because the gossip is always louder. Last year's Wooden Dummy Alley winner was Han Guang, the #1 outer disciple, and everyone was watching to see whether he would keep it because there was a new boy. Zhao Wuji, 13 years old, had gone from the 7th level to the 10th in a single year. Somebody with a square face was standing at the back explaining to a small audience that Han Guang was finished, and Han Guang walked up behind him while he was doing it. "Take one palm," Han Guang said, "then we're even." "Do you dare?" Squareface did dare, because his uncle was an outer elder and he had an art called the Little Yaksha Palm, which is high human grade and expensive and does not care who your uncle is. One palm. He went down and stayed down. Then somebody started clapping slowly from the edge of the crowd, and a 13-year-old in clean clothes walked through it and said, "You're qualified to be my opponent." Han Guang had the Yuan Nourishing Art at the 4th level, at the peak. Excellent for his age. Zhao Wuji had the Soaring Cloud art at the 5th level, which is the highest level there is, achieved in 4 months. The square made a sound I can only describe as 300 people deciding to change their bets. And then I looked up at the board, and there it was. The whole reason any of us were there. Pass the trial at all, and you get a chi boosting pill, which is a month of cultivation in your palm. Finish in the top 10, and you get a high human grade martial skill. Top 6 gets you 3 Qingfeng Jade Dew pills, worth over 10,000 taels, which clear the mind and speed everything up. Top 3 gets you a high human-grade cultivation technique, which would roughly double every number I had. And first place gets a rejuvenation pill. I stood in front of that board doing sums. First and second were going to be Han Guang and Zhao Wuji, and I was not going to pretend otherwise to make myself feel brave. But the clan gathering was in 6 months. Li Yan would be at the 10th level by now, probably Ning Zhen. Li Ruo too, and I had a promise to keep to a girl who had cried on a step because of whose maid she was. Third. I absolutely had to take third. The Wooden Dummy Alley is a wall that opens. That is genuinely all it is from the outside. A blank stone face at the end of the training ground. On the morning of the trial, an outer Grand Elder called Elder Qin stands on a platform with an inner disciple named Lei Ming beside him and does something with his hand, and the wall cracks down the middle and grinds apart. Behind it there is a corridor going into the mountain. Nobody has ever seen the far end of it from this side. 20 at a time, 3,000 of us waiting. The first thing in there is the guards. 2 meters of dark wood with crystal chips for eyes, made 5,000 years ago by a 5th-rank sect called the Puppet Sect that does not exist anymore, and they hit like chi refining martial artists because that is exactly what they were built to be. There is no way around them. There is only through. Zhao Hao went in group 4 and passed with a meteor kick, and I made a note to be irritated about that later. Then it got educational. Group after group came out the far side, and Lei Ming called the numbers down to the platform. 4 passed, 1 passed, 5, 3, none. Group 120 was the one everybody had come for. Han Guang took his guard on the flat of one palm and put it into the air, a full 2 meters of ancient wood straight up, and let it come down in pieces. And Zhao Wuji, 13 years old, crossed 10 meters of stone floor without appearing to travel through the middle of it, took his guard's head in one hand, and threw the entire thing over his shoulder like a man clearing a table. It was in the air for a long time. It did not get up. 3,000 people made a noise. I was group 123, and I have to be honest with you, I looked boring. I had no speed worth the name yet. What I had was 3 months on a cliff learning where things come apart. I put a fist through the joint of the arm, a foot into the knee, and a fist through the middle of the chest, and the guard sat down in 3 pieces and I walked past it. 365 of us passed the first stage. And somewhere in that crowd, a 13-year-old was quietly telling his cousin not to worry about 3rd place, because he would stop the others when the time was right. I did not hear him say it. I found out about it the hard way, roughly 40 minutes later, at a place in the corridor where the walls come in to about the width of 2 men. He was standing in it. Han Guang got there first and refused to be delayed, which I respect enormously, and threw the blazing fire fist at him, and Zhao Wuji answered with a flowing cloud triple strike and knocked him back down the corridor and said pleasantly, "I only used 7/10." Then I tried to go past on the left. The palm that hit me was called the frostbite palm. It is high human grade, and what it does is it does not stop at your skin. It goes in, it looks for your lungs, and it looks for your heart, and it sits down in there and gets comfortable. I went into the wall. You're a mere 6th level, he said, standing over me with his hands behind his back like a schoolmaster. What makes you think you're 3rd? Get out. And then he thought about it for a second, and I watched him decide something, and he said the part that I have never forgotten. Actually, I'll cripple you right now. When the higher-ups investigate, at most I'll be punished a little. Nobody is going to give up on me, the genius, for your sake. He was right, incidentally. That is the horrible part. He had done the arithmetic correctly. I'd like to see how you cripple him in front of me, said Han Guang, getting up off the floor. So I stopped worrying about being outmatched and started worrying about being useful. My sword screen went up and it melted, and I hit him with Vajra Boundless, everything I had, everything that 30 bottles of cream and a 100-pound rock had built. And I will say this for the boy. He had never seen a Vajra fist come at him that hard from a 6th level nobody, and it showed on his face for about 1/3 of a second. Then he simply outmassed me. I came off my feet, and the taste in my mouth went to iron, and my left arm stopped answering the phone entirely because the cold was still in it. So I threw the sword at him, not a technique. I threw it, like a bolt, with one arm, from the floor, because it was the only thing left in the inventory. He had to move. Han Guang got there in the gap. And then the corridor stopped being a fight and started being an argument between 2 prodigies with an audience of 1. Zhao Wuji went sideways out of a closing pincer with something called the inch wandering step, which is another high human grade art, and I remember thinking, how many of these does one 13-year-old have? Then Ice and Snow Universe, which turned 12 meters of corridor into weather. Then the one that actually frightened me, Tiger's Roar Dragon Fist, top human grade. A blue dragon comes out of the fist and the roar arrives before the fist does, and Han Guang, who was not going to lose to a child, burned something he should not have burned. The blazing fire sacrifice technique. You feed your own inner energy into the fire, and you get 30% more for as long as you can stand it, and if you make a habit of it, you will be a cripple before you are 25. They both went backwards down the corridor. Han Guang did not stop to gloat. He got up and ran for first place, which was the correct and ruthless decision, and Zhao Wuji went after him, and as he passed me he said, without much interest, "You're very lucky." I lay there and spent a while getting a palm's worth of winter out of my chest. Then I got up and I ran. I passed 5 people in the first stretch, 10 by the middle, 13 by the time the corridor started to brighten, which put me back into 3rd with 4th so far behind me, he was not a factor anymore. And I came around the last bend at a sprint and found the last thing in the alley waiting for me, not a guard, a swordsman. Dark red wood, a full head taller than the guards, and it moved like something that had been designed by a person who had actually held a sword. Its first strike nearly took mine out of my hand. So I used the 7th form. Find an opening. And the opening on that thing was the elbow joint, where the grain ran the wrong way, and I put a fist through it and the arm came off and the rest was housekeeping. 3rd place. Elder Qin came down off the platform himself. 3 Qingfeng Jade Dew pills in a jade box and a wooden token, single use, for the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Han Guang came over afterwards with a split lip and stuck his hand out and became the first friend either of my lives had made in 2 years. Watch out for Zhao Wuji, he said. He does not forget. Zhao Wuji took first with that inch wandering step and stood on the platform accepting it with a face like a man who had failed, because his cousin came 31st. The 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion is up a narrow stair, and when I put the token on the counter, the guardian elder picked it up and turned it over twice. You really mastered the Lonely Peak 13 swords, he said. It was not a question, and he did not sound entirely happy about it. Then he warned me, inner disciples go up there. They will look at outer sect robes and they will look through you, and you get 15 minutes. 15 minutes, sandalwood shelves, and 9 things on them that all wanted to come home with me. Blazing fire fist, inch wandering step, 8 steps to catch the cicada, an origin chi art, a no counterattack art, golden goose skill, 4-in-1 fist, a sword drawing technique, withered wood seal. I stood there and did the thinking out loud in my head, and it went like this. The sword drawing technique is beautiful, and it is for assassins. 1 draw, 1 kill, and if the kill does not happen, you are a man standing in the open with an empty sheath. I was not going to be an assassin. I was going to be a swordsman, which is a completely different job with completely different hours. The 4-in-1 fist is all hardness and no give, which means it is enormous right up until the moment it meets something that bends. And the golden goose skill is a lightness art. You learn to walk on water. At major achievement, you cross 100 meters of open air. I took the golden goose. Because I had just spent a day being beaten down a corridor by somebody faster than me, and the lesson had gone in extremely deep. Speed is not a way to win. Speed is the thing that decides whether losing is a bad afternoon or the last one. And on my way to the cultivation technique shelf, I walked into an argument. Zhao Wuji was up there, on an outer sect token, holding an iron armor manual, and standing in front of him was a 17-year-old inner disciple in expensive clothes called Guo Yang, second son of the lord of Qingfeng City, Ningzhen realm. An outer disciple dares to be this arrogant, Guo Yang said. Go home and drink your milk. Only 17 in Ningzhen early stage, said Zhao Wuji. You still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself? They bet on it. Martial Arts Plaza, 2 months, loser apologizes in public. And then Zhao Wuji took the manual out of Guo Yang's hand while he was still agreeing to the terms, and left, which left Guo Yang standing in a room with his dignity on the floor and one other person in it. Me. What are you looking at? Do I need your permission to see where I want to look? I watched his hand come up, and I watched him remember that striking on the pavilion floor is a 6-month ban, and he put it down and said very quietly, You will be sorry once you leave here. Same bet, I said. He stopped. 2 months, Martial Arts Plaza, loser apologizes. He laughed for a long time and he took it and he walked out still laughing, and I wanted on record that I made that bet at the 6th level of Qi refining against a Ningzhen realm inner disciple with about 9 minutes left on my token, which brings me to the manual under the manual. I had 9 minutes and a wall of cultivation techniques, 6 yang, withered wood, flowing cloud force, lesser celestial star, all of them fine, all of them what everybody else in that sect was already running. I grabbed one at random off the middle shelf because the time was going, and underneath it, flat against the wood where it had clearly been sitting undisturbed for a very long time, was a second book. Pure Yuan Skill. 5 transformations. Embrace all rivers. Remove impurities. Forge oneself. Refine heart fire. And the 5th, which was just called Unity, of essence and spirit and hands and eyes and body. An inner disciple 2 shelves over saw what I was holding and did me the great kindness of laughing at me. In 100 years, he said, nobody in the Flowing Cloud sect has reached the 5th level of that. Very few even reach the 4th. Take something you can actually finish, kid. Don't waste your time. Reader, that is the single most persuasive sales pitch anyone has ever given me. I took it downstairs. First transformation, 3 hours. Second transformation, day 3. Third transformation, day 7. And then I found out what it actually was, because the chi that came out of the 3rd transformation was twice as pure as the cloud chi I had been running since I got here. Not more. Purer. Which meant I could turn it on my own old reserve like a solvent. And I did. And it was 5-to-1 against, and it did not matter in the slightest, because quality eats quantity for breakfast, and then asks what else there is. 10 days from opening that book to standing in my yard at the 6th level of chi refining late stage. I was still admiring that when the whole sect went quiet, because Emerald Valley had come down the mountain. Emerald Valley is the strongest sect in Tianfeng country by a distance that nobody argues about. We were 9th rank. They were not. When 4 of them walk up your road, your sect master goes and meets them at the gate personally, and ours did. There were 4. An inner elder called Chu Yunfeng, 60-odd green robes embracing Yuan late stage inside their own top 10, a young man in gray called Xiao Tian whose nickname is Master of Palm Techniques and who is one of Emerald Valley's 4 core disciples, my cousin Li Ruo, under 15, already Ningzhen, and a girl in pale blue, Gu Qingning, Ningzhen middle stage at the peak, of the Ji family, which is another of the 8 great families. And, since I was 9 years old, in a document signed by 2 mothers who had been like sisters since they were disciples together in the Southern Luo sect, my fiancé. She had come to end it. I found that out later from a servant who had walked ahead of her party and heard her say it on the road. What she said was that she did not want other people making plans for her marriage, and she did not want her future husband to live in her shadow, which honestly is the reasonable version. Remember that. It gets less reasonable in a minute. Business first though, because Xiao Tian wanted 3 exchanges with our young master. That is Mo Zichen, sect master's son, 2nd core disciple, and one of the 4 young masters of the whole country. Our sect master hesitated when it was asked, and I did not understand why until later. Mo Zichen had lost to Rongling 2 years earlier and had not been right since. Not injured, just stopped. Palm 1 moved every piece of rosewood furniture in that hall 7 meters and left it in the corners. Xiaotian lit up with something called the Azure Fiend Protective Aura, which is an Earth-grade art and an Emerald Valley secret at the 8th level, and he said, in the tone of a man being generous, if your strength is only this much, the 2nd strike will be enough. And Mo Zichen answered, Violet Extremity Art, 8th level. The veins came up in his neck, and his eyes went black, then red, then purple, and 2 streams of purple chi came off his shoulders like something venting. Our sect master said out loud in front of guests, purple eyes and an icy heart, the 8th level. Well done. He was not talking about the fight. I watched a man get his son back in the middle of a diplomatic incident. Palm 2 cracked the floor and turned the furniture into dust, and the wash off it alone nearly took my cousin off her feet. Gu Qingning put an arm across her and went pale doing it. Xiaotian went back 13 steps. Mo Zichen went back 15 and sank 3 inches into the stone doing it. So Xiaotian won, narrowly, and called it a draw anyway, which tells you what he actually thought. You have at least regained the demeanor of the young master of Cold Mountain. Tell Fang Tian, said Mo Zichen, that I, Mo Zichen, am back. I was standing outside the doorway watching this with the specific stupid expression of a man from a world where the most impressive thing he had ever seen in person was a car accident. Then my name got called, and the sect master sent us outside to settle our own business privately, which was kind of him. There is a screen wall in front of the main hall, 33 feet of carved stone. We stood on opposite sides of it like two people about to have an awkward conversation, which is exactly what we were. She started. I'm here because you need my agreement, I said. Not my parents and not yours. If you go around me, your elders will fight you on it, and even if you win that, you still have to sit across a table from my mother afterwards, and you cannot do it. She stopped. I want to be fair to her here. She had come up that mountain carrying a whole prepared speech. She had a section about talent and a section about the gap between us, and she was braced for shouting and possibly crying, and definitely for a 14-year-old boy making a scene in front of an Emerald Valley inner elder. And instead, the boy had gone through the whole thing before she opened her mouth and handed it back to her. So she went stiff, and she reached for the cruelest thing in the bag, which is what people do when their plan gets taken away. Even if you don't agree, I will still break it off, she said. A dragon doesn't dwell with a snake. We are from completely different worlds. Now, I want to describe the inside of my head at that moment accurately because everybody thinks these are the moments where you go quiet and dangerous, and in fact, what happens is that a very small part of you gets extremely petty and takes notes. You're making that comparison too early, I said. It isn't settled yet who the dragon is, and even a little snake gets a chance to molt. Then I agreed. Immediately. Cheerfully. Why not? And that, I think, was worse for her than anything I could have shouted. She recovered enough to offer compensation. She scratched a crystal ring on her finger, and out of it came a manual, top human grade, an iron bone palm she had taken off a bandit she killed. In the whole Flowing Cloud sect, there are perhaps 2 or 3 core disciples with a storage ring. She was wearing one at 16 and using it to pay a boy off. I'll take what I want myself, I said. She decided I was showing off. That is fine. She was going to be wrong about a lot of things regarding me, and this was only the first one. Li Ruo caught me on the path back because my own cousin was not going to let a moment like that go to waste. Just accept it. Why make a fuss? And then, helpfully, you two really are not a good match. Her husband should be one of the 4 young masters. Small people have their own way of life, stable, secure. And from his seat inside the hall, where he could hear all of it and had made sure we knew he could, Chu Yunfeng said, "You still have some self-awareness. She is indeed not worthy of you." He meant me. He meant that the girl was not worth wasting on the boy. I swallowed the whole thing, every mouthful. And I stood there in the yard of a 9th-rank sect being told by 2 members of the strongest sect in the country exactly where the ceiling over my head was nailed, and I made myself a very specific promise, which was that one day I would beat every single disciple in Emerald Valley, and I would do it in Emerald Valley, on their floor. Out loud, all I said was, "See you at the clan meeting at the end of the year." Behind me, she said quietly, to nobody, that she hoped I would not gossip about this to Aunt Lee. That was her only actual worry. I went back to my room and took the first Qingfeng Jade Dew pill. 4th transformation of the Pure Yuan skill. Done. Then I started the Golden Goose skill, which requires inner chi with no impurities in it whatsoever, and which most people struggle with for months, and which fit me like a coat cut to measure because I had just spent 10 days scrubbing my chi down to nothing but chi. Then I burned a chi-boosting pill, 3,000 taels of somebody else's money, and skipped 7 days of work, and came out at the 7th level of chi refining. Then a day and a night of consolidating it, because I was not going to be one of those people whose foundation is a stack of pills in a coat. 2nd Qingfeng pill, 5th transformation. While that was cooking, Han Guang came round and we sparred most evenings, and he did a thing I have never forgotten, which is that he capped his own cultivation down to the 7th level so it would be fair. He still could not beat my Vajra fist, with a high human-grade blazing fire fist, against a middle human-grade fist art. He sat on the step afterwards and looked at his own hands for a while. Then the fifth transformation landed, and it is worth explaining what that actually did because it is the reason for everything that comes after. Inner three unions and outer three unions. Essence and spirit tied together on the inside, limbs, eyes, and nervous system tied together on the outside. What that means in practice is that the gap between deciding to move and moving closes, and the gap between seeing and understanding closes, and your eyes start reporting things they were previously too slow to notice. Nobody in 100 years, that inner disciple had said. One day of training was now worth 3 or 4, and I had exactly one thing on my mind, which was that the clan gathering was coming, and I still had no cultivation resources worth the name, which is how I ended up being hunted through a forest. Beast cores. That is the shortcut everybody wants. A beast that has cultivated for 1 year carries a core worth about a year of your own work, except that it is packed in demonic chi, and if you take that in raw, it will either drive you insane or take you apart from the inside. So you buy an exercising potion for 5,000 taels, and you clean it, and you keep maybe a fifth of what was in there. I killed 13 level 2 beasts and got nothing, no cores. Then a tiger wolf, top of level 2, died in 2 moves and had 1. Egg-sized, milky yellow going pink at the middle, which means it was about to advance. 2 months of cultivation in my palm, and then the wind changed. The thing that came through the trees was the size of a buffalo, black-scaled, with a scorpion's tail arching over its back. Level 3. The kind that kills Ningzhen realm men who go out in groups of 4. I ran. Golden goose skill at everything it had through trees, while it fired bolts of demonic chi past me that took craters out of the ground and left every plant they passed gray and dead. I had 100 pounds of materials in a bag on my shoulder, and I threw the bag straight up into a treetop because 100 pounds is 100 pounds, and I was measuring my remaining life in meters. 50 steps of gap, 45, 40. And I was so busy being chased that I did not notice we had gone into the deep part of the range until the thing behind me slowed down. That is a bad sign. When the monster hunting you develops second thoughts, the correct response is not relief. A black shape came out of the rocks, took the scorpion wolf by the neck, dragged it 10 meters, and opened its skull with 1 paw. Level 4. Crimson evil beast. Eyes like 2 coals. I went sideways into a horizontal crack in the rock face because I could see it was too big to follow, and I was right, and its arm coming in behind me collapsed the entrance and cut off the daylight. So there I was, sealed into a mountain by a monster with a luminous pearl in one hand and no exit. I went deeper because there was nothing else to do. Then a drop of water came off the ceiling and I stepped out of its way without thinking about it, which is the 5th transformation working, and I went round a corner and stopped. The crack opened out. 4 or 5 zhang of ceiling, a river running through it, trees standing along the bank that had turned to gray stone a very long time ago, a pavilion, also stone, and a stone chamber cut into the far wall with a doorway you could walk through. Somebody had lived here, and on the wall inside, in a place where they would see it every day, they had hung a portrait. The woman in it is called Empress Xuan, and I did not know that yet, but the moment I put my eyes on the painting, I knew I was looking at something the world does not make often. Ningzhen at 11, Embracing Yuan at 14, Xingji at 18, Spirit Sea at 25, Life and Death at 35. The youngest in 1,000 years on a continent with 4 supreme beings on it, and she is one of them. She once killed 3 grandmasters of an evil sect from 100 miles away on the same afternoon without going to meet them. Her face in the painting was blurred. Not damaged, blurred. Whoever painted it had sat in front of her and had not been able to do it. I stood in front of that for longer than I should have. Then I turned around and I saw the scorch mark on the floor. It was man-shaped. It was in the middle of the chamber, in front of the portrait, in the place where a person would sit. And in the ash there was a ring. Plain, pale blue, the sort of thing you would step over. I have to explain about storage rings, because I did not know either. A low-grade storage ring will bankrupt a mid-tier family. In my sect, 3 core disciples have one, and one of those 3 is the sect master's son. A medium-grade storage ring is not a purchase. It is a thing a sect master owns and does not mention. This was medium grade. Inside it was a space about 2 zhang across, and in that space there were 2 books, a sheathed saber lying flat, and a heap. The heap was spirit stones, egg-sized, milky, piled the way you pile gravel when you have stopped counting. I reached out with my chi to touch one, and it nearly took my meridians apart. Spirit stones are for Ningzhen realm and up. They are not a treat you give a 6th level boy. I cut the connection with the pure Yuan skill fast enough that I only tasted iron instead of dying, and then I sat down on cold stone and did the sum, and the sum came out at tens of thousands of stones at 1,000 taels each. 10 million taels of silver. My father is the head of one of the 8 great families of this country, and if you liquidated him personally, you would get a few 100,000. I sat with that for a while, and the conclusion I reached was the least fun conclusion available, which is, wealth is not to be flaunted. I could not use it, I could not sell it, I could not explain it, and if I so much as let it be seen, I would be an inconvenience that 4 separate sects would compete to remove. Then, I opened the books. The first one was called the Overlord Fist. Earth grade, low level, 4 moves, Overlord's Rampage, dominate the area, reign supreme, domination for 1,000 autumns, and a warning across the first page saying that if your body is not extreme, this art will use you as the thing it breaks. Earth grade. In my sect, an earth grade art is a thing the Elder Council votes about. The second book was called the Jade Tempering Body Strengthening Art. Also earth grade, low level, 5 keys, nourish the body, divine power, refine jade to strengthen the body, shattered jade rebirth, and the 5th, Vajra body, with a line under it saying that whoever reaches it is not defeatable at his own level, and a paragraph halfway down that made me put the book on my knees and look at the ceiling for a bit. A body refined by this art can take origin chi out of a spirit stone directly, at chi refining, without exploding. The dead man had left me 10 million taels of currency I could not spend, and underneath it, the key to the safe. The saber was the last thing. Deep-colored scabbard, landscape and fish carved along it, a tiger's head at the guard. I drew it about a hand's width, and it threw saber chi on its own, without me asking, and cut a 3-foot line into the stone wall. 1,000,000 taels, easily, possibly more, and I use a sword. That is the most expensive shrug I have ever done. I worked out what had happened here eventually, because the evidence was not subtle. He had gone into chi deviation. His own true chi had turned into fire inside him, and it had burned him down to a mark on his own floor in front of a painting of the greatest genius of the age, and the mountain had sealed the door and nobody had come. I put the ring and the books down and I bowed 3 times to the ash, and I told him my name. I do not know if that does anything. I did it anyway. Then I turned around and got to work, because I was sealed in and there was no other option available. Jade tempering, first key. My strength went to 1,500 jin. Then divine power, second key, and it went to 2,000. And I got hungry. There were fish in that river. I threw a stone at one and hit it, and it did not notice. So I went in and got a proper look, and it was about half a meter, and when I punched it, my fist stopped like I had hit a bridge. I can pulverize a blue stone with that punch. The fish took offense and came at me, and I took its tail off with the dead man's saber, which is what a 1,000,000 tail weapon is for apparently, and then I hauled it up the bank and roasted it because I was starving and it had started the fight. It tasted like beef and chicken having an argument. Then my whole body went hot. Within an hour, black filth was coming out of my pores. Actual black. I went into the river and scrubbed until the water going downstream was a color I would prefer not to describe. And when I got out, I felt like somebody had replaced my skeleton with a better one. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I ate 9 more. I stopped bothering with the stone throwing. 1 sweep of saber chi across the water, and they came up in pieces. Fish, punches, cultivation, sleep, fish. 2,000 jin went past. 3,000. I tested it on one of the gray stone trees on the bank, and the trunk snapped, and I stood there recalculating and got 3,500. My skin came in smooth and slightly figured, like brocade, and stopped taking cuts. My origin chi throughput went up 30% for free, and it kept going until it did not. 12,000 jin, and there it stopped, and there were no more fish. I put what was left in the ring, which is another 10,000 taels of dinner, and I went and found a place where the collapsed entrance was thinnest and let myself out. The rock face outside was covered in claw marks, feet deep. It had waited. It was not waiting anymore, and I have never been so pleased to be unimportant. I went back for my materials bag, which was still in the treetop where I had thrown it, and found 3 boys underneath the tree going through it. The one doing the talking was called Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was 31st in the wooden dummy alley. Zhao Lei is Zhao Wuji's cousin. Zhao Lei is the reason there was a 13-year-old standing in a corridor putting a frostbite palm into my chest, and Zhao Lei was in the middle of explaining to his friends that once his cousin becomes an inner disciple, they can walk sideways through the outer sect. Put the materials down, I said, and then everyone slaps himself 10 times, and then you can leave. The square-faced one, 9th level, came at my face with a palm. I took him by the throat and put his head half a foot into the ground. Zhao Lei and the other one both attacked at once. Limitless scattered hand and cloud collapse palm, 2 decent arts thrown by 2 boys who had never once had to use them on someone who was not already frightened, and they both went backwards. And then Zhao Lei threw a dart at me, a willow leaf dart, coated, 5-step snake venom. That kills people at chi refining. He threw it at a boy from his own sect over a bag of beast parts, and he did it without hesitating, which told me everything about the family those 2 came from. I caught it between 2 fingers, then I flicked it back into his arm. I hope you brought the antidote, I said. He emptied the whole bottle onto the wound, shaking, and while he was doing it, he said the thing that ended the conversation. He said he would wipe out my entire family. I would like to be able to tell you that I stayed detached. I did not. I went for him to kill him, and I would have, and the only reason I did not is that somebody stepped out of the trees and got in the way. Qinzhuo, 18. Gray clothes, quiet face, 10th level at the peak, hired by Zhao Wuji to keep an eye on the cousin, which means Zhao Wuji had understood exactly how much protection Zhao Lei would eventually require. Kneel down and admit your mistake, Qinzhuo said, and I'll let you go. His blade came in, and I did not move for it. I drew once and sheathed, and by the time the sound of the sheath arrived, Qinzhuo was standing very still with a hole through him front to back. No way, he said. He sounded genuinely offended. I was already 10th level a year ago. How could I be instantly killed? I am not going to kill you today, I said. Provoke me again, and it will not be this simple. Then I picked up my bag and walked to town, because I had 11 days of beast parts on my back and a shopkeeper who was going to have a very interesting morning. 28,800 tails, red armored spider 900, earth splitting centipede 1200, crimson striped bird 1300, earth viper 800, tiger wolf 1100, and on until the man in black and gold had to start a second column. He offered to buy the inner core off me. I don't lack money, I said. I lack time. So he traded me an origin chi pill for it instead, which is 3 months of cultivation and saves you the 5,000 taels of exercising potion, and we were both extremely pleased with ourselves. And then I walked outside. There was a family sitting against the wall by the restaurant steps. Father, mother, and a small girl, and they were the specific color that people go when they have not eaten for a while. The father was saying the same sentence to everyone who passed. Give my daughter a bite to eat. I will be your slave in my next life. Everybody walked past, not cruelly. Just the way you walk past a thing that is always there. I gave them silver, enough that it stopped being charity and became a problem for them to solve, which is the only kind worth giving. The little girl did not say thank you. She watched me go up the steps, and she kept watching, and the look on her face was too complicated for how old she was, and I have never once managed to put it down. I sat upstairs with a pot of tea afterwards and worked out that on a good week I make more killing animals in a forest than that family will see in 10 years, and that this is not a moral position I arrived at, it is just arithmetic that happens to be built out of people. I cannot help all of them. I know that. I can promise to help the one in front of me, so that is the promise I made, and I have kept it, and it has cost me more than once. Then I went home and took the origin chi pill and went from the 7th level early stage to the 7th level late stage in one sitting, because the universe has no sense of tone. And in the middle of that, I remembered the jade. Months earlier, before any of this, the boy whose body I was wearing had bought a cracked blue pendant with a dragon on it out of a pawn shop tray for almost nothing because it was pretty and he was 14. I put soul power into it, and there was a current inside the crack, blue, moving, slowly and patiently, repairing the break from the inside, the way it had presumably been doing for years while it sat in a drawer. Innate blue jade. 6 days. 133 strands of spiritual chi drawn out of it, one at a time, each one about as delicate as threading a needle in a moving cart, and at the end of it, the third key of the jade tempering art came up at minor achievement, and my skin took on a faint jade sheen. I tested it the sensible way, which is to say I stabbed myself in the forearm with a fruit knife at 60% strength. The knife broke. And that was the door, because now I could hold origin chi out of a spirit stone without coming apart, and I had tens of thousands of them. 8th level of chi refining, early stage. That deceased senior left me a fortune, and the fortune was not the stones. 2 months is how long I had given myself, and 2 months is what I got, and on the last morning of it, I walked out to the martial arts plaza to pay a bet. Guo Yang had not been idle either. He had quietly pushed his profound heart sutra to the 5th level for this, which is a real achievement and cost him something, and he had been telling people about it. Him? He had said, when somebody asked whether he was worried. 6th level late stage. I could kill him with one finger. That was accurate 2 months ago. I had not seen a reason to correct him. Han Guang caught me before I went up. He is a good friend, and he was being a good friend, which is why what he said was, just try not to lose too badly. I went up the steps of the platform and I said the only thing I had prepared. It was a mistake not to fight Zhao Wuji first, because now you're not going to get the chance. He opened with the rending claw, which is top human grade and goes through plate steel, and I was not there when it arrived. Then, the heavenly net strike, which is true chi thrown at range, and that one is genuinely the wall that chi refining martial artists cannot climb, because there is no answer to a man hitting you from 9 meters away except being somewhere else. So I was somewhere else. The golden goose skill left him an afterimage to work on, and I came in from the side with the 7th form, finding the gap, and got inside the claw shadows and all the way to his chest, and stopped. Because the air 3 feet around Guo Yang was not behaving, that is the 5th level of the Profound Heart Sutra, the Xuanzhong Qi Field. Space bends in there, and your sword arrives at a place slightly to the left of where you sent it, and you cannot correct for it because your eyes are lying to you on his behalf. That is the point in the fight where the noise from the inner disciples changed. I heard one of them say it out loud, on the terrace above. This Li Xuan is definitely a sword genius. Great Master Rongling's flowing cloud sword looks like that. Ninth form, nightlight movement, which does not care where the sword appears to be going. And then Vajra boundless, with everything the river and the cream and the fish had put into that arm, and the field came apart like a soap bubble, and Guo Yang went off the platform with his ribs making a sound. He got up and threw one last punch at long range out of pure spite. It landed. I had switched the jade tempering on about a second earlier, and I did not tell him that. An outer disciple had beaten an inner disciple in front of the whole plaza, and I stood there in the quiet enjoying it, and then somebody was standing on the platform with me who had not been there a moment before. Zhao Wuji had broken through to Ningjin realm. At 13. Li Xuan, he said, do you dare to take 3 punches from me? Han Guang actually stepped up to get in front of me, which I will remember for as long as I have a memory to keep it in. I moved him aside. Punch 1 was Ice and Snow Universe, and it made weather on that platform, a blizzard in a 12-meter circle in the middle of a warm afternoon, and I met it with a fist, and neither of us moved. Punch 2 he did not throw. He stood still and took mine, because he had the iron armor technique at major achievement now, and he wanted me to know it. You can't hurt me, he said, no matter what you do. I looked down at my own arm, where frost was standing on skin that had gone the color of jade under it. You didn't hurt me either. That is when he stopped enjoying the afternoon. Punch 3 was Tiger's Roar Dragon Fist, top human grade, the blue dragon, and the sound arriving ahead of the impact, the same technique that had put me into a corridor wall 2 months earlier, and I put 12,000 jin behind a single fist and went to meet it. He went off the platform. He landed on one knee with his right arm hanging wrong, and he stayed on that knee, and the whole plaza waited to hear what a genius says when a nobody breaks his arm. No one can defeat me, Zhao Wuji, he said. Neither can you. Then, without looking up, wait for me. Within 5 months, you must become an inner sect disciple. Then I will challenge you again. I told him I would be there. Up in the stands, 2 men were watching that whole exchange with their arms folded. One of them was Xuan Feng, called the Ghost Sword, and the other was Fang Xing, and both of them were inside the top 10 inner disciples of the sect. What one of them said to the other was that when that boy grows up, he will be our opponent. They were early by about 8 months. After that, I stopped doing anything interesting for a while, which is the part these stories always skip, so here it is in full. Zhao Wuji and Han Guang both made inner disciple, waist badge, top human grade manuals, sect missions, and the world outside the mountain that kills a certain percentage of them every year on purpose, because the sect has worked out that greenhouse flowers cannot take wind and rain and would rather find out early which ones are which. I trained 2 spirit stones at a time now because my body could hold it. Strength stalled at 12,000 and refused to move. The chi vortex in my dantian filled all the way and then began to compress, which is what it does when it is running out of room, and it came down by a third and went dense. 10th level of chi refining, at the peak, and the Ye family clan gathering was in half a month. Time to go home. 12,000 li, Clearwind Mountain to Luo City, and I want to talk about horses for a second because it is the most honest wealth check in this world. An ordinary blue-manned horse does 1,200 li a day and costs 5,000 taels. A Ghost Eye Jade Lion does 3,300 li a day and costs somewhere between 100 and 200,000 taels of gold, and there are people who have seen one and people who have not. I took a month and a half of leave and rode something in the middle. Outside Qingfeng City, a group of riders with scars on them came alongside and asked very warmly whether I would like to come and hunt beasts with them in the Silent Mountain Range. I said no thank you. I heard the tail end of their conversation as they dropped back, which was one of them saying that they had been going to rob me and had changed their minds, and the other one agreeing, and I would like to formally credit my entire ability to read that situation to having read several dozen wuxia novels in high school instead of studying. That is Zhonghu experience. I will not be taking questions. Meanwhile, 400 li away, 2 of my cousins were having a reunion at the gate of the Purple Sun sect. Li Han, 9th level, in Purple Sun colors, and Li Yan, in white, with a saber worth more than the horse I was on, who had just entered Ningjin realm at Northern Snow Villa. And what they talked about, standing there in the sun, was me. I wonder how that good-for-nothing Li Xuan is doing, said Li Yan. I hope he has not even reached the 7th level. It is embarrassing to be in the same family as him. And Li Han said, I really miss those days, someone to wait on me. And when I was in a bad mood, I could bully Li Xuan. And then he said the part that made it worth writing down. He never told his parents. A boatman took me across the Qingyuan River on the last morning. I gave him a whole silver tael because I had it, and he did not. And I heard him behind me working out that it was enough for the winter clothes his wife had gone without. Then the road came around the hill, and there it was. 1,000 acres in the south of Luo City. Stone lions at the gate that a tall man cannot see over. Servants on the steps who saw me coming and started shouting into the compound that young Master Xuan was back, and my parents came out. My father is called Li Tianlong, 40, fair, and he carries himself like a man who has been the head of a great family for long enough that he has stopped noticing he is doing it. My mother is Qinyue Hua. She looks 30, and she is an outer elder of the southern Luo sect at Embracing Yuan realm, which means that in that entire courtyard, she was the most dangerous person by a wide margin, and nobody would have guessed it. And my body bowed to them without asking me. I want to be clear about this because it is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me, and I have died. I did not decide to bow. Something in that 14-year-old frame recognized those two people and folded before my opinion was consulted. My father took one look and said, Li Xuan, you've reached the 10th level, at the peak. I had a cover story ready, and it was the oldest one there is, which is why it works. I said I had suddenly had an epiphany and found cultivation to be very simple, like eating and drinking. My mother, who has actually trained people, said that she had once known a Southern Luo disciple exactly like that. Nothing for years, and then everything. An acquired genius, she called it. And my father laughed until the birds went up off the roof and said, acquired or innate, they are all geniuses. My Li Xuan is a genius. They had a bath drawn. I sat in it for a long time. Here is a thing I have not said yet, and I am going to say it once and then go back to being funny about all of this. In my old world, I was an orphanage kid. I do not know what my parents looked like. There is no photograph, and there was never going to be one, and by the time I was old enough to want one, I had already trained myself out of wanting it, which is a thing you can do, and which I do not recommend. And then I died in a laboratory and woke up in a body that had two of them. I sat in that tub until the water went cold, and I did not spend the time cultivating. Dinner was the whole family, and it went wrong the way dinners do. My mother asked why I had not simply joined the Southern Luo sect, where she could have protected me. I told them the pure Yuan skill was at the 5th level, at the peak. Both of them stopped eating. My mother reached the 4th level at the peak, in her whole career, at Embracing Yuan realm. She put her chopsticks down very carefully, the way you put down something you might otherwise drop. Then she warned me that Li Yan and Li Ruo were both ninja now. And I said, since we were doing news, that Gu Qingning had already come up to the Flowing Cloud sect to cancel our engagement. My father snapped his chopsticks in half. He did not shout at me. That is what I want you to understand about him. He did not say a word about my talent or my level or what I had failed to be. He said, I told you long ago that this marriage was unreliable, to my mother, and then he said, to the room, to the ceiling, to nobody, he has been jilted in front of everyone. How is Li Xuan supposed to face the world? My mother said that Gu Qingning's mother was like a sister to her, and she would go and speak to her, and my father said, what else is there to say? And then quieter, does nobody like my Li Xuan? There was a prize list for the gathering, which my mother produced to change the subject. 18 entrants from the family's own generation. Top 3 get the family's backing, which means resources and a real career, and first place gets a low-grade storage ring, plus 100 low-grade spirit stones, plus 10,000 taels of gold. I will be number 1 at the year-end gathering, I said. Everybody at the table did me the enormous courtesy of not laughing. The servants were less well brought up. There is a betting operation in the back courtyards of my family that has been running for longer than I have been alive, and the board went up the next morning, and I was on it. Li Yan and Li Ruo, joint favorites. Li Jiang, 3rd, Li Guang, 4th, Li Han, 5th, and then a lot of names, and then, at the very bottom, 18th of 18, the trash. The morning of the gathering, the family training ground had 500 people around it and the city lord in the front row. The first thing that happened was that Li Jiang came back. Li Jiang is 16 or 17, wears black, carries a battle sword with the lacquer worn off the grip, and 3 years ago he left the family to follow a wandering master named Guan Shan. Since then, he has crossed the Devil's Great Prairie, been through Tuoluo country and the Black Dragon Empire, fought sharks in the Changbai River, and spent a month in the Mudo Desert, including 3 days without sleep or food. Li Yan made a remark about how many people Li Chang had killed out there, and Li Jiang looked at him and said, your so-called killing is bullying people weaker than you. Have you ever felt the pain of being right on the edge of dying? Then he asked about me, and was told I was still trash, 6th level at best, and I watched him not believe it. He did not know anything. He just did not like the confidence with which it was said. Over on the benches, the city lord of Luo City, who is embracing Yuan realm and still 1 rank below my family, found me in the crowd and frowned and said to his attendant that the rumors must be wrong, because that boy is clearly at the 10th level at the peak. And then the crowd came apart down the middle, and my uncle arrived, Li John. Purple brocade with a sun embroidered on the sleeve because he is an inner elder of the Purple Sun sect, an embracing Yuan late stage, which makes him the strongest person the Ye family has ever produced. Elders bowed, the city lord stood up, and he walked to the front row, and he looked at the seat my mother was sitting in, and he made a small gesture with 2 fingers. Get up. My mother is an embracing Yuan realm elder of another sect, and she is my father's wife, and it was her seat. She got up, and she smiled while she did it, and she moved along the row, because a scene at the clan gathering would have cost my father more than a chair. My father's face went to stone. I stood in the entrance pen with my hands behind my back, and I finally understood something that had been bothering me for a year, which is why the boy whose body this used to be never told his parents about the beatings, because Li John protects his own no matter what they have done, and Li John sits on the elder council, and every complaint my father made on my behalf would have been a complaint he lost. It would not have cost my cousins anything. It would have cost my father in public in front of the council every single time, so the boy stopped telling him. Li John settled into the seat and said to my father in a carrying voice, even a piece of trash like him has become a normal person again. A pity he still won't make the top 3. The rules were read out. 18 entrance, lots drawn, stop at the first clean point. Deliberate injury forbidden. I drew number 7, which put me against Li Han. Li Han, who missed his old life because there had been someone to wait on him and someone to hit when he was in a bad mood. Don't think a higher cultivation means you can beat me, he said, on the field, loud enough for the front rows. My mastery of martial skills is something you can't compare to. He came in with the blazing sun brushes away Cloud's hand, which is genuinely a good art, and I answered with the Vajra pestle. 1 exchange. He was in the air before the crowd finished sitting down. From the benches, Li Yan said, not quietly, be arrogant a little longer. Just don't run into me. Second round, Li Yan went out and took Li Ping's ribs apart with 3 palm strikes when the point had already been scored, and Li Jian said approvingly that a martial artist should have a ruthless streak in him, and my father said, we are all family. 2 sentences. That is the entire argument of that household in 2 sentences. I drew Xuan Tao. 16. Purple Sun sect. 10th level middle stage on paper, and hiding a stage under it because Li Jian's people always are. You're doomed to lose, he said. Li Ruo, watching from the side, told the girls around her that Xuan Tao would take it on experience and martial skill mastery, and I want that on the record too. He opened with the Purple Sun tempering fist, and I met it head-on with Vajra Boundless, and then he showed me the real one. 18 kicks of the Will-o'-the-Wisp, which is derived from an Earth-grade art called the Great Sun Ghost King Leg, and while it was coming, Li Jian was explaining to the people around him that a Southern Luo inner disciple had been crippled by that exact technique. He was looking at my mother while he said it. 11 kicks. I blocked 11 kicks with the Vajra fist alone and did not draw the sword. The city lord said, out loud, to nobody, the unity of strength and gentleness, that is the highest realm of fierce boxing. Kicks 12 and 13 came together as one combined move, and I answered with 7 punches at about 30%, and Xuan Tao went across that field like a kite with a cut string, which put me in the semi-final against Li Yan. Before it started, Li Ruo said something to him that I do not think she meant me to hear, and which I have treasured ever since. She said, compared to the Emerald Prince, and Xiao Tian, and Kong Wudi, you are merely a mid-level genius. That is what family is for. He opened with thousands of mountains covered in snow, which is a saber form, done bare-handed, at Ningjun realm. I met it with about 60% of 12,000 jin. He tried the crane control grab, and I was not in it, because the golden goose skill does not particularly care how good your grab is. Then he threw the ice-freezing finger, and he wrapped the fingertip in true chi, and I put my sword through the fingertip and opened a hole in it. Up in the front row, Li Jian sat forward. So Li Yan drew the snowblade, which he is not supposed to have at this. It is a northern snow villa weapon issued to inner disciples for missions, and he had brought it to a family competition against his own cousins. Heavy snow falls everywhere. And then Ao Shui Ling Shuang, and half a meter of detached blade light came off the edge and crossed the field on its own and cut a groove 3 inches deep in the ground where it passed. My mother came out of her seat, and Li John pinned her back into it without standing up. Just pressure, from a seated man, across 10 meters. This is a martial arts competition, he said. Please refrain. My father detonated the entire front row bench and was 3 steps into going for him before 4 elders got in the way. I did not see most of that. I heard it. What I did was hit the flying blade with one left hand. It came apart in the air. Then I closed with robbery collapse, and I put my steel sword flat against Li Yan's throat, and the field went entirely silent, and I said the only 2 words the occasion required. You lost, he said. Impossible. I didn't lose. And then he said, die, and swung the snow blade at my neck with the point already scored and 500 people watching. I slapped it out of his hand and put him a dozen steps back on the seat of his trousers. An outer realm challenge, Ninjin realm, with a sect weapon, put down by a boy at Qi refining. The noise that came off that crowd took a while to stop, and Li Jiang roared it down himself, and I noticed that several elders had things to say to each other quietly behind their sleeves, and that none of them said any of it to him. The other semifinal was Li Ruo against Li Jiang. You will be defeated within 100 moves, she told him. I want to last 300, he said cheerfully, and drew. Li Jiang fights like what he is, which is a boy who has been kept alive for 3 years by a wandering master with no patience. The 8 techniques of the Crimson Blade, and then a simplified version of Guan Shan's own severing mountains and rivers, and it was rough, and it was mean, and it was real. And Li Ruo answered it with the star-pointing sword. Earth grade, low level, Emerald Valley teaches the first half of it to the ones they have decided to invest in. She drew 2 fingers down the flat of her blade and fired beams of starlight off the tip, and Li Jiang went down on move 108 with his chest opened and his sword still in his hand. He laughed about it while they helped him up. That is a good man, which left the final. Low-grade storage ring, 100 low-grade spirit stones, 10,000 taels of gold. For context on the stones, my family keeps 600 martial artists and burns through 30,000 spirit stones a year to do it, and 100 stones handed to one 17-year-old is a statement about the family's future. Li Ruo walked out, and I watched her tell herself something without moving her lips, and I am fairly sure what it was, because she is an Emerald Valley disciple, and an Emerald Valley disciple cannot afford to lose. Not in the past, not now, not ever. 36 strikes in the first instant. I mean that. The crowd could not see either of us for the sparks. We went from the center of the field to the edge and up onto the stage and back down, and her sword is made of glass and mine was steel out of the sect armory, and steel makes an ugly noise when it argues with a glass sword. So I let go of it, not dropped, let go, and spun it in the air with true chi, and shattered it, and sent several hundred pieces of my own sword at her like a swarm. Her true chi barrier held them, all of them, so I punched the barrier and it did not hold that. She switched to the star-pointing sword at close range, which is not what it is for, and starlight blades started gouging the field and cutting weapons out of the hands of people in the front 3 rows, and I walked into it. I did not dodge and I did not block. I put the 3rd key of the jade tempering art on, and my skin lit up faintly green, and I walked into a cloud of earth-grade sword beams with my hands down, and they broke a finger's width from my face. Let's find out, I said, whether your spear is stronger, or my shield. 2 punches. The glass sword bent and sprang back, and she went with it, out of the middle of the field, and when she landed she was still holding it, and she could not lift it. Her face had gone the color of the sword. Her eyes had nothing in them at all, which is what happens to a person the first time the thing they have organized their whole life around does not work. I won the Ye family clan gathering, from 18th in the betting. Next time we meet, she said when she could talk, I will beat you. Then you'll need to hurry, I said. I've only just started to exert my strength. Li Jiang took 3rd off a completely hollowed-out Li Yan, and in the back courtyards, the betting den that had been running since before I was born paid out on 100 to 1 and was cleaned down to the floorboards by 3 kitchen maids and a stable hand who had put a month's wages on the trash out of spite. I hope one of them was Xiao King. I never asked. I liked not knowing. There was a banquet, because there is always a banquet. Li Jiang got up on a table and made friends with everyone who had bet against him, which is a skill I do not have, and then left the next morning for the Black Dragon Empire with his master, because Guanshan does not do banquets, and my father introduced me to a man called Su Bo, who is the chief escort of the Chengfeng Escort Agency, and to his second daughter Su Qian, 16, in red, who had clearly been told what this dinner was. Su Bo does not go around a thing. He put his cup down and said, I find you pleasing to the eye. My daughter finds you pleasing to the eye. Why don't the 2 of you get to know each other? And I said the sentence that I have had to repeat in various rooms to various families ever since. Before I reach my father's level of strength, Li Xuan is not going to consider personal matters. Su Bo sighed like a man who had expected to close today. My father, sitting 3 seats down pretending to be interested in a fish, was so pleased he nearly fell off his chair. Then everyone went to bed, and I did not. I had a whole day of fighting in me, right at the top, everything hot and everything open, and there is a rule about that. When the door is standing ajar, you do not go to sleep and try again in the morning. 5 hours. At about the 4th hour, the chi coming into me stopped being a stream and started being a funnel, and every object in that room came off the floor, the wash basin, the chairs, the screen, all of it hanging in the air about a hand's width up, turning slowly, while a 17-year-old sat in the middle of it with his eyes shut and his hair standing straight out. Ningzhen realm, which means 2 things. It means I can now kill a man from 30 steps away, and I proved it accidentally about a minute later by throwing a test punch at nothing and taking the window screen out, and it means I could finally start the Overlord Fist. Breakfast the next morning was the most fun I had had in either life. Some scale first. The Ye compound is physically bigger than the City Lord's mansion. We keep over 300 martial artists at Ningjin Realm and above on staff. An Embracing Yuan Realm expert works as an elder. A Condensing Reality late-stage expert works as a butler. A Ningjin middle-stage martial artist teaches the children. My father put a hand on my shoulder to check on me over the porridge, the way he had done 100 times, and sent a thread of Embracing Yuan True Qi into me to feel around. And it got hit back. He pulled his hand away fast. Then he laughed, once, sharply. As expected, Ningjin Realm. And the True Qi is already stable. Li Jiang, who had not left yet, said no out loud and then threw a punch at me across the breakfast table. He went back 10 steps and hit a pillar. No way, he said from the floor, delighted. You're too abnormal. And Li Ruo, who had been quiet all morning, said to her bowl, Sister Shuiyan has already entered the Condensing Reality late stage, which was meant to be a knife, and I want to be honest about how completely it missed. She is not my target, I said. Oh, and what is? To be the #1 disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. As for a second goal, I haven't thought of one yet. Li Ruo made a noise. Li Jiang put his spoon down and said, You just can't handle the contrast. Why do you always use outsiders to hit your own people? And Li Yan, arriving late with his arm still strapped, said he would definitely beat me within a year, and everybody ignored him, including me. Then Li Jiang took me to Antique Street before he left because he wanted to spend money and I was the only person awake. There is a shop on that street called Juding Xuan that has been there for 1,000 years, and in the middle of the front hall there is a 9-legged bronze cauldron, 3 men tall. My family's patriarch once tried to buy it and was refused, politely, and never told anyone how much he had offered. I walked past it and something behind my ribs went off like a struck bell. Li Jiang walked past it and felt absolutely nothing and asked if I was going to be sick. Upstairs there was a fat merchant buying a plain wooden display frame for 10,000 taels because his father-in-law collects them, and I ran soul power over it out of boredom and found a mid-grade spirit stone sitting inside the base where the joinery had been built around it. 50,000 taels, minimum. The buyer had no idea. The seller had no idea. The frame had presumably been sitting in that shop for 2 centuries with a small fortune inside it, quietly appreciating. I did not tell him. I am not a saint, and it was not my frame. Then I swept the room properly. Most of it was dead. There was a meteor hammer with an old spirit in it that had gone out a long time ago. And then, wedged in the gap between a display frame and the wall where somebody had shoved it out of the way, there was a broken sword, hilt, guard, and about a hand's length of blade, snapped clean off. No shine, no edge, nothing. I put soul power into it, and something laughed, not a sound. A laugh, arriving in the middle of my skull, enormous and desolate and old, and for one instant I was not in a shop in Luo City. I was standing in a place with no ground and no sky, and nothing that had been given a name yet, and there was something in it that had noticed me. Then I was back, with my hand on a broken sword and my shirt cold through. How much for this? 20,000 taels, fixed price, said the clerk, because it was junk and they had priced it as an antique and had no intention of arguing about it with a boy. I paid without haggling, which is the only time in my life I have done that, and put it in the ring, and I did not look at it again for a long time. Li Jiang took me to lunch at the Chaoyanglo, which is the biggest restaurant in Luo City, and told me about being chased across the great wilderness of the Black Dragon Empire by a level 6 beast for 2 days, and about what Guanshan had said when he finally stopped running, which was, good. And then my cousin arrived with company. Li Ruo came up the stairs with a party of Emerald Valley disciples, led by a young man called Kui Shiming, Ningjin Middle Stage, who was extremely interested in her, and wanted everybody to see him being interesting. They started on Guanshan, because it was the cheapest thing in the room to kick. Some sort of Jianghu fraudster, one of them said, the kind who collects a fee and teaches a boy to wave a stick. Li Jiang stood up. A disciple called Guo Wen put the shattering jade palm on him and drove him backwards through 3 tables toward the window, and the window is on the 3rd floor. I caught him with a hand flat on his back and pushed my true chi past him into Guo Wen's, and took Guo Wen's apart from the inside, and then punched him once. He landed by the stairs. You have injured a disciple of Emerald Valley, said Kui Shiming. Do you know your sin? On the True Spirit continent, strength is the only thing that reigns, I said. What does his inferior skill have to do with me? Today, I am going to cripple your cultivation, he said, in front of everyone. And then he did something genuinely impressive, which I want to give him credit for before I explain what happened to it. The shadow splitting slash. It is a secret technique, 2nd level, and what it does is take his shadow and make it a thing of pure sharp chi that moves on its own. It dodged. It coiled. It went flat and became a cone and came at me point first. It whipped. At one stage, it fenced with me, competently, while its owner stood 10 feet away with his arms folded. He had killed a condensing reality late-stage man with it, and he had every reason to be confident. The problem is that a shadow does not think. Something has to tell it what to do. And when I stopped looking at the shadow and started looking at the space between the shadow and the man, there were threads, 13 of them. True chi, fine as spider silk, running from him to it. I cut all 13. He lost a third of his total true chi in one instant and staggered like a man stepping off a stair that was not there. And then I said the thing that actually hurt him. A secret technique performed in public is not a secret technique anymore. Your junior brothers standing behind you have all just learned it. You could hear them not saying anything. Then, hurriedly, 3 of them swore they would never speak of it, which is the single most incriminating sentence available in that situation. And I watched Kui Shiming hear how it sounded. He came at me with the jade-splitting claw and tore the front of the 3rd floor open, and I put a sword through his shoulder and out the back. If I had lost to you, I said, you would have destroyed my cultivation. I am not going to kill you now, and Emerald Valley is not going to go to war with the Flowing Cloud sect over one inner disciple, because you are not worth that much. Emerald Valley left. Li Ruo went with them and did not look at me, and Kui Shiming said something to her on the stairs that I did not hear and did not need to. 2 days later, I went back to the sect. My mother came to the city road to see me off and tried to give me money, which she does, and I refused it, which I do, and told her the sect pays perfectly well for missions, which is a thing that is technically true and completely misleading, given that I was standing there with 10 million taels in my pocket that I could not tell anyone about. Nights before that, I had been on the artificial hill in our garden with 2 spirit stones running 240 great circulations a session. For reference, 108 in a night is considered good, 150 is considered near impossible at my realm. And I had also started the first form of the Overlord Fist, which had immediately informed me that 12,000 Jin was the minimum entry requirement and not a boast. Li Jiang caught up with me at the north gate at a dead run. He threw something and I caught it. Heavy, cold, a blue crystal ball about the size of a dragon's eye, with a red thread of something moving slowly inside it. What is it? I said. No idea, he said, but it looks quite pretty. I thought you'd like it. And then he was gone, and I put a thing I did not understand into a ring full of things I did not understand, and rode back to the mountain. The Inner Disciple assessment has 3 tests, and each one is designed to catch a different kind of liar. Test 1 is a bronze bell, 3 meters tall. You stand 10 steps away. You punch it hard enough to make it ring, not touch it, ring it, which means the force has to arrive as force all together, at range, and if you have topped yourself up with pills that morning, you will produce a dull knock, and an examiner will write something on a slate, and you will go home. 5 people in a row went home. Then a girl called Zhao Yue, 16, twin short sabers, jaw set like a fist, hit it and got a faint hum out of it and looked more surprised than anyone. I went to 16 steps. The examiner started to say something about the line being at 10 and did not get to the end of the sentence, and the toll off that bell went out over the valley and came back off the far ridge, and everybody on the training ground turned around. You pass, he said. Then he looked at the bell for a second and said, you pass, again. Test 2 is a lake with 2 10-meter frames standing in it, 20 zhang apart. 66 meters. You go from one to the other. Zhao Yue made it with a guiding technique and about 4 fingers to spare. One boy went in the water. One clever boy detonated the lake surface under himself with an exploding water technique, which is either brilliant or cheating, and the examiners ruled brilliant. I could do 100 meters at Qi Refining. At Ningzhen, I can do 150. I crossed 66 meters of lake the way you cross a room. Test 3 is 8 iron gates in a stone wall, and behind each of the 8 gates there is a level 3 beast, and you do not get to pick. Zhao Yue drew an iron claw demon wolf and survived it for the required time, which is 1 incense stick, and came out looking like she had been through a hedge backwards but came out. One boy lasted 10 breaths against something and was carried out, and the examiner told him kindly that he could try again in 3 months, which is the polite way of saying that he had been very close to not being able to try again ever. I drew the black armored bull, 2.5 meters at the shoulder, horns like blades set flat, innate divine power, and the best natural defense of anything behind those 8 gates. Which is why the examiner outside made a note when the gate number came up. It came at me wrapped in demonic chi, which is the part that stops most people, because demonic chi eats true chi on contact and you cannot land anything through it. I let it get to 0.5 meter, then I put a fist through the demonic chi and into the front of its skull and kept going and put the whole animal into the stone floor of the pit. 1 punch, at about 70 or 80% because I had wanted to leave a margin and had not needed it. Zhao Yue, standing at the rail with her arms bandaged, said, "How can there be such a perverted person?" which I have decided to take as a compliment. They gave me moon-white robes and a 4-foot sword out of the armory called Yun Yin, the Cloud Hidden, which is a genuinely good weapon in the same class as Li Yan's Snowblade and Li Ruo's Glass Sword, and they gave me the Inner Disciple token. That token, by the way, is a small joke at everyone's expense. You are supposed to write your name on it. I put my full strength into a fingertip and got a wisp of smoke off the surface and nothing else. The elder took it back, wrote on it with one finger without looking, and handed it over. I have kept that in mind ever since. Then I went to look at the wall. The ranking jade disc stands in the square outside the Tengyun Great Hall, 18 feet of pale jade, and every inner disciple in the Flowing Cloud sect has a name plaque hanging on it. The top 2 rows are crimson. Those are the core disciples. Row 3 is light red, and that is the top 10 inner disciples. Rows 4 through 29 are dark cyan, and that is everybody else, all the way down. Zhao Wuji had climbed to 285th. Han Guang was at 333rd, and up in the crimson, Su Mei had gone from 23rd of the core disciples to 8th. The rules are on a stone beside it. You may only challenge someone in your own row and then the row above. There is a full ranking tournament in the middle of the year, and at the end of every year, anyone outside the top 500 stops being an inner disciple. 11 names had already been taken down that season. I carved my own name onto an empty plaque and hung it at the very bottom of the wall, and a senior sister passing behind me stopped and gave me the only piece of advice anybody gave me for free that whole year. Go and take missions first, she said. Whether or not you have killed changes what you are in a fight, and the disciple you challenge is not going to show you any mercy. And then, as if the sect had arranged it for my education, 2 boys came through the square carrying a third one between them, and all 3 of them had been opened up somewhere, and the one in the middle was not making noise anymore. They had been on a mission. The Purple Sun sect had taken the target off them and then taken their time about it. Senior brother Liang took 3 punches and 4 kicks so we could get away. One of them kept saying, "To nobody," all the way across the square. The Purple Sun sect and the Flowing Cloud sect are both in the 5 great sects of this country, and they hate each other with an old, patient, institutional hatred. I did not know why yet. I found out later, and it was worse than I had guessed. I went up to the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion, and this time I did not need a token because inner disciples are allowed. The guardian elder looked at my badge for a long moment and said, mostly to himself, back then he was only at the 4th level of chi refining. I took 3 things. A lightness art called Crane Shadow Step, a fist manual, which is not important, and a top human-grade cultivation technique called Chunjun Tru Chi, which has 7 levels and which is a lost art of the Qingxi sword sect from 2,000 years ago. At the 5th level, your true chi goes light. At the 6th, you get a protective aura that sits on your skin. And at the 7th, your true chi comes off your hand as a sword and kills a man at 100 paces. Then I went back up Clearwind Mountain to the same ledge for a month and a half. Chunjun True Chi is not built, it is refined, and refining means you assemble your whole reserve and then take it apart again and do it better, and I did that 108 times. By the end of it, the mist could not come within 3 feet of me. I would wave a hand at a 3-meter boulder from across the ledge and knife marks would appear on it, and by the last week, I could stand there and put an oval crater in the rock and polish the inside of it smooth. 6th level, at the peak. My aura came out pale blue. The Crane Shadow Step is the other thing, and I want to tell you about it properly because it is my favorite piece of nonsense in this entire world. Somewhere in the far west, there is supposed to be a spirit crane 1,000 years old. Wingspan over 100 meters. When it comes down, it flattens forest. When it goes over water, it raises waves 100 meters high. It crosses 10 miles in one leap. 200 years ago, a lightness skill master went and found one and watched it for years and built an art out of what he saw, Earth Grade, one of the great lightness arts. And then it decayed. Not because it was lost, because in order to run it, you have to hold the image of the crane in your head, and nobody has seen one since. Every generation has learned it from a description of a description, and the art has quietly slid all the way down from Earth grade to top human grade, because nobody can supply the picture anymore. The Guardian Elder is one of the people who still practices it. He is embracing Yuan Realm at the early peak, and it puts him 200 meters in one leap, which is past half the speed of sound. It took me a month to bring it to the peak. After that, I could cross 100 meters between one blink and the next, and I also grew about 5 centimeters, which I choose to believe was the fish. Then the bell in the Tengyun Hall rang for missions, and Han Guang explained the economy to me over a bowl of noodles. There are bounty missions posted by outside families, and they pay in gold. And there are sect missions, and they pay in gold and spirit stones, which is the part that matters. Missions are ranked white, gray, and black according to the realm they expect, and each rank is graded 1 to 5 stars. 3-star white, he said. That's my ceiling. 4-star would be life-threatening. 5-star is basically a one-way trip. On the board that morning there was a 5-star white, annihilate the skeleton horse bandits, 30,000 tiles of gold, recommended for 5 men at Ningjin early peak, or 2 at Ningjin middle. Somebody called Senior Brother Chin took it off the board in front of me while I was reading it, so I took a 3-star, slay the butcher, 4,000 taels of gold. A bandit chief with a list of robberies, extortions, and killings behind his name long enough that the deacon had written it in 2 columns, deliberately small, because I did not yet know what I was worth in a fight where the other man also intended to live, and I was not going to find out for the first time at 5 stars, 3,000 li in a day and 2 nights. Wuxi Town is a market town with 1 main street, and the butcher was standing in the middle of it when I arrived, because he was not hiding. He is enormous, and the left side of his face has been carved down to something that does not work anymore, and the man who did that to him was a disciple of Northern Snow Villa who did not live long enough to hear about it. And there was already somebody there to kill him. A young man in purple robes, an inner disciple of the Purple Sun sect, out on the same bounty, confident. He had an audience, and he used it. "You can choose to kill yourself," he said, "or I will kill you myself." And the butcher, who has been doing this for 11 years, looked over his shoulder and said, "Behind you. That is it. That is the whole trick. The oldest one there is." And the purple-robed boy turned around, because when a killer looks past you, your neck turns before your brain votes. He got most of a stage of damage in that half-second, and he never got it back. He burned a fiery heart pill, which costs tens of thousands of taels and buys you 1 whole rank for a quarter of an hour, and he still lost, because the butcher had been hiding an entire stage of cultivation the whole time, and had let a Purple Sun inner disciple find that out at the worst possible moment. He died on the street with his regret out loud, which is a thing that happens more than the stories admit. He said he should have run. He said he should never have taken the mission. I was in the crowd for all of it, not because I am cold, because there was exactly 1 man in that town who was going to show me the butcher's real speed, his real reach, and the fact that he was carrying a hidden stage, and that man was already dying, and the only way to make his afternoon mean anything was to watch it properly. Then I stepped out of the crowd. "Who are you?" said the butcher. "The one who is going to take your head." He opened with a technique called Earth Explosion Sky Shock, and it is the reason I have any respect for him at all. He put his foot into the street, and the street split, and the blast came up out of the ground along the whole length of it, through the flagstones, through the shop fronts, through a restaurant frontage, and through 4 people who had come out to watch and had not understood what they were watching. Where I had been standing there was a crater. He stood in the wreckage of a market street he had just made, and he was pleased with himself, and he said something clever, and while he was saying it, I was already behind him. The crane shadow step does not make noise. There was a flash of moon white across the far side of the street, and then there was 1 drawn sword, and then his neck came open. "You're not dead," he said. "I was going to say a few more words to you," I said. Alas. His head came off. The Jianghu people standing at the edges only ever saw 2 things, the jaw and the head, and I could hear them working out what they thought they had seen, which was, in their words, a hidden assassin, the kind who does not strike unless he is certain. Then somebody said a name to compare it to, and the name was the Northern Snow Young Master, and somebody else said no, the other one, the Quick Blade, Song Wei, which was the 2nd time that boy's name had arrived in my life uninvited. They were saying that he had cut a waterfall in half, that he had frightened a crimson bird out of the sky without touching it, and that the Lord of Northern Snow Villa had said, out loud, in front of people, that Song Wei was the disciple most likely in a generation to grasp saber intent. I filed that under things to worry about later, which is a folder I have never once emptied. Then I went and found the man who owned the ruined restaurant. I gave him 20,000 taels of silver. I need you to understand the numbers here. The legal compensation in this country for accidentally killing a man is 500 taels, and 500 taels is about 10 years of ordinary living. 4 people died on that street because a bandit wanted to open a fight impressively. 1,000 of that is yours, I told him. The rest goes to the 4 families. If you take 1 copper of it that is not yours, I will come back, and you will be the one on the list. He looked at me. He was maybe 45 and I was 15. He did not take a copper. I checked later, from a distance, because I am not naive. And then I went through the butcher's belt, because 11 years of robbery has to be somewhere, and it was sewn into the lining. A storage ring, over 10,000 taels of gold, 300,000 in silver, 60,000 in notes. Somewhere north of 1,000,000 taels all told, which is to say that a bandit in a market town was worth several times what the head of one of the 8 great families of Tianfeng country is personally worth. I have thought about that a lot. It explains a great deal about this world. And 3 manuals. The first one I put straight back. It is called the Slaughtering Yuan Hand. Top human grade, and it is the signature art of the Crimson Sect of Tuoluo country, which is a 7th rank sect, and therefore stronger than Emerald Valley. What it does is eat through protective true qi, and it does that by feeding on the vital qi of whoever it touches. If a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect is found with that in his possession, his own sect cripples him, not the Crimson sect, his own, and they are right to. The second was the Earth Explosion Sky Shock, the thing that had just taken a street apart. Top human-grade secret technique, 3 realms deep, and the third realm is genuinely nasty. You put true chi into the ground and you leave it there and you set it off later, from somewhere else. A mine you carry with you. The third one changed my whole year. Concealing chi technique, Earth-grade auxiliary. It hides one full stage of your cultivation, and there is exactly one thing that reliably sees through it, and that thing is rarer than this is. I put it on that night and did not take it off for a very long time. On the way home, the weather turned and I stopped in a village called Huangxi and asked a family for a corner of their floor. They were frightened of me, which is correct. So I punched a hole in their yard, calmly, and let them look at it, and said, "If I wanted to take anything from you, I would take it. I am asking 5 taels of silver for the floor, which is 2 or 3 months of living for them. 10 more to have a shed thrown up for my horse, because I wanted them to have a reason to take it that was not charity. And in the middle of that night, I came out to check on the horse, and I looked up. There were 5 figures in white going across the sky, not walking on air, carrying. Between them, on their shoulders, was a stone coffin about 10 feet long, black, and they were moving with it at a speed that took them from one horizon to the other, while I stood there with my hand on a stable door. My first thought was ghosts, because that is what it looks like. My second thought, once my soul power got hold of them, was much worse. Those were not ghosts. Those were 5 living martial artists at Embracing Yuan late stage. Every one of them stronger than the grand elder of my sect. 5 of them. As porters. Which meant that whatever was in the coffin was Xingji realm at minimum, and Xingji realm is a word I had heard perhaps 4 times since I got here, always in the past tense, always about somebody who was not coming to dinner. I did not move until the sky was empty. Then I stood in a wet yard in a village that does not appear on maps and made a decision that I have kept ever since, which is that being diligent is not the same as being serious, and I had been being diligent. In the morning, the family fed me millet porridge, and their daughter, who was 3 or 4, ate hers out of a bowl the size of her own face and watched me the entire time with enormous eyes. I left a piece of jade under the bowl, not enough to get them robbed, enough that if a hard year comes, they get through it. Back at the sect, everyone was talking about Zhao Wuji. He had taken a 3-star white, then a 4-star, then a 5-star, one after the other, in 3 weeks, which is the behavior of somebody trying to catch up to a specific person and not saying so. People were openly wondering whether he would come back from the last one. He came back. He came into the square still wearing what he had come back in, found me in the crowd and said, "I'll be waiting for you at the ranking competition." Then he went to wash. I handed in the butcher's head. The deacon wrote up my record in a ledger in a board hand. Name, Li Xuan. Age, 15. Assessment, excellent. The sect took 30%, as it does, and gave me 2,800 taels of gold. And while I was standing at that counter, the news came in. The Earthly Fiend sect had been destroyed. That is a 9th rank sect, the same rank as mine. 24 inner elders at Embracing Yuan realm. A sect leader called Xianxia at Embracing Yuan late stage, at the peak, with a divine weapon in his hand. Overnight, thousands of people, all of them. And I stood there with 2,800 taels of gold in my palm and thought about 5 men in white carrying a stone coffin. The 5 sect masters of Tianfeng country went to Ningxia mountain, and my sect master took the grand elder, and for reasons I did not understand at the time, brought back a description that got repeated in the sect for a month. The bodies were dried out, all of them, everywhere, like something had been through and taken the moisture and the years and everything else. Xianxia's corpse was still standing up on his own front steps, with a hole the size of a rice bowl where his heart used to be. Luo Xingli, our sect master, who runs the great Luo divine skill at the 11th level, put a finger into that wound and found ash in it, and the ash started eating his true chi, and he had to burn his own hand clean. Bing Wushang of Northern Snow Villa landed next, and here is the thing about that man that everybody in this country knows, and nobody says loudly. His aptitude is mediocre. He started at 9 years old, which is late, and he comprehended saber intent, which happens to about 1 martial artist in 10,000, and after that, none of the rest of it mattered. Our sect master privately puts his own odds against that man at 45%. Then Han Xingyu of the Southern Luo sect arrived, walking on the rain under an umbrella, which is a thing she does. She is the youngest of the 5 sect masters, and nobody knows where she came from. A Tuoluo country expert once demanded her hand as the stake in a duel. It took her 10 moves, and he does not fight anymore. And then Yan Tai of the Purple Sun sect came in and greeted our sect master by ramming him, and the 2 of them put the plaza 5 meters into the mountain, and Bing Wushang separated them with one wave of a saber that also cut the Earthly Fiend sect's main hall in half lengthwise. Emerald Valley did not send their valley master. He was in seclusion. They sent an elder called Liu Yunhei, and Liu Yunhei brought the piece that fitted. Emerald Valley disciples on the road that same night had also seen 5 figures in white carrying a stone coffin. So they said the name out loud. The Nine Nether Sect. 20 years ago, the Nine Nether Sect was, by itself, roughly as strong as every other sect in the Nanzhuo region put together. It took a war, and it took years, and at the end of it, the Nine Nether Sect was gone, and its leadership was dead or scattered. It had 108 great ghost generals. Exactly one of them liked to sleep in a stone coffin, the corpse ghost Taoist, who is still, 20 years on, not recovered from the wounds he took in that war, and who had just erased a 9th rank sect in a night as a warm-up. We can rest easy for 3 to 5 years, Liu Yunhei said. That sentence went around my sect the way a comfortable lie always does, and I heard 4 separate people repeat it, and not one of them said the second half out loud, which is, and then what? I went back up the mountain. Chunjun True Qi, 7th level. The first time it worked, a sword of true qi came off my hand and went through the wall of my room the way a finger goes through bean curd, and then through the courtyard wall behind it, which is a foot thick, and out the other side. I went and looked at the second hole for a while and spent the rest of that afternoon quietly hoping there had been nobody in the lane. Then I went down to the mission hall, and there were no 5-star white missions left, so I walked past the white jade wall to the gray one. Somebody behind me said, at a completely audible volume, that this kid has a death wish. Gray rank is written for condensing reality realm martial artists, which is one whole realm above me. I took a 2-star. Escort the Ling family's herb gathering team into Daishui Forest, 20,000 taels of gold and 10 qi healing pills, and they wanted 5 temporary guards, and they were choosing them by screening. The Ling family training ground had 20-odd inner disciples standing on it when I arrived, from all 5 great sects, and every single one of them was ahead of me in every way that could be measured on paper. I came in last and walked into the middle and said, "Count me in among the 5. The Purple Sun sect answered first. "It doesn't matter whether you come or not, but you can stay the night for free." And Emerald Valley said, "The Flowing Cloud sect has always been fond of getting a bargain." The worst part was my own sect's disciples, who were furious, not at them, at me, for coming down there in flowing cloud robes and making them the joke of the courtyard. Then 2 men came out of the crowd and stood on either side of me. Zhao Tian, Purple Sun Sect, 1.90 m, Ningjun Middle Stage at the peak, and Han Lei, Emerald Valley, whose nickname on the Jianghu is a word I am not going to repeat and whose actual quality is speed. Genuine, frightening speed. Tang Rui, who was running the screening, started begging them to wait until it had officially begun. "After the selection," said Zhao Tian, "you'll be kneeling on the ground licking my boots." And Han Lei said, "If the Ling family head had not stepped in, you would already be short an arm." The rules were read out. A 5-zhang white circle. Everybody in at once, one-on-one only, no gang work. Last 5 standing get the job. And Tang Yuxiu, who is 16 and wears pink and who is going to be leading the herb team personally, watched the whole thing from the steps. The circle went off like a dropped lamp. 20-odd inner disciples, shockwaves rolling out, people going over the line backwards every few seconds. I stood in the middle of it and did not move. That is what got the Lings to look at me twice. Not a technique. The fact that after 15 seconds of that, there was a boy in the center of the ring with his hands behind his back and no dust on him. Zhao Tian came through the crowd for me. "Kowtow and lick my shoes now," he said, "and there is still room to negotiate. If you survive 3 of my punches," I said, "I'll spare your life." He used the Great Sun Tempering Fist, and I used Tiger's Roar Dragon Fist. The exact art that Zhao Wuji had put through my chest in the wooden dummy alley, which I had watched him throw twice, and which I had rebuilt from the outside like a man reverse engineering a lock. His right arm split open along the forearm, and the bone in it made a noise everybody heard. Punch 2 and punch 3 both landed in the same place in his chest and went about an inch in, and he went out of the circle, over the wall of the Ling family courtyard, and into the street on the other side of it. The circle stopped. I turned around and looked at Han Lei. "Didn't you say you wanted to break my arms and legs? I'd like to see how your idea differs from mine." He started talking about the Purple Sun sect and what they would do, and I let him get about half of it out before I gave him the arithmetic, because I had actually done it. I told him how many disciples my sect had buried that year, how many had come back crippled. I told him the number out loud, in the middle of a courtyard, in front of 20 people from 5 sects. "A dead genius is not a genius," I said. "Only the living ones count. So think carefully about which one you'd like to be." He ran. He genuinely ran straight for the wall, and he is fast, and it did not matter, because I put 5 chi swords across his line at 100 paces, and he had to stop and deal with all of them. His Jade Purity Chi Gong ate the second one. The Sundering Hand came at me and missed. And then I used Flying Dragon in the sky, and 18 feet of blue dragon came off my fist, and 3 punches later there was a very expensive blue firework over the Ling family compound, and Han Lei landed in the street next to Zhao Tian. Both sects walked out swearing to have me killed, and my own sect's disciples, who 20 minutes earlier had wanted to disown me, called me senior brother for the first time in my life. The final 5 were me, a girl called He Lanying of the Southern Luo sect at Ningzhen Middle with a sword art called 4 Seasons Rain, and a young man from Northern Snow Villa called Qin who used a blizzard saber and said about 11 words all week, plus 2 of their juniors who stood down in their favor. He Lanying was the one who explained the country to me on the road, and I am going to lay it out the way she did because everything that happens later sits on top of it. Tier 1 is 3 people, the Emerald Prince of Emerald Valley, the Northern Snow Young Master, and the Duanmu Prince. Those 3, and only those 3, are considered eligible for the Hidden Dragon ranking of the entire Nanzhuo region, which happens every 3 years, is open to anyone under 24, and has 72 places in it for a region with tens of billions of people in it. Last time, exactly 1 person from Tianfeng country placed. The Emerald Prince. 68th. Tier 2 is a list of names. Xiaotian, Kong Wudi, Yu Yue, Song Wei, Feng Yan, Feng Hao, Qin Yulian, Nangong Yun. And from my own sect, Rong Ling and Mo Zichen. Tier 3 is core disciples at Condensing Reality late stage. I was an inner disciple at Ningzhen Middle. She also warned me that the bloodthirsty freak of Emerald Valley was working somewhere in the same forest, and Qin, who had not spoken since breakfast, said, "Even a maniac has weaknesses," and went back to not speaking. Daishu Forest killed its first man about 400 meters inside the tree line. Something bright green and no bigger than a hand came off a branch onto a guard's neck without a sound. Level 1. Level 1. A dark green poison dragon spider, which the locals call the Death Messenger, whose venom kills a Ningzhen realm man before he finishes turning around. Tang Yuxu stopped the column and announced her terms out loud so everyone heard them at once. 100,000 taels of silver to the family of anyone who dies. 10,000 to every survivor. And then she said, "And if I die, the same applies to me." I revised my opinion of her upward on the spot and never revised it back down. 30 miles of forest. 4 waves. I am going to give you all 4, because the Ling family paid for all 4. The first one came up out of the ground. Demon rats, underground, which do not attack the column, they attack under it. The ground opened beside a 10th level guard and took him by the leg, and he got about a third of a scream out before the hole closed, and the rest of us stood there in a circle facing outward at soil. We killed a lot of soil, we did not get him back. The second wave was banded crates, and there were hundreds of them, coming through the leaf litter in a single moving carpet, and that is the one where I learned what Qin is. He did not retreat, and he did not build a wall. He walked into the front of it with the blizzard saber and started cutting at a rhythm, and he held about 2/3 of that carpet on his own, and the whole time his face did not change once. The other third got past him. It killed 3 people. Afterwards he sat down and cleaned the blade and said, "Not fast enough," which is the only self-assessment I ever heard from him. The third wave I recognized. 5 scorpion-tailed demon wolves, level 3, buffalo-sized scorpion tail over the back. The same species that had run me across half a mountain range a year earlier when the entire plan available to me was to throw 100 pounds of luggage into a tree and hope. 5 of them together, and I was standing in the middle of the column instead of running. I killed 2 of them myself before He Lanying got to the 3rd, and I want to record what that felt like, because it is the only honest measure of a year that I have ever had. It was housework. The 4th wave was a rock bear at level 4, and it went badly. It broke the front of the column, it took a horse in half, and it took Qin, He Lanying, and me together about 4 minutes. 5 dead in total by the time we cleared the last ridge, which meant the Ling family owed 500,000 taels of silver in compensation and 10,000 to every survivor on a job with a 20,000 tael escort budget, and Tang Yuxiu wrote every name down herself in a little book at the side of the road with the bodies still warm. 5 dead. The Ling family's bill was already past 3.5 million taels of silver, on a job with a 20,000 tael escort budget, and Tang Yuxiu did not blink once. Then the trees opened. The basin is miles across, and the mist in it sits at waist height and moves like it has somewhere to be, and there are 100 kinds of herb growing in it. The outer edge alone, unrefined, was 300,000 taels of silver, refined, 3 to 4 million. And while we were standing there looking at it, the ground shook, and a pillar of origin chi came up out of the middle of the basin, milky white several meters thick, and it went straight up and put a hole in the cloud cover. Origin chi forms a pillar, said Qin, in a completely flat voice, spiritual vein below. Qin, it turned out, could also read them. Color tells you the size. White going yellow is a small vein, white going orange is medium, white going red is large, and white going purple is a supreme vein. And He Lanying told us what one of those is worth, which is this. 300 years ago, the Void Emperor found a supreme vein under the sea. He tore a piece of it off the seafloor 300 miles across, and he carried it home. And to this day, it rains origin chi on his mountain all year round, and cultivation there runs 100 times faster than anywhere else. He carried it home. This one was a false vein, beautiful, useless, and about to get several people killed anyway, because there were 3 men standing in the tree line on the far side who had watched that pillar come up and had already put a concealment technique over the basin so that nobody else would see it, and were now discussing when to inform someone they referred to as the Lord Ghost General. They were the lowest grade of Ghost Guard out of Corpse Ghost Mountain, and it was their first trip outside, and they were arguing about what to do with our team. They wanted the herbs. They wanted hostages out of the group to make the Ling family pay for the rest. They did not know that a boy on the other side of the basin had been reading their intentions since the moment they arrived, because soul power does not care about a concealment technique built for eyes. I opened at 100 paces with a chi sword. Qin took the leader, who was condensing reality late stage. Lan Ying took the big one. I took the thin one, because the thin one had moved first when I fired, and that told me he was the fastest, and I would rather have the fastest one in front of me than behind me. He used something called Ghost Shadow 10 flashes and came apart into 8 streaks of black light across a 40-foot front. I was not standing in any of them. Second pass, he wrapped the black light in Corpse Demon True Chi, and I want to describe what that does because it is genuinely unpleasant. The grass it went over turned gray and stayed gray. The ground under it cracked. And when it reached my protective aura, the Chunjun aura that had spent a month and a half being refined 108 times, it opened it like a paper bag. The true terror of Ghoul True Chi has not even been revealed yet, he said, in the voice men use when they are enjoying their work. I am going to turn you into a bronze-armored corpse. So I used the Overlord Fist for the first time in front of another human being. First move. Overlord's Rampage. It does not block. That is the entire point of it, and the reason it needs 12,000 Jin behind it or it will kill the man using it. It takes the incoming force, and it swallows it, and then it compresses it, and I watched several meters of Corpse Demon True Chi go down into a ball about half a meter across in front of my knuckles, and then I gave it back. He had time for exactly 1 sentence. How is that possible? He absorbed my Corpse Demon True Chi completely into his own fist force. Then he was ash. His leader saw it happen. And a condensing reality late-stage killer looking sideways for half a second is all Qin needed, because Qin had spent that whole fight eating the Corpse King Fist and the Nether Locust Wave and doing nothing at all with it. 38 slashes. He chained 38 of them into a single blade aura, and what that aura does is it empties the air in front of it, and the vacuum triples the speed of the thing traveling through it. The Vacuum Annihilation Blade. After that, there was no leader. Qin went down onto one knee, coughing, and waved me off before I got to him. Side effect, he said. My chi is running backwards. Go and check on Lan Ying. Lan Ying did not need checking on. She had walked her man down through spring rain, then summer rain, then autumn rain of the 4 seasons rain sword, patiently, the way you walk a horse into a stall, and by the time I got there he was on his knees. I surrender, he said. I will leave right now. Please don't kill me. She killed him. I did not say anything about it, and I am not going to start now. He had come to that basin to take hostages out of a column that included a 16-year-old girl in pink who had just promised 100,000 taels to the family of every person who died. We got the harvest out before dark. My strength had gone to 15,000 Jin somewhere in the middle of all that, and I had not noticed it happening. And as we cleared the tree line from somewhere a long way back in Diju Forest, we all heard a woman crying. Nobody turned around. Qin put a hand on the small of Tang Yukshu's back and moved her along faster, and Lan Ying looked at the ground, and I have thought about that sound more than once since. Then came a month of 2 days cultivating and 3 days on missions, over and over, and 3 things came out of it. The first was a letter. An escort job for a sealed letter to a General Xuanming Hao at a garrison 11 days out, which is the most boring mission on the board, and which I took because I wanted to see an army. He read the letter and looked at me for a while, and then had somebody bring in a military crossbow and put it in my hands. Try it, he said. I put a bolt through a target board, and then through the earthworks behind the target board. Now put your protective True Chi up, he said, and let my man shoot the wall next to you, and watch what it does to the stone. I did, and then I stood there working out what he had just shown me on purpose, which is this. That crossbow goes through the protective True Chi of a Ningjin realm martial artist. It costs about 400 tiles. There are 8,000 men in that garrison, and any farmer's son can be taught to use one in a fortnight. Everything in this world is organized around individual power, and individual power stops mattering somewhere around 8,000 of those. Most of your kind never come down here to look, he said. Come back when you are stronger, and I will show you the rest. The second thing was an escort run that went wrong in a way I want on the record. 2-star gray. A merchant convoy, 4 wagons, and the ambush was competent, and I killed 6 men in about 90 seconds, and the 7th one dropped his sword and put his hands out, and I stopped. He was maybe 19. He had been a farmer 8 months earlier. He told me the name of his village while I was deciding. I let him go. And then, I spent the ride home working out that I had let him go because he was 19 and could talk, and that the 6 behind him had been exactly the same and had simply been unlucky enough to be in front. I have not resolved that one, and I am not going to pretend to you that I have. And the 3rd thing was the Emerald Prince, embracing Yuan realm, which means flight, which means 10,000 miles in a day, which means that killing a Ninjan realm martial artist becomes, in the phrase everybody used that week, as easy as killing a chicken. He was the first of our generation to do it. Emerald Valley announced that the Valley Master would come out of seclusion on the 9th day of the 7th month to hold him a banquet, and every sect in the country began working out who they would have to send. And in the same set of rumors, one more name, Gu Qingning, 16, condensing reality late stage, an earth great art. She had gone through a run of Emerald Valley's core disciples and was now counted one of their 4 heavenly kings of the younger generation, and the Zhonghu had given her a title, which is treading snow without leaving a trace. Han Guang, who was telling me all of this over a bowl of noodles, watched my face very carefully while he said her name. My face did nothing. Then I went and put 10 days into forcing something that should have taken 3 months, and at 280 great circulations, the furniture in my room did not levitate this time, it disintegrated, and the roof tiles came loose, and I came out at Ninjan middle stage. Han Guang came round the next morning, looked at me, and said, "A year ago you were at the 6th level of qi refining. You have passed me. You have passed Zhao Wuji." Then he cheered up and invited me to spend an obscene amount of money. There was an auction at Forget Worry City, the Northwest Auction House, one of the 5 great houses, and even a small session at one of those has things in it that a 9th rank sect cannot buy in a decade, and this one had 3 returning to truth pills in it, 28,000 li, 4 cities, 2 mountain ranges, and a plain that bandits treat as a private business district. Dozens of them tried us on that plain. Han Guang wiped his sword afterwards and said, "These bandits must think we are easy prey," which is the closest that man has ever come to being funny. The only one who was any trouble was near the Azure Mountains, where a Black Dao martial artist at Ninjan Middle put Han Guang off his horse with 1 shot from cover. I killed him with 1 punch. I did not slow down to do it. Forget Worry City is 50 li on a side and has over 10 million people in it. The gate is 33 meters high and the walls are 66. It costs a tael of silver just to walk through the gate, which is a month's wages for most of the people inside it, and nobody I asked thought that was strange. We went to the Zilai restaurant and got a private room, number 4 in the Zhuan Wing, because we had ridden for 9 days and I wanted a door, and about 40 minutes later, the manager came in and asked us to leave. Behind him in the corridor was the reason, and the reason had a name and a following, Zhou Ming, of the Tang family, one of the 8 outstanding of Forget Worry City, condensing reality late stage, and cultivating Emerald Valley's glaze technique at the 7th level, which tells you exactly whose hand is under that family. He had come in and found the private rooms full, and had said at volume, "Do you think I am going to sit and eat out there with those lowly people?" And the manager had looked down the corridor at the local nobility in 3 of the rooms, and at 2 dusty out-of-town boys in the 4th, and had made the cheapest available decision. "The food and drink you have already had will be on the house," he said. Han Guang put his chopsticks down hard enough to crack the table. Then Zhou Ming came in himself, which is what these men always do, because being right is not the point, and being seen being right is. "Gentlemen," he said pleasantly, "please leave. Staying will only humiliate you." "You don't actually have the ability to make us," I said. "Do you?" Han Guang, who is loyal but also grew up in this country and knows exactly which lever to pull, said, "My companion is the son of the head of the Ye family, one of the 8 great families." The manager went a color I have only otherwise seen on fish. Zhou Ming did not. He recovered fast and found the correct insult, and I will give him this, it was a good one. "You rely on your family," he said. "Without them behind you, you are nothing at all." "Let's exchange 1 punch," I said. "Whoever takes a step back gets out of room 4. He accepted before I had finished the sentence. Of course he did. He was condensing reality late stage, and I was Ninjan middle, which is a full realm, and a boy had just offered him a single punch in front of an audience. He actually called witnesses in from the corridor. He wanted this on the record. I switched the jade tempering art on and let it show. Jade sheen over the skin and over the clothes, and every hair on my arms going heavy and crystalline. Somewhere in the corridor, a young man from the Purple Sun sect called Xuanxing said quietly, "That is the 7th level of Chunjun True Qi," and privately wrote me down as a future core disciple, and I did not find that out until much later. Great jade shattering fist against Tiger's roar dragon fist. The Zilai restaurant is 400 years old, and that punch moved it. When the noise stopped, Zhou Ming was in the wall at the end of the corridor, in a Zhou Ming-shaped hole with his sleeve torn open and his mouth working. "This is not over," he said. Manager Yu came out of the kitchen doorway on all fours, more or less, and swore that room 4 would be kept permanently empty in my name for as long as the building stood. "Just get us a table," I said, "and please stop throwing us out of it." The Northwest Auction House is a hall 30 meters high with crystals set into the walls and private boxes around the upper level with chairs made out of beast leather. I walked in with 180,000 taels of gold, which is the butcher's fortune plus a year of missions. Han Guang had 300,000, all of it earmarked, because he was there for one thing. In the next box along was Feng Hao, second core disciple of the Purple Sun sect, nickname Little God Legs, solidly in the second tier of this country, which is the tier immediately below the 3 princes, and sitting with him, being useful, were Zhou Ming, who had presumably gone home and changed, and Xuanxing, and then Song Wei walked past our door in the corridor. I want to describe him accurately because everyone expects something else. He has a completely ordinary face. He is the sort of person you would fail to pick out of a group of 4. He was wearing plain clothes and carrying nothing. And as he went past, he turned his head and looked into Feng Hao's box, through one-way crystal. That glass is built so that people inside can see out and nobody can see in. Feng Hao was sitting behind it, and Song Wei looked straight at him through it, and held it, and walked on, and Feng Hao, in his own box, where nobody could see him, lost. I put soul power on Song Wei's back on the way down the corridor and read Condensing Reality late stage, at the peak. Then the auction started, and I got my education in what money actually is here. Lot 1 was a Qingyuan palm manual, top human grade, and it went for 40,000 taels of gold. For scale, a lone martial artist with no sect behind him is worth about 50,000 taels in his entire life, and in this world, nobody will lend a friend 2,000. Then they put 100 low-grade spirit stones on the block, then another 100, then another, 35,000, 38,000, 40,000 taels of gold, which is about 400 taels of gold apiece. I sat in that box and did the multiplication with my hands folded in my lap and my face doing absolutely nothing, and the answer came out at 4 million taels of gold sitting in a ring on my finger, which I could not sell, could not explain, and could not stop thinking about. And then they brought out lot 3. "An ancient sword," said the auctioneer, without much enthusiasm. "Approximately 500 years old, half of one. It was a length of blade with no hilt, dull, nothing coming off it at all. The floor of the hall actively jeered. And I sat forward, because I had a hilt and a stub of blade in my ring that had laughed at me in a shop in Luo City, and the width was the same, and the break was the same. I opened at 22,000, carefully, like a man who is mildly curious, and Feng Hao started bidding, not because he wanted it, he had no use for it, and he made sure everyone knew that. He did it because a boy in flowing cloud robes had opened his mouth in a room he considered his, and he had 5 minutes to spare. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,000 taels of gold for a piece of scrap metal, purely so that the person who wanted it would have to bleed. 100,000, I said. The hall made a noise. Feng Hao let it go and leaned out of his box so I could see him being generous about it. "I have already teased him enough," he said to his friends loudly. "He must be feeling quite bad about it. It would be nice if he lent me half the sword to play with sometime." I paid 100,000 taels of gold for a broken sword. And in the box, with my hands under the table, I put the 2 halves together and ran soul power across the join, and they were one thing. One weapon, in 2 pieces, and there was still a small piece missing somewhere in the world. The main lots were an education of a different kind. The 3 returning to truth pills went first. A returning to truth pill gives you a 50% chance of a free stage of cultivation. The second one you take drops to 30%, and the third to 10, which is why nobody hoards them. 150,000 taels of gold, then 130, then 160. Han Guang got the first one and sat down again with his ears bright red. Then an Earth-grade low-level leg art called the Sky-Slaying Overlord leg, which at minor achievement stops a river, and at major achievement takes the top off a 100-meter mountain, and at its limit crosses 100 meters in one step. Feng Hao wanted that one for real. He opened at 100,000 against a buyer nobody could see. You could hear what that buyer was every time he spoke. Embracing Yuan realm, bored, and not in a hurry. 1.8 million taels of gold, then 2 million. Feng Hao stopped, and I heard him say it in his own box to nobody. "If I do not kill this man one day, I, Feng Hao, will never be at peace." He meant the buyer. He had never met the buyer. And then they brought out the sky-splitting blade, a Marquise's saber. It generates its own saber chi, which means it is not a weapon so much as a permanent second martial artist that you carry. 3 bidders, Feng Hao, Song Wei, and a gray-robed embracing Yuan swordsman that the room called Old Dao, who dropped out early and stayed in his seat, and who I could feel was not leaving early because he had run out of money. He was going to follow whoever wanted out of the city. Feng Hao borrowed from every single person in his box, including Zhou Ming's family credit, and got to 5,650,000 taels of gold, and Song Wei took out a brocade pouch. He held it for a second before he opened it, and his face changed, and I found out later what the pouch was. His junior sister had given it to him before he left and told him to open it at a crucial moment. He smiled like a child. 5,700,000. Then he took the saber and left immediately without waiting for the end, which is the single most professional thing I saw in that entire building. And then the last lot went up, an earth-grade auxiliary art that stabilizes your true chi through a breakthrough, starting at 200,000 taels of gold. And a woman's voice from a box on the other side said 4 million. Feng Hao, who had been beaten twice already, went again out of pure damaged pride and lost, because the voice went to 6 million taels of gold, which was a record for a small session at that house. It was Su Mei. She had emptied the gold notes of 3 junior sisters to do it. I met her in the lobby about 11 minutes later, in the middle of an incident. Feng Hao had put 5 men across the door in front of me and was doing the traditional speech. Senior brother Wu Yang would like to invite you to the Fuxian restaurant for a drink, said one of them. You have no choice about whether to go. And then he stopped talking because somebody had come up behind them. One of the Purple Sun disciples turned and threw a ring of red true chi at her without asking anyone. Su Mei took one step. The air in that lobby shook. Golden light came off her like the door of a furnace opening. The ring came apart, and the man who threw it went over backwards and was sick on the floor of the most expensive auction house in the Northwest. The yellow-robed auctioneer arrived at that point, who was embracing Yuan realm, and put a wall of pressure between the two groups, because auction houses do not permit this, and everybody knows it. Su Mei looked at me. The roads are not safe, she said. You should come with us. She read me on the second day, riding. Your essence is surging, she said, out of nowhere. That is what a body over 10,000 jin looks like from the outside. Then, because it was a long ride and she talks more than her reputation suggests, she told me about the Kangmang sect. 10,000 years ago, there was a sect where the entrance requirement for a utility disciple was 10,000 jin of strength, 30,000 made you an outer disciple, 50,000 inner, 80,000 core. Their elders ran at 2 to 300,000 jin, and their sect master was somewhere near 500,000. They fought the East Sea Dragon, and they were razed to the ground overnight, and the only thing anybody has ever found in the ruins is a single dragon scale about the size of a wash basin. I was still doing arithmetic about that when we heard the horses, 50-odd riders across open ground, 7 or 8 of them at condensing reality late stage. And at the front, a man called Fan Hu, at Embracing Yuan Realm, who runs the Northwest Plain and who does not usually bother with 2 disciples and their escort. He was on a leash. Feng Hao keeps those bandits fed, and in exchange, they do things to disciples who have embarrassed him, at a distance, deniably, on roads. Break through and kill, said Su Mei. Then you break out, and I'll cover you. Then she turned into a column of gold light and destroyed 2 men's chests with 1 punch. I went the other way with the crane shadow step, and a bandit's head came apart in a mist before the man beside him had finished turning his horse. Then they brought up archers, because 50 riders on open ground is a formation, not a mob, and the arrows came in flat and hard, and they snapped. All of them, on jade skin, at 40 paces, and I heard a man out there say a word I will not repeat. That is when I used sword chi condenses the mountain. I compressed the sword light instead of spreading it, all of it, into a single blade shaped like a mountain ridge, and I put it across that flat ground, and it went through everything standing in a straight line and reached Fan Hu at the far end of it. He blocked. He is embracing Yuan realm, but he was talking to himself while he did it, and I could hear him, and what he said was this: a boy at Ningjin middle stage is throwing sword chi. That belongs to Embracing Yuan's swordsman, and there is something inside this chi, the mountain concept, 1 step from sword intent. Then Su Mei lit up, 2 golden halos behind her head. That is the 3-day golden crack skill, which is earth grade at the 8th level, and she drove an Embracing Yuan realm bandit chief back 4 steps and put red in his mouth. We broke out. I covered with 13 sword strikes, and we were gone. Fan Hu's afternoon cost him all 6 of his sub-chiefs, and one of his own men said the thing out loud on the ride back, which was, I told you not to get involved with the Ouyang brothers. They hand us gold and we hand them our lives, and they never come out to the plain themselves. He abandoned the Northwest Plain that month. On the road, Su Mei threw me a rejuvenating pill worth 3,000 taels the way you would throw someone an apple, and did not mention it again. 7 days later, we were home. Later news said that Song Wei got back to Northern Snow Villa with the sky-splitting blade and no trouble at all, and that old Dao, the gray-robed swordsman, was seen a month afterwards missing his left arm. Then I went and asked Su Mei to hit me. The 4th key of the jade tempering art is called Shattered Jade Rebirth, and the name is not decorative. The body has to be broken and rebuilt, and you cannot do it to yourself because your own instincts will not let you go far enough. She listened to the explanation with her arms folded, and then she said, "Fine." She started with cross the sea to subdue the demon, then mountains can be destroyed and seas can be overturned. Then the 7th level of the 3-day golden crack skill, 1 halo, then the 8th, 2 halos, and then, because I was still standing, all demons have fallen, which is the last move of the subduing demon fist and which requires the 8th level just to be thrown at all. I went back 10 steps, then 10 more. The jade light on my skin went dull and stayed dull, and I came apart at every seam I had, and the strange thing, the thing she stopped to look at, is that the more of it I took, the sharper I got. Like a piece of rough metal being polished, not damaged, finished. She embedded me in the mountainside. "Senior sister," I said, from inside the mountain, unable to move a finger. "Are you trying to kill me? A stubborn ailment needs strong medicine." Then she fed me a body-tempering pill out of her own supply, and about 4 minutes later, black filth started coming out of me at a rate that made her take 3 steps back and put a palm into my chest to move me down the slope. "It stinks," she said. "Go back and wash." A week after that, alone, at night, the jade light on my skin cracked all the way across and came back together harder. 4th key. Strength went from 15,000 jin to 20,000 in a single evening. Then I took a 5-star gray mission because apparently I had learned nothing. The Gu family had lost a ship somewhere in a part of Gushui Lake called the 9 Turns and 18 Bends, which is where their ships go and occasionally do not come back from, and they were offering 120,000 taels of gold to anyone who would go and find out why. Gushui Lake is 3,000 years old, and it was not there before that. There was an earthquake, and the ground opened, and something came up out from underneath. And afterwards, there was a lake. Nobody says what. 8 days' ride. At the inn on the shore, I met a man in Emerald Valley robes, an inner disciple, 166th generation of the Gu family, who everybody called Old Gu, although he was maybe 30. He told me to go home. "Gu family matters are handled by Gu family members," he said. "And in any case, there are no boats. It is 450 miles of water to Panshan Island." Then he went out to the shore, threw a log into the lake, stepped onto it, and left at about the speed of a galloping horse. So I felled a dozen trees, picked the straightest one, and did the same thing, and drove my log with true chi out the back of it and caught him up somewhere around noon. The lake tried twice. The first thing was flying fish with poison spines, which came out of the water in a sheet and which I cut into pieces without leaving the log, and which are apparently normal. The second thing was not normal. It was a water-splitting python at the top of level 4, and when it came up, it brought weather with it. Storm cloud out of a clear sky in about 11 seconds. I put Earth Explosion Sky Shock into it and its high did not care. Then it fired a spiral jet of water at me that took a piece out of my shoulder through jade skin, and I made the sensible decision, which was to leave. "We will come back for the water-splitting pill another time," I told it, from about a mile away, at speed. Panshan Island has a road up it that spirals. The island is 333 meters high. The road is tens of thousands of meters long, and it has been that way since before anybody living was born, and the head of the Gu family is at the 7th level of chi refining. That is the first thing I noticed, and then I checked again, because there are several thousand people on that island, and not one of them was above the 7th level of chi refining. Not one. Old Gu told me why, standing at the rail, looking down at the water. Any member of the Gu family who reaches Ningzhen realm dies within 3 months. Every time. Beast attack, chi deviation, possession, or simply not being there in the morning. His own father made Ningzhen 15 years ago and died of chi deviation 8 weeks later with no warning and no symptoms. 3,000 years ago, the Gu family lived on the shore of a place called Qinghu Lake, and one of them went diving and found an artifact in an underwater cave, then the earthquake, then 3 months of storms, and then an island fell out of the sky and landed on the cave mouth and pinned it shut, and the Gu family moved onto the island, and they have been there ever since. Their ancestor said 4 words before he died, and they are carved on a stone at the top of the road. Demon. Curse. And they cannot leave. Every group that has ever tried to move the family off that island has died on the way. Except that each group leaves exactly 1 survivor. Every time. 1. The survivor of the first group went mad and died within 3 years. I stood there and worked it out, and I said it out loud without meaning to, because I had heard it in my other life in a completely different context. The Great Tao is 50, heaven takes 49, and one always escapes. Old Gu looked at me for a long time after that. The lost ship had the patriarch's granddaughter on it, a girl called Gu Xinyue, and she had been gone half a month. They gave me an ironwood boat, 15 meters, with a hull hard as metal, and 12 Gu men at the 9th level who can hold their breath for a quarter of an hour each, and we went into the bends. Old Gu dropped 3 demon birds off our mast with a finger technique called the Big Dipper, which is a genuinely elegant piece of work. Then I felt something under the hull and put a fist through the deck and the bottom of the boat and into it and took a piece the size of a bathtub out of a water shadow beast which conceals its own demonic chi and which nobody on that boat had any idea was there. I told them I had read it off the current. The real problem in the 9 turns and 18 bends is not the beasts, it is the fog. You go into it alone and you do not come out, and nobody has ever brought back a reason. We found the lost ship on a beach, intact, empty, and dry, so I went into the fog alone, because that is what 120,000 tiles of gold buys. I killed a rock beast that fishes by lying still and putting a 10-foot tongue out across the path. I crossed a stone bridge whose ornamental stone animals stood up as I went over it, and when I cut them, the pieces did not fall. They turned into mist. I should have stopped there. I did not. Behind a stone door at the end of it, there was a hall, gilded, red carpet down the middle. A man in his 50s at the head of it, embracing UN realm, and 6 men at condensing reality seated along the sides, and food on the tables. Nobody was eating, nobody moved, nobody made a sound, and the man at the head said, "The girl is safe, she is in the side room, you can take her away." I said thank you. I turned around, I got to the door, and then I stopped, because something had been bothering me for about 90 seconds, and I had finally worked out what it was. I turned back and I laughed. "I'm sorry," I said. "I just find this very funny. If you could kill me, why would you bother lying to me?" The hall did not answer. And if I am not mistaken, the moment I walk into that side room, I die. A gilded pillar came off the wall at about the speed of an arrow. I broke it, and it did not fall in pieces. It turned into mist, and the hall went with it. What I was actually standing in was a cave, filthy, low, and the floor of it was bones. And against the far wall, there were 6 skeletons blackened and sitting exactly where the 6 condensing reality men had been sitting. And where the side room had been, there was a pit of gray liquid that was still moving. It is called a mirage beast. Here is what it does, and it is the single most unpleasant piece of design I have met in this world. It takes what is inside your head, it keeps what it finds there, and it builds the illusion out of your own contents, which means it never knew what Gu Xinyue looked like. I knew. I had her description in my head when I walked through that door, because I had spent 2 days being given it. It never said a single word. Every word in that hall was mine, coming back at me in a voice I had assembled for it. It fired the fire essence of its own body at me, disguised as one more piece of scenery, and I ate the whole thing with the first move of the Overlord fist and gave it back through the middle of it, and then I hit it several more times than were strictly necessary, because I wanted to be extremely certain. Its core came out the size of a fist. When I came back down the hill, the Gu men had already found Gu Xinyue on the far side of the island, alive, sunburned, and furious. I did not tell any of them what was in that cave. There are 3,000 people on that island who cannot leave it. They did not need to know what is in the fog. I collected 120,000 taels of gold, went back across 450 miles of lake, and arrived at the inn on the shore to find that the inn had gone, not burned, gone. The staff, the sign, the furniture, and both of my horses, 60,000 taels each incidentally. Somewhere out there is a man who ran a fake inn on the shore of Gushui Lake for a season, and who is at this moment richer by 120,000 taels of horse, and I hope his luck holds, and I never meet him. I walked to Guquan town and had lunch in a place called the Huaxian, and that is where I found out that my sect was about to hold its ranking tournament. The Jiang Hu at the next table knew more about my own sect than I did. Li Guang, the Shadow Saber, currently the #1 inner disciple, and the only disciple in the Flowing Cloud sect with 1,000 confirmed kills behind him, which is not a boast, it is a number in a ledger. Xuan Feng, the Ghost Sword, who runs an Earth-grade art called the 9 Swords of Ghost Shadow, and is considered the best swordsman below the core disciples. Fang Xing, 5th, described by the man at the next table as gentle, polite, and completely without mercy. The proprietress of that restaurant is called Fairy Rong, and her husband is Chu Shui, the Qingyun swordsman, who reached embracing Yuan realm at 21, and they had an invitation to come and watch. I sat 4 feet away from that conversation with road dust to my knees and 120,000 taels of gold in a ring, and nobody looked at me twice, and I thought a very specific thought, which was this: I have touched the edge of sword intent. I can feel it. It is right there, and the Lonely Peak 13 swords is not a high enough grade to carry me the rest of the way. Back at the sect, I went and stood in front of the jade wall, where my name plaque was still hanging at the very bottom, and 2 rows above it were the plaques of Zhao Wuji and Han Guang, and above them everybody else in the world. Challenging my way up that wall 1 plaque at a time would take a year. The ranking tournament takes 10 days, so I stopped taking missions and went up the mountain. My days went like this. Nights were cultivation, mornings were sword intent on the cliff, which is not training so much as sitting there being wrong about it for 3 hours, and noons I spent under the waterfall. There is a pool at the foot of it and a flat rock in the middle of the pool, and I would sit on that rock and let a river land on my head and do nothing at all until the waterfall stopped. I do not mean the water stopped. I mean that at some point in the second or third hour, it would stop being a waterfall and become a shape, one single unchanging shape, standing still in front of me while my eyes reported movement. And when it was still, I would draw and cut it in half, and the two halves would fall apart on either side of the rock for about a second and a half before the river remembered what it was. And every single time I did that, I would sit back down and think the same sentence. I am still half a step away, and this half step is the hardest thing I have ever tried to do. While I was doing that, Li Guang was in Kuishui village. Kuishui village was a bandit settlement with several hundred people in it and 3 chiefs, all of them at Condensing Reality Realm at the peak. The sect sent one man. He took all 3 chiefs with a single strike between them. And when he walked back out of that village and got on his horse, there was not one mark on his robes, which are white. Han Guang told me about it sitting on my step with a cup in his hand, and then he said something I have never been able to unhear. He said that when he made inner disciple, something in him stopped. Not his cultivation, his spirit, that he had spent his whole life aiming at a badge and had got it at 17 and had not once, since that day, wanted anything the way he wanted it before. I told him what I actually think, which is that talent is a stepping stone and nothing else, and that at some point everybody has to stop walking the road their sect drew for them and go and find their own, and that most people never do because the sect's road is paved. He said that was easy for me to say. He was right. The draw came out 3 days later. 10 groups, about 50 in each, and one of last year's top 10 seeded into every group so that nobody gets an easy season. I was group 7, number 28. My seed was Zhou Shu, called Flying in the Wind, ranked 6th, whose lightness skill is talked about the way people talk about weather. Han Guang drew Handong the Madman, ranked 3rd, which is the worst luck available. And the night before it started, I broke into Ningzhen middle stage at the peak and brought Chunjun Tru Chi to the 7th level at the peak and slept about 4 hours. The Martial Arts Plaza has 10 circular platforms 3 meters high, laid out like the petals of a flower, with the VIP rings above them. 3,000 outer disciples came. They stood on the steps and the walls and each other. My father and my mother were in the VIP ring. A year and a half earlier, they had been at a table breaking chopsticks over the fact that nobody wanted their son, and now they were sitting in the 2nd row of the Flowing Cloud Sect's ranking tournament as guests of the sect master, and my father was wearing his best coat and had clearly told several people why he was there. Then the top 10 inner disciples came in together, and the noise took the birds off the roof. Li Guang walked in the middle. On either side of him, Iron Fan Song Lan, 2nd, Han Dong the Madman, 3rd, Peach Blossom Hand Su Yu, 4th, Bangxing, Xuan Feng, Zhou Shu, Colorful Sword, Cao Xiang, Double Gun, Jiang Kai, Iron Legs, Xu Xuan. Han Dong's private plan for that tournament, which he had told exactly one person, and which that person told everyone, was to take 1st place and then immediately go and challenge Su Mei. Zhou Shu looked over the field, all 400 and something of us, and said, "It doesn't seem like there are any strong individuals here." And Su Yu, who is the only one of the 10 I ever really liked, said, "Be careful not to capsize in a gutter. This sect might very well produce a second Su Mei. 10 rounds, 2 points a win, top 3 of each group go through. I won 5 straight without showing anything at all. The first one I want to record for the sake of the man's dignity, or what is left of it. He came in with a ring blade, and I took it out of his hands so fast that he completed the swing, and then stood there, and then said, out loud, in front of 3,000 people, 'Where is my knife?' It was behind him, in the floor. 2 other people were detonating in that tournament, and both of them mattered later. Xuan Tao is the private disciple of an inner elder. 3 years in seclusion, no missions, no reputation, nothing on the wall. He can split sword light, which is a thing I did not know was possible, and he took Jiang Kai, ranked 9th, in a single strike. And Gang Li. Gang Lai is 19, and he is the sect's plotter. Everybody knows him. He is famous for being the hardest working disciple on that mountain and famously mediocre, and he has been famous for both of those things for 4 years. He put Xu Xuan, ranked 10th, on the floor in 3 kicks, and there was something in those kicks, not power, momentum, the kind that belongs to weather rather than to people, as though the ground and the air had agreed to come along. The elders in the VIP ring stopped talking, and one of them said to another that the boy was a late bloomer and that this is what it looks like when a moth finally gets on with it. In round 7, Xuan Feng beat Zhao Wuji with 1 sword and said, "Practice for another year," and Zhao Wuji walked off that platform without a word, and I felt something I did not expect to feel, which was sympathy. Round 10 was me against Zhou Shu. He filled the air with finger beams. He is genuinely fast. Faster than me on pure speed, and he shredded my afterimage into ribbons and looked extremely pleased about it right up until my voice arrived from behind him. "Your lightness skill isn't anything special." Then he stopped playing and put up a storm of finger beams with no order in them at all, which is the correct answer, because a pattern can be read and chaos cannot. I threaded it and got 5 steps in front of him and hit him once. Group 7. Me on 20 points. Joshu on 18. And here is what I actually learned from him, which was worth more than the points. He has not grasped the essence of wind. He only knows its speed. Wind is not fast. Wind is what happens when pressure has nowhere left to go, and a man who thinks it is a synonym for quick will always be beaten by somebody who does not. The finals were 30 people on 3 platforms, 10 more rounds, and 20 of us were going home. Round 1, Li Guang drew Joshu. Nobody saw the draw. There is no other way to describe it. There was Li Guang standing with his hand on the hilt, and then there was Li Guang walking away laughing, and Joshu standing very still, with his robe open from the collar to the waist in one clean line. Song Lan, ranked second, said it out loud in the waiting area, to nobody, in the flattest voice imaginable. I thought I could catch up with him this year. He has already reached the level of a core disciple. I won my first round by burying an earth explosion skyshock under the platform before the match started and setting it off under the other man's feet, which one elder called disgraceful and 2 called excellent. Then Gang Li drew Fangxing. Fangxing came in with palms that go purple-blue and howl like something in a forest at night, and Gang Li answered with 1 kick, and the name of that kick is 1 kick can stir up the winds and clouds, and Fangxing went off the platform. Afterwards, when somebody asked him what that had felt like, Fangxing thought about it for a while and said, fighting it was like fighting the entire world. Rounds 2 through 7 went past. I took Zhang Kai in 3 or 4 moves and did not draw. Su Yu took Chao Xiang apart with 1 palm that looked like it had no bones in it. Han Dong and Xuan Tao wrecked an entire platform and were declared a draw by 3 exhausted elders, and in round 6, Li Guang met Song Lan. The iron fan opens into a cloud. Hundreds of overlapping fragments of qi, moving like butterflies, and there is exactly 1 point in that cloud that is load-bearing. Li Guang found it with 1 downward cut, first attempt. Then he made Song Lan work for 6 more, and the 7th cut took his hair ribbon off without touching the scalp, and Li Guang sheathed and said, "It's pretty good that you could force me to a 7th cut." I sat there watching that and thought about the man at the next table in Guquan Town saying that Song Wei had cut a waterfall in half. If Li Guang is that fast, then how fast is the Northern Snow Quick Blade? After 7 rounds, there were 3 of us undefeated, Li Guang, Gang Li, me, and in round 8, I drew Xuan Feng. "I can take down an ordinary man in a single sword strike," he said on the platform, not unkindly. "You should be able to force me to my 3rd. "Really," I said, "I advise you to give it everything you have." Then I drew the cloud-hidden sword, and the plaza came apart because nobody knew. I had been an inner disciple for a year. I had fought in front of the whole sect 12 times. I had used the Vajra fist and the Overlord fist and my hands, and I had never once drawn a sword in public, and the concealing chi technique had been sitting on top of me the entire time, hiding not only a stage of cultivation, but the fact that the thing underneath was a swordsman. Xuan Feng's first cut came in, and I answered it from an angle that should not have been available. Then I attacked first, which nobody expected either, with reaching the pinnacle, and then with layer after layer of swordlight stacked up like a hillside, and Xuan Feng stopped underestimating me. The 9 swords of Ghost Shadow, 7th sword, 10,000 ghosts devour souls. Black chi came off that blade in a torrent and swallowed my swordlight whole, all of it, and kept coming. So I opened my eyes. Every sword in that plaza moved, not mine, theirs. 3,000 people, several hundred of them carrying, and every single blade in every single sheath in that square shifted a finger's width toward the platform, all at once, with a sound like a wave going over gravel. Somebody in the VIP ring shouted "sword intent," and then 100 people shouted it. And Qiu Shui, the Qingyun swordsman, sitting up there as a guest, said, "No, half a step from sword intent." He had seen a real one once in Tuoluo country, and he had spent the years since failing to get to it, and he was the only person in that plaza qualified to tell the difference and honest enough to say it out loud in a moment like that. Half a step. The sword chi came off my blade 3 or 4 meters long and went through 10,000 ghosts devour souls like a knife through bean curd, and I turned it aside at the last instant, and it took a piece out of the rock wall directly under the VIP seats. My mother did not flinch. My father did. Xuan Feng stood on that platform and did not move for a while, because he had just felt his own death arrive and then change its mind, and when he finally coughed and there was red in it, he actually looked relieved. And down in the crowd, in dark blue, with a scar across his face, a man watched all of it and made his decision. His name is Zhu Lieyang. Embracing Yuan Realm, early stage at the peak. Officially, he is nobody. Actually, he is the secret intelligence elder of the Purple Sun sect, and his job description has exactly 1 item on it. Find the geniuses of other sects and kill them before they finish growing. He watched every sword in that square move toward a 16-year-old boy, and he thought very clearly, "Li Xuan, you are dead." Somebody went and told Li Guang that the new boy had half a step of sword intent and that he ought to be worried about it. I do not need to master saber intent to defeat anyone, he said, and went out to fight Han Dong. Han Dong the madman answered his first 3 cuts, which nobody had done all tournament, and then he did the thing that got the elders out of their seats. 2 more arms came out of his shoulders. They were made of true chi, and they were not human. 4 limbs with scales on them, 1 blue, 1 green, and burning. It is an ancient demon technique, incomplete, found in a ruin by somebody in his family 2 generations ago, and it is the reason a man with mediocre cultivation is ranked 3rd in this sect. Li Guang took the blue arm off at the shoulder with 1 cut, which cost Han Dong 1/3 of his total true chi in an instant. Then he caught a true chi bullet on a fist wrapped in crackling red lightning, and then he cut the green arm, which exploded, and turned the surface of that platform to glass. You are the first person, Li Guang said, who has pushed me this far. Then it was me and Gang Lai. Gang Lai kicked, and the wind in that plaza split in 2. I mean that the air on the left of his leg went completely calm, and the air on the right became a storm, in a straight line, all the way to the wall. I cut the momentum out of it with sword chi, which is a thing I had never tried, and which worked because momentum is a direction, and a direction can be severed, so he escalated, and I raised the sword. Every blade in the front 3 rows of that plaza came out of its sheath, not moved, came out, into the air, and hung there for a heartbeat, and then went where I was going. Gang Lai went backwards across the platform with 100 borrowed swords arriving in front of him, and he took it standing, which I still think about. Then he bowed. That last strike was brilliant, he said. Be careful of Li Guang. I spent the next 4 minutes walking around the plaza, planting 100 swords point down in the ground in a neat row so their owners could find them, because I had not asked permission and my mother was watching. 3 of last year's top 10 went off the list that day. Zhou Shu, Jiang Kai, Xu Xuan. The final stage is a round robin among the 10 of us. Cao Xiang conceded to me on sight. So did Fang Xing, politely, without embarrassment, which is a thing that takes more spine than fighting. Su Yu did not concede. She came out with the Azure Bird seal and gave me everything she had, and that seal has exactly 1 weak point in it, and I found it with 1 strike, and afterwards she looked at the broken halves of it and said, I have to admit it. Only you can compete with Li Guang. Han Dong brought out both demon arms for me. I used the Overlord Fist. The first move ate the blue arm whole, the way it had eaten corpse demon true chi in a forest, and the second move, dominate the area, put him back 10 steps. He stopped and put his hands up. I'm not fighting anymore, he said cheerfully. You're amazing. And in the core disciples box, 4 people were watching all of this. Fan Yu, 4th core disciple, said, boring. Mo Zichen, the young master who had spent 2 years not being himself and was now himself again, disagreed, and the way he put it has stayed with me. Li Guang is a sharp knife, he said. Too much sharpness breaks. Li Xuan is a lake. And Su Mei, who had not said 1 word all day, said, Li Guang is going to lose. 5 of the 10 platforms were already rubble by the time we got to it. He opened with 11 strikes at full power, which is his opening for everyone, and which nobody in the inner sect has ever taken all of. I took all 11. Among the inner disciples, he said, you're the only one who can stand through my 11. And then we fought for an hour. From platform to platform. Off the platforms and across the ground. Off the ground and into the air. 100 moves, 200, 500, 1,000. Here is what was actually happening, because from outside it looked like 2 teenagers refusing to be sensible. My half-step of sword intent could not overcome his sword momentum, because momentum is not a technique, it is an accumulation, and he has 1,000 kills in it, and his speed could not overcome my sword intent, because you cannot outrun a thing that is already at the end of the movement waiting for you, which meant that the entire contest came down to which of us was willing to keep standing there. He threw a thunderbolt that shakes the world, and I met it with a fist wrapped in black light. The second exchange put red in his mouth. And the third one he opened with a fist wreathed in that crackling red lightning of his, which does not care about defenses, it goes through them the way it goes through everything. I answered with the third move of the Overlord Fist, which opens like an umbrella of black light and shields while it strikes, and which I had been holding back for exactly 1 occasion. We both went 100 meters. He landed first, put his saber into the ground, and used it to stay upright, and grinned at me across the wreckage of the Flowing Cloud Sect's martial arts plaza. That, he said, was satisfying. You were the better man today. There's always tomorrow. Final ranking. First, Li Xuan. Perfect record, no losses. Second, Li Guang. Third, Gang Li. Fourth, Han Dong. Fifth, Song Lan. Sixth, Su Yu. Seventh, Xuan Feng. Eighth, Xuan Tao. Ninth, Fang Xing. 10th, Chao Xiang. My father stood up in the VIP ring and announced to 3,000 people at a volume that did not require assistance that his son was the #1 disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect and the first genius in the entire history of the Ye family. My mother told him to sit down and stop embarrassing them. He did not sit down. 2 city lords from Luo City queued up afterwards to invite my parents to dinner, and my father accepted all of it, and I stood behind him and let him have the afternoon because he had earned it more than I had. 16 years old with half a step of sword intent. Within a week, that was in every restaurant in the country. The prize was 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is 100,000 taels of gold, and an earth-grade low-level manual, which is worth millions and is not sold outside a sect at any price. And one more thing, which the Elder Council had voted on that morning. The #1 inner disciple accompanies the sect's congratulatory delegation to Emerald Valley on the 9th day of the 7th month, to the banquet for the Emerald Prince, into the valley where a girl in pale blue had told me that a dragon does not dwell with a snake. I want to end this part honestly, though, because it was not all applause. That evening, 2 of the inner elders were talking on the terrace, and I heard about 4 sentences of it that I was not meant to hear. One of them said that some people were looking forward to watching Li Xuan grow up, and the other one said that others intended to cut him down before he did, and then he said the part I have never forgotten. Zhu Lieyang is not the only one. The Earth-grade manual they gave me was a sword art called Jingyun Swordplay, and it is built on exactly the thing I had been sitting under a waterfall trying to understand. Clouds. The whole art changes shape while it is happening. It has a line in the preface that I have thought about since, which is that the wind stops and the clouds startle. Half a month later, I took it into the Silent Mountain Range and found 2 top-level 4 beasts and let both of them see me at once, a thorn demon wolf and a silver lightning demon bull, both about the size of a house, and then I fought them without using the sword intent at all, on purpose, for a long time, because the only way to find out what a sword art is actually worth is to make it carry the whole weight by itself. It carried it. Then I put sword intent behind 2 strikes and put both of them through the forehead and collected 2 inner cores the size of rice bowls, worth about 10,000 taels of gold apiece. And then I went home, and about 4 minutes later, Zhu Lieyang arrived at the bodies. I did not know that until much later. He had men waiting at the foot of that mountain to take me the moment I came down alone, and he had come up to make sure of it personally, and he arrived to find 2 level 4 corpses cooling, and no boy. He was still standing there swearing when a level 6 black python several dozen miles away, which had been drawn across half a mountain range by the noise I had made, fired a beam of dark light the thickness of a bucket at the source of the disturbance. It carved a ravine through 3 ridges on the way. Zhu Lieyang survived it, in pieces of clothing, coming apart at every seam, lying in a trench that had not existed 40 seconds earlier. "You little beast," he said to nobody. "You must have brought that thing here." I want to state clearly that I did not know any of that had happened until a very long time afterwards. I have never worked out whether that makes it funnier or worse. Meanwhile, 70,000 alai away, 3 girls were sitting by a lake in Emerald Valley when a round-faced junior came running with gossip. The Flowing Cloud sect's ranking tournament had produced 2 names worth repeating. One was Li Guang, which surprised nobody, and the other one had won it. 16 years old, half a step of sword intent, the whole of Tianfeng country talking about him. Called Li Xuan. Li Ruo went very still. And Gu Qingning went still next to her, and after a while, one of them said that it must be somebody with the same name, and the other one agreed, and they changed the subject, and neither of them believed it for a second. Emerald Valley is 70,000 li from my sect, and on the 7th day of the 7th month, nobody in the Flowing Cloud sect had packed anything, which worried me until a deacon came to fetch me, and I found out why. We have a Skywind Vulture, level 5 beast, king of the Devil's Great Prairie, 10-meter wingspan, feathers the color of dark blue metal, 40,000 li in a day, faster than sound, and about 10 times the speed of the half-demon horse I had paid 60,000 taels for and then had stolen by an innkeeper. They are nearly impossible to catch and very nearly impossible to tame, and my 9th rank sect has one, and it is the single most valuable thing we own. 5 of us went. The Grand Elder, the 4th Elder, Mo Zichen, Su Mei, and me. On the way I mentioned, in passing, that I had just finished learning Jingyun swordplay. Mo Zichen turned around on the back of a flying beast. "Just finished," he said. "About a month." He explained to me, slowly, the way you explain to someone who has broken something expensive without noticing, that an Earth-grade sword art takes him half a year, and that the only person in our sect who could do it in 3 or 4 months is Rong Ling, and that she is the great disciple and 22 years old. Then we hit the flesh demons. They come in swarms above the cloud layer, and you count their mouths to work out how bad the day is going to be. The 4th Elder set fire to a field of them, casually, the way you would sweep a step, and then a level 5 came up through the cloud, about the size of a small mountain, and the Grand Elder cut it in half with one finger, the purple light finger, Earth grade, intermediate. It took me more than 10 years to master this, he said. He was not talking to the fourth elder when he said it. He said it looking directly at me, and he held the look, and I understood the entire sentence, which was, whatever is happening to you is not normal, and I have noticed, and I am telling you that I have noticed. The sky above Tianfeng country that week was quite busy. Northern Snow Villa went past us on an enormous white bird. Yu on the front of it, and behind him a young man with a completely ordinary face whose eyes had started to change because Song Wei's gaze had begun to sharpen in a way that only happens on the road to saber intent. Their elder said, loudly enough to carry, that the Flowing Cloud sect had got lucky and suddenly produced a disciple with half a step of sword intent. And Song Wei's head came round, and something behind his face switched on. The Southern Luo sect came through the rain on a black-scaled beast like an enormous loach, with Nanggong Yun and He Lanying on it, and He Lanying was considerably stronger than the last time I had seen her. And the Purple Sun sect arrived on a two-headed king bat, with Feng Hao on it, and beside him a boy whose entire job appeared to be agreeing. Emerald Valley has 1,332 peaks and 9,800 lakes. The rock in those peaks contains something they call fragrant jade, and the whole valley smells faintly of it, all the time, everywhere, which after 2 days makes you want to lie down. Our Grand Elder had one sour comment as we came in over the ridge, and it is the most useful thing anybody told me about this country. 3,000 years ago, that valley belonged to the Mountain and Water Pavilion, which was a 6th-rank sect. Emerald Valley's first valley master did not build any of this. He found a fragment of the Mountain and Water Manual in the ruins of somebody else's collapse, and everything since has been built on that one piece of luck. We landed, and a Purple Sun disciple called Zhu Li mocked us from the air on his way past, and our fourth elder shouted something back that I will not repeat, and I finally asked why. It is public history, and everybody had assumed I knew it. During the war on the remains of the Nine Nether sect, the Purple Sun sect tricked the Flowing Cloud sect into taking a position that gutted our best people in a single engagement, and we came out of that war a 9th-rank sect and have been one ever since. And the Flowing Cloud sect answered, some years later, by maneuvering the previous Purple Sun sect master into a place where something else killed him. That is why. Nobody in either sect has ever pretended otherwise. And on the lakeside road below us, walking under the fragrant jade cliffs, there was a girl in pale blue with a young man in green beside her, Gu Qingning, and Kong Wudi, 3rd core disciple of Emerald Valley, whose nickname is the Stone Man. She looked up, she saw me, and I watched her try to fit the boy she had come up a mountain to discard 11 months earlier into the Flowing Cloud sect delegation standing on the landing terrace at the top of the receiving line. She could not do it. Her face did the whole thing in about 2 seconds, and then closed. I did not say anything to her. I did not have to. I had said it all already, by the screen wall, and I had said it in one sentence, and now the sentence was standing on a terrace in her own valley with a sword on its hip. They put us in the Green Willow residence, which is a courtyard on the water, and He Lanying found me there that evening. She is at Condensing Reality late stage now, and she came straight to the point, because she is that kind of person. How did you grasp half a step of sword intent? And I gave her an answer that was, and I want to be honest here, deliberate nonsense arranged to sound profound. I told her that the spirit, under the influence of nature, merges perfectly into a single point, and is then expressed in the shape of a sword. Every word of that is technically true, and none of it is useful. She went away glowing, swearing on everything she had that she would never repeat it to anyone. And she left me something in exchange, because she is fair, which is a thin book with a plain cover and no title stamped on the spine. It is called The Sword Classic. She had studied it for a long time and got almost nothing out of it. I opened it that night with about half an hour before bed. Across the valley, at the same hour, Kong Wudi was punching a hole in his own courtyard wall. He had gone to Gu Qingning's gate and been turned away at it in front of his own juniors, and he had come home and taken it out on the masonry. And Kui Shiming, who still had a shoulder that ached in the rain courtesy of a third-floor restaurant in Luo City, came to visit him with a piece of information. Li Xuan of the Flowing Cloud sect used to be engaged to Gu Qingning. Kong Wudi's plan, worked out that night and reported to me afterwards by somebody who had been in the room, was this. At tomorrow's banquet, he would challenge me by name, in front of 5 sects, and make me lose so completely and so publicly that I came apart, preferably permanently, because a swordsman who loses faith in himself loses his sword intent, and it does not come back, and after that you can cripple him and everybody will agree it was a sparring accident. Meanwhile, I was reading a book. The Sword Classic is 13 pages long. It has no techniques in it. It is not a manual. It is 13 pages of ancient swordsmen writing down what they actually thought about while holding a sword, and what happens to a person's mind on the way to sword intent, and what the last stretch of it feels like from the inside. I read it in under half an hour. and people in 3 neighboring courtyards reported afterwards that sometime around midnight something sharp went past the windows, and that the lamps guttered, and that a servant found a line cut into a stone lantern in the morning and could not explain it. My half-step got thicker. That is the only way I can describe it. It stopped being a gap and became a membrane, a thin veil of light between me and the thing itself. I sat there in the dark with a 13-page book on my knees and said out loud, I really do have to thank you, Hilanying. She had that book for 2 years and got almost nothing out of it. The banquet was at the Manhwa Plaza, and the first thing that happened was the seating. 5 sects, Emerald Valley in the center, Northern Snow Villa, the Southern Luo sect, and the Purple Sun sect around them, and the Flowing Cloud sect last. Not last on one side, last. The final table, at the far end, where the servants come in. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody needed to. That is what a seating plan is for. Valley Master Jiang Lingqiao came out and welcomed everybody, and I want to describe him accurately. Gentle, bearded, scholarly, speaks softly and lets other people finish. In the novels of my old world, that man is the villain for 400 pages, and everybody finds out on the last one. Then the Emerald Prince walked out, Zhang Yue, embracing Yuan realm, early stage, and giving off the pressure of the middle stage, and the thing everybody in that plaza had already heard was what he did on the day he broke through. He killed an intermediate ghost guard of the corpse ghost Taoist. 1 palm. The applause went on for a while. Then Feng Hao's flatterer stood up and proposed sweetly that since the country's 4 young masters had been named years ago and circumstances change, perhaps the list should be revisited, and perhaps Mo Zichen, who had lost to his own great disciple and then gone quiet for 2 years, might no longer belong on it, and perhaps Feng Hao, who had legs, might be titled the Divine Legs Young Master. Our table did not react, which cost us something. The sparring started, and the first one was Su Mei. The Purple Sun sect put up Zhang Qing, whose cousin she had put on the floor of the Northwest auction house in front of 200 people. She told him it would take 10 moves. It took 3. He came out with Purple Sun Sword Chi, which is a real art, and she lit the 8th level of the 3-day Golden Crack skill and broke it, and then she broke him. 3 moves, somebody at the Emerald Valley table said in genuine astonishment, and you are already at this level. Then Kong Wudi sent Xuanyang, because Kong Wudi was not going to be seen taking revenge personally. Xuanyang is Emerald Valley's #1 inner disciple, condensing reality late stage at the peak, and his actual combat power puts him inside their top 15 core disciples, and the instruction he was given was, be ruthless, and do not let him have it easy. Xuanyang came to our table to deliver the challenge, and since he was there anyway, told my grand elder to his face, with your strength, you would be nothing more than an ordinary inner sect disciple in Emerald Valley. And I stood up and said the thing that made my own grand elder go gray. If I cannot defeat you within 5 moves, I will consider myself defeated. Mo Zichen said under his breath that this was impulsive. Su Mei said, not necessarily. Move 1. Jing Yun's swordplay drifts, because that is what clouds do, and his blade of light went through an afterimage. Move 2. He put up an innate purple crystal chi barrier, which is an application of Emerald Valley's own Earth-grade innate great crack force, and which is supposed to be the end of the conversation. My half-step of sword intent went through it, and it shattered. At the Emerald Valley table, Kong Wudi crushed a teacup. Move 3. He tore the air with a palm strike, and I answered with dominate the area, and then the clouds soar without limits took the edge off his palm and put red in his mouth, and Xuanyang, with his eyes gone bloodshot, forced his own breakthrough on the spot. 8th level at the peak, in the middle of a fight, which is either magnificent or suicidal and is usually both, and he threw a phantom side blade at me. Under that pressure, I broke through too. Ningzhen middle peak into condensing reality late stage, standing on a stone floor in front of 5 sects, without meaning to. Move 4. I cut once, and every sword at the Emerald Valley tables tried to leave its sheath. Their own inner elder had to reach out and sever the pull before 100 blades came off 100 hips in the middle of their own banquet. The sword chi halved the phantom blade and opened Xuanyang's chest to the bone, and I steered it aside at the end, deliberately, because on the original line, he would have come apart. You lost, I said. 4 moves. I had promised 5. Xuanyang's grandfather, who is an inner elder of Emerald Valley, slapped at me across 10 meters of open air from his seat, and my grand elder broke the palm in the air and stood up. Xuan Guang, do not push your luck. Li Xuan has already shown mercy. Jiang Lingxiao said something gentle, and everybody sat down, and Gu Qingning watched the entire thing from the 2nd row. She did not look at Kong Wudi once, not when the barrier broke, not when the swords moved, not afterwards. After that, the young master duels started properly, and I got to watch the tier above me work. Yu Yue of Northern Snow Villa challenged Nanggong Yun of the Southern Luo sect. Yu Yue uses the 8 forms of mountain opening and hits like a landslide, and Nanggong Yun uses the Heavenly One Holy Water technique, which turns true chi into heavy water. 1 drop of it weighs hundreds of jin. At its highest expression, one drop weighs 10,000. It ended with a tiger shark made of water, 20 meters long, swallowing both the blade light and Yu Yue whole. And then Yu Yue burst it from the inside. Nangong Yun came out of that with red at the mouth. Yu Yu came out of it, coming apart at every seam he had, upright, refusing help. Losing is losing, he said to the people trying to hold him. Who do you think I am? And Song Wei, who had not moved all evening, told him the truth afterwards in 6 words. Your knife was a third too slow. Then Feng Hao stood up and asked Mo Zichen for the young master title. How is anyone supposed to be convinced, he said, if you simply keep hoarding it? His first kick was thrown at about 90% and Mo Zichen blocked it standing still. Violet extremity art, 9th level. Purple chi comes from the east. A bridge of purple light going up out of his shoulders into the empty air. I was reading both of them and it was like looking at 2 different weather systems. Mo Zichen is a mountain that has decided not to move. Feng Hao is a volcano that has decided the same thing and is lying about it. Then Mo Zichen brought out a second Earth-grade art, the Great Stele Heavenly King Fist, which told everyone at that plaza something important, which is that the sect master trusts his son with 2 of them, and Feng Hao showed what he actually is. His saber art and his leg art were never 2 arts. They are one art, split into halves so he could train them separately and faster, and that night he put them back together, cut off dragon's legs, a kick that arrives as a battle blade with the body of a dying dragon riding on it. The purple stele cracked, then it shattered, and Mo Zichen came out of the wreckage of it still standing. And while 3,000 people were watching that, I was listening to something else, because soul power does not only reach further than hearing, it reaches into the places people put things they do not want overheard, and the Grand Elder of the Purple Sun sect was passing a message to one of his own by true chi, quietly, 3 tables away, in the middle of the applause. Julia Yang had failed to kill me. Julia Yang was to try again, and this time Julia Yang was to kill Mo Zichen as well, so that the Flowing Cloud sect, in the words the man actually used, could never recover. Mo Zichen and Feng Hao went 300 moves, then 500, then 600. Zhang Lingxiao put a burst of energy between them and stopped it, and he was right to, because at their level, a genuine decision would have taken 2,000 moves and they would have emptied themselves into a stone floor to get it. The Purple Sun Grand Elder made a noise. It seems it's impossible for you to beat me today, said Mo Zichen, breathing hard. You didn't beat me either. No. Today's battle decides the future, and the title is still there for you to take. Then Xiaotian picked Song Wei, and I finally got to watch the Northern Snow quick blade work. I've always heard that your blade is fast, Xiaotian said. Faster even than the Northern Snow young master. I wonder whether that's true. You will lose, said Song Wei. It's a bit early to talk about winning and losing, don't you think? And Song Wei said the single most Song Wei sentence available. My blade is built on speed. Either you beat me quickly, or I beat you quickly. There is no third possibility. Then he left the sky-splitting blade at the edge of the ring, the 5.7 million tail saber that generates its own saber chi, and picked up an ordinary sword from the rack instead. Because he wanted it to be about him. First draw, the azure chi layer around Xiaotian was already open before anybody saw the arm move. Xiaotian stopped smiling and put on armor, actual armor, a shell of azure true chi with horns coming off the edges of it that made him look like something out of a temple painting, and Song Wei hammered it. There is no figure to describe because there was no figure. There was a line of white light going back and forward across that ring, and a metallic clang every time it touched, over and over, until the count reached 31. The 31st cut was different. It came out solid, and it came out long, tens of meters long, exaggerated, and it went through his waist. Then Song Wei sheathed and walked back to his seat, and half the plaza thought he had given up. And then Xiaotian's armor exploded off him, and he was standing there, the color of paper. The people around me were shouting. I was doing something else, which was working out what I had just seen, and I said it out loud, and Mo Zichen and Sume both turned round. Of every art there is, nothing is invincible except speed, and speed is not only speed. When it goes past a certain point, it becomes attack power. Past that point, a leaf will go through iron plate. Those 31 cuts were not an assault. They were a search. 30 of them were looking for the seam, and one of them used it. And then the sparring was over, and Kong Wudi stood up. He came at it exactly the way he had planned it, which was with a compliment. Li Xuan, your strength is impressive. There are not many young masters in Tianfeng country who could beat you. I wonder whether you would accept a challenge from me. Of course, if you decline, I won't force you. It would simply be a pity. 5 sects heard him say that I was worth fighting, which meant that when he broke me, nobody could say he had picked on a junior, and when he crippled me afterwards, it would be a tragedy. All right, I said. He lit up, glass and gold at the same time, all through his skin and his hair and his eyes, so that he stopped looking like meat and started looking like a temple ornament. The glazed technique at the 9th level, the glazed golden body. It is the best low-grade earth defense art Emerald Valley owns, and at the 9th level, it does not take a blade, it does not take a spear, and it does not care about fire or water. Somebody at the Northern Snow Table said out loud that I had no chance at all, and the only question was how many moves. I've cultivated a defensive art as well, I said. Let's see whose is stronger. And I turned to Jade. Not the faint sheen I had been hiding under a sleeve for a year. All of it. Skin like carved stone, the lines of the muscle going hard and defined, the whole surface catching the light. The Jade tempering body strengthening art, 5th secret. Vajra Jade body, at major achievement. The plaza went up. Because Kong Wudi is called the Stone Man for exactly one reason, and a 16-year-old from a 9th rank sect had just walked out and matched him at the only thing he is famous for. He came in fast, 3 meters out, and threw a simple straight punch with nothing decorative on it. I threw one back. 2 fists with no true chi in them at all met in the middle, and the ground under us dented, and we both went backwards. He was genuinely surprised, and he had earned the right to be. Kong Wudi once killed a top-level 3 beast with bare hands and has taken hits from a level 4. He is 2 or 3 years older than me, and a boy who had also spent his year learning swordsmanship had just matched his strength, so he stopped trying to be elegant. 100 moves, and then he abandoned defense entirely and simply started hitting me as fast as he could, on the assumption that 2 men trading damage is a contest that the stronger body wins. I made the same decision about 4 seconds later and stopped defending too. I do not know how many punches went in, neither did he. We hit each other everywhere there is, including several times in the head, while 400 disciples of 5 sects watched 2 teenagers behave like a pair of collapsing walls, and somebody at the back shouted that we were both insane. Then he brought out the Heavenly Gang explosive fist, low-grade earth, and it counters almost everything because the force does not stop on contact. It goes in and then it detonates from the inside like a charge. My Overlord fist was suppressed for the first time since I had learned it. So I went to the sword and put half a step of sword intent into a cloud-hidden strike, and we held. Sword chi against detonation, back and forward, neither of us winning. And Mo Zykan, watching, said quietly that sword intent is the only reason I was holding, because sword intent has a sharpness of its own, and when you fold it into sword chi, the chi stops being fragile. Then Kong Wudi threw both fists, 2 dragons out of the sea, golden light across half the plaza, no shape visible inside it, just noise arriving in advance of the thing making it. And that was the first time in this world that I had come up against something I could not simply outthink. So I used the other sword. I stepped forward with the left foot, raised the blade with the right hand, poured everything I have into a single point, and cut. Nobody saw the motion. I have been told that by 11 separate people. What they saw was a thick line of white going through the middle of the golden light, and the golden light coming apart on both sides of it like spring snow under a torch, and a cut opening along Kong Wudi's ribs. He did not react. It took him a full second to find out it had happened. At the head table, Jiangling Xiao put his cup down and said the name of it, one word at a time. Refining Heart Sword. He explained it to his own people while the plaza was still silent, and I want to put his explanation down here because it is the best account of that technique I have heard. In ancient times, a swordsman created one move to avenge his family. That is all he ever made. 1. To use it, your mind, your hand, your eye, and your body have to be perfectly unified, and that is only the entrance requirement. After that, you have to be willing to use the sword as a conduit and empty an entire instant of yourself through it in order to kill somebody stronger than you are. And afterwards, you are weak and empty, and if you do it wrong, your cultivation goes with it. Ordinary swordsmen cannot throw it, only the pure-hearted or those who have touched sword intent. He Lanying's mouth opened and did not close, and she was the only person in that plaza who knew the whole joke. The sword manual she had given me did not contain the refining heart sword. It contained a paragraph describing it. Kong Wudi coughed and could not stand up. The golden body was gone. 3 months to get it back, minimum, and until then, his combat power was below a Ningjin early-stage disciple. An Emerald Valley inner elder came and helped him off the plaza. I sat back down at the last table in the room and let my face go pale and my hands shake a little, because everybody knows the refining heart sword leaves you empty, and it was useful for everybody to keep believing that. My soul power is strong enough that I could have thrown it 3 or 4 more times that evening. Over at the Purple Sun table, they were having the same conversation, and I listened to all of it. That kid is terrifying, one of them said. What else is he hiding? Can Julie Yang even handle him? And their grand elder said, do not underestimate Julie Yang. He has killed geniuses better than this one. We will simply warn him about that sword strike, and after that sword strike, the boy has nothing left. And the first one said, of course, why did I not think of that? I sat 4 tables away with a cup in my hand and let them plan it. That night, in a closed hall with no disciples in it, the elders of 4 sects sat down with Xianxia, and my grand elder came back from it and told the delegation what had been said, because he thought we ought to know. Emerald Valley's intelligence people had found a branch of Corpse Ghost Mountain, not the Corpse Ghost Taoist himself, a nursery, the place where he grows his ghost guards. They come in 4 grades. The lowest is about equal to a condensing reality late-stage martial artist, then embracing Yuan early, then middle, and the top grade is embracing Yuan late stage, and every grade has a captain who is the best of it. And the reason he can produce them faster than any sect can produce disciples is that he found a manual somewhere that burns a person's potential to buy speed. An ordinary man on that manual cultivates faster than a genius, and almost none of them live past 40, which, as my grand elder pointed out, explains everything about how those men behave. They have until they are 40, and they know it to the month, and there is nothing left in the world that they are afraid of. The plan was 5 sects, each sending 3 embracing Yuan late stage, 7 middle stage, and 15 early stage, over 100 men, on the 8th day of the 8th month. And Zhang Lingxiao ended the meeting with a warning that everybody wrote off as courtesy. He said he suspected that Corpse Ghost Mountain had already put people inside Emerald Valley, and that the delegation should be careful going home. That night, from a courtyard on the other side of the valley, an insect with 4 pairs of wings took off and went east. 20,000 li out from Emerald Valley, on the back of a flying beast, I started counting insects. They were the size and shape of a chopstick, black, with 4 pairs of thin glossy wings and a head that was one solid ball of compound eye. They went past us in 1s and 2s, and everybody else was going at speed and did not notice, and I counted 9 of them before I said anything. The Grand Elder stopped the Skywind Vulture and caught one out of the air. It broke his true chi barrier and left. The 4th Elder said the name, 1 word at a time. 4 winged black demon insect. They are the Corpse Ghost Taoist Scouts. As strong as a level 3 beast, faster than anything that size has a right to be, and used for exactly one purpose, which Mo Zichin explained while the Grand Elder was still staring at his empty hand. Every move we have made is being watched, said the Grand Elder, and they are already close. 3 figures came out of the cloud in black robes with gold trim and cloaks with ghost patterns on them. 5, said the one in front pleasantly. Not one missing. Who are you? The ones who are going to kill you. The first attack was a saber wave 10s of meters wide that came out of the cloud and reached us in about a second, and the Grand Elder shattered it with a fingertip. The 4th Elder answered with the burning heaven palm and boiled a piece of the sky, and then the leader put his hand down. A true chi palm the size of a small hill came out of the cloud on top of us. The Skywind Vulture put us into a dive, and that palm went past close enough to move my hair and pulverized a section of cloud, and we came down onto a mountaintop with the whole sky coming down behind us. You 3 do not separate, said the Grand Elder, hitting the ground. Zikin. At the critical moment, use the Silver Light Thunderball. Then 2 embracing Yuan late-stage men and our 2 elders started taking a mountain range apart, and the 3rd one went after our Skywind Vulture, and several hundred black dots came up the slope toward us. Mo Zichin flicked a silver iron ball underhand at the first man over the ridge, who was embracing Yuan early stage, and there was a burst of silver lightning, and then there was a crater 10 meters deep, and no man. Sume lit 2 halos behind her head, and then a 3rd, which I had never seen, and 3 men's backs came open at once. Mo Zichin ran Violet Extremity at the 9th level with the purple bridge going up out of his shoulders and dropped a 10-meter steely of purple light on 4 of them together. And I found out what a year had actually bought me. I did not dodge anything. I stood there with the Vajra Jade body on under a Chunjun protective aura, 2 layers, and cut without turning around, and the ones who reached me did not reach me twice. Somebody out in the dark shouted that I had grasped half of the sword intent and could not be allowed to live, and after that they came at me 7 and 8 at a time, and I used the cloud soar without limits and took 3 of them apart in one strike and put the rest on the ground. And then the captain, from 1,000 meters up, dropped a true chi hand across half the mountain. He killed most of his own men to do it. He did not hesitate for a moment. The ground sank 3 feet. All 3 of us came apart at every seam at once, and I want to be clear that the palm had not landed. That was the pressure ahead of it, and Mo Zichin crushed something in his fist. A crystal ball the size of a dragon's eye, with red light inside it, and out of it came a shield a foot thick that took the palm and ground it down to nothing over about 4 seconds. It is called a Yuan Light Orb. It came out of the ruins of the Puppet Sect, the same 5,000-year-old 5th rank sect that built the wooden guards in the wooden dummy alley, and the sect master had put it in his son's hand before we left. I looked at it for slightly too long, because I had one exactly like it in my ring. Blue instead of red, thrown to me at a city gate by a cousin who said he had no idea what it was but thought it looked nice. I did not ask, Some questions you save. Meanwhile, the third ghost guard had taken our Skywind vulture out of the sky and was coming up the hill, so the three of us hit him at once, purple steely and sword chi and golden light, and he brushed all three off with one turn of his blade, straight into the square of 4 silver light thunderballs that Mo Zikan had laid down around us 20 minutes earlier, before any of it started, because that is the kind of man he is. 4 of them, at once. What came out of it was still standing, charred through to somewhere structural, smoking, and when he tried to spit, he produced steam. I will make sure none of you have a grave, he said, and then the cracks in his skin lit up red from underneath, and something molten started coming through them, and it melted Mo Zichen's purple steely down to raw origin chi in about a second and a half. And he said, "Let's all go together. Crimson Devil Disintegration." The mountain went first. 4 thunderballs had already broken it, and sword chi and fist force and a 10-meter steely had finished the job, and the entire peak sheared off under him and took him down with it before he could finish. He detonated inside several thousand tons of rock. The whole ridge tilted sideways. All 3 of us were in the air by then, because all 3 of us can fly briefly, and we hung there and watched a mountain fall over. "That," said Mo Zichen, "was close. I did not know he had learned the Crimson Devil Disintegration." "Who from?" "The Crimson Demon True Person, one of the 108 great ghost generals of the 9 Nether sect, and ranked higher than the Corpse Ghost Taoist. 50 years ago, he was a core disciple of the Crimson sect of Tualuo country. Then he defected. I filed that away. I had no idea at the time how thoroughly that particular file was going to matter. The 2 surviving captains broke off. Our Grand Elder let them go. Never chase a desperate man, he said, particularly when catching him would not help. The sect sent a wooden crow to fetch us. Actual wood, hundreds of small black pieces with gemstone eyes, and you feed it a mid-grade spirit stone through a hatch in its belly, and it flies 30,000 li a day. Puppet sect again, 5,000 years dead, and still doing more for us than most of our living allies. Back home I went to the waterfall, every noon, for weeks. Sit until the river stops. Draw. Cut it in half. Watch it come back. I got good enough at it that I could lift the entire falling column with one hand and turn it into a sword of water 40 feet high, throwing rainbows, and put it through the side of the mountain. Which is a thing that should require embracing Yuan True Chi, and which I was doing on half a step of sword intent and stubbornness, and it did not get me one finger closer. I have described this to people since, and the best I can do is this. There is a room. Inside the room there is a sword. There is a curtain over the doorway, and I can see both the curtain and the sword through it. And every single time I reach for the curtain, my hand closes on nothing at all, and the harder I want it, the further away the whole room goes. Some things cannot be forced. I knew that. I kept reaching anyway, because knowing a thing and being able to stop doing it are different departments. Li Guang came and found me at the Tengyun Hall about a month later. "It's been over a month," he said. "If your progress isn't obvious, you might lose to me this time." "There has been progress," I said. "You are getting further away." He opened with bloodshot into the sky, which seals every direction at once and leaves you with nothing to do but stand there and take it. I drew once. Nobody saw it. There was a thin white line, and then I was standing behind him, and his saber was in a stone pillar at the edge of the plaza, and his robe had opened under the ribs in a cut about 4 inches long. "Your swordsmanship is very good," I said. "Unfortunately, I have already gone up a level. You are not my opponent anymore." Li Guang stood there for a while. The plaza was completely silent, and then it was not, and by the time it had finished, I had already left. Zhao Wuji, incidentally, never got his rematch. He had told me to make Inner Disciple within 5 months, and then wait for him. I made it in 4. And at the ranking tournament he ran into Xuanfeng in round 7 and was beaten with a single sword and told to practice for another year, and he never reached me at all. That is how most rematches in this world actually end, not with the duel, with somebody else getting there first. And then 2 things happened in the same week that decided the rest of my year. The first one was that the 8th of the 8th month fell apart. The Purple Sun sect had an inner elder who had been a man of the Corpse Ghost Taoist for 15 years. 15. He found out about the joint raid on the branch, he sent word, and another inner elder caught him doing it. 4 on 1. An inner elder and 3 outer elders. He killed all 4 and walked out of the Purple Sun sect, and the raid never happened, and the entire country spent a fortnight quietly recalculating who else might have been sitting in a chair for 15 years. And the second thing was the Tianmeng Ancient Land. It opens once every 10 years. It is in a spatial rift in the great desert between the 9 kingdoms, and you cannot see it with your eyes or find it with mental energy until it is open. Inside it there are palaces and mountains and tombs underwater and vaults under the ground, and the entrances are a tree or a rock you have to move or a cliff you have to jump off. And roughly 1 in 10 of the disciples who come out of it come out at embracing Yuan realm. My sect had 4 places. Rongling, Mo Zichen, and Sumei were automatic. The 4th place took an argument, and I was not in the room, and the Grand Elder told me about it afterwards because he thought I had earned the right to know what my own sect said about me when I was not there. Several inner elders said no. His cultivation is clearly inferior to the others. Sending him is unreasonable and illogical. Every place is precious, and we should send people who can actually break through. And the Grand Elder said this: Gu Chengyuan and Fan Yu are good. If they reach embracing Yuan realm, they will be elites, and elites cannot kill above their own level. Li Xuan has half a step of sword intent. Given time, he will comprehend the true sword intent, and if his cultivation reaches embracing Yuan realm by then, I would like one of you to tell me what his combat power will be. Nobody had an answer. The sect master read the 4 names out, and the last 2 words were mine. It is worth knowing what that place actually costs, because Emerald Valley had the same argument on the same week, and one of their elders had the numbers written down. 30 years ago, 645 went in, and 450 came out. 20 years ago, 630 went in, and 410 came out. 10 years ago, 615 went in, 370 came out. This time, he said, the mortality rate will probably go over half. Emerald Valley voted to hedge. 4 of their best, 4 of their spares. Northern Snow Villa refused to hedge. Bing Wushang said the 8 places go to the 8 best, and he did not want to wait another 10 years. And then he told them the only piece of advice he had: an ordinary man is innocent. Possessing a treasure is the crime. And on a mid-September afternoon on Clear Wind Mountain, with all of that arranged and the departure set for the morning, I went and sat under a tree in my own courtyard. It is an ordinary leaf tree. It starts dropping in July, and by the middle of September it goes fast, and a breath of wind will bring 3 or 4 down. I was not training. I want to be exact about that, because it is the entire point. I had stopped wanting it, not decided to stop, stopped. I had spent months reaching for a curtain, and the reaching had finally worn out somewhere, and I sat down under that tree with nothing I was trying to achieve and let my mind go somewhere else and forgot about the sword, and about the ancient land, and about myself. Hours went past. I did not notice them going. I collected about a dozen dead leaves in my hair and on my shoulders. A deacon came into the courtyard to fetch me for the sect master and found me sitting there, and being a decent man, said nothing, and stood to one side to wait, because interrupting a martial artist at the wrong moment is how people die. Then the wind came through, and several dozen leaves came off that tree at once and came down in front of me, turning over, and I opened my eyes. I did not move. I did not draw. I did not lift a hand. I looked at them, and every leaf in the air in front of me came apart. Into 2, and then into 4, and then into 8, and then into pieces too small and too many to count, and the whole cloud of it went down onto the flagstones like ash. Behind me the deacon said out loud, in a completely different voice, "Sword intent. That is sword intent." I stood up and shook the rest of the leaves off my sleeves. Half a step is not a distance. It is a door, and doors are not opened by pushing harder, and on the other side of it, both my chi and my soul had changed in kind, and I did not yet know how far, and I was not going to find out on a lawn. "What is it?" I said. "The sect master would like to see you. Lead the way." I did not tell anyone what had happened under that tree, not the sect master, not the Grand Elder, not Sumei. Partly because a thing you announce is a thing people start measuring, mostly because I had 1 night left before we flew, and I wanted to spend it finding out what I actually had rather than describing it to a room. And in the morning we got on the bird and went to the Chigu Desert, which is where the good part starts, and by the good part I mean the part where 660 of us went in, and the number that came out was the worst in the recorded history of the place. The escort my sect sent for 4 teenagers was 10 inner elders and 50 outer elders on 8 Skywind vultures. That is not caution. That is a 9th rank sect flying its entire future across international borders, and knowing it. 3 days out we left Tianfeng country, and the Grand Elder said, out loud, to everybody, that beyond this line danger arrives without introducing itself first. Several of the elders who had actually traveled the Nanzhuo region did not laugh. On the 4th day we went up through a thunderstorm, which a level 5 flying beast simply ignores, and Mo Zichen explained the sky to me while lightning went past us sideways. There are 3 heavens. The first is called Astonishing Heaven, and it holds the 4 extremes of thunder, water, fire, and wind, and anything that is not a martial artist goes up there and comes back down as ash. The second is Extreme Heaven, and you do not go there below Spirit Sea Realm. The third is Heavenly Heaven, and below the life and death realm you do not merely die up there, your soul is erased with you. I looked at Sumei and said, the 3-day golden crack skill, it's named after those. It's a name, she said. In substance it is nowhere near them. A bolt hit us about 4 seconds later, and the Grand Elder put it out with the back of his hand. And then, somewhere over a mountain range with no name on our map, the air currents in front of us went wrong, and a gray column of wind came down out of the cloud with lightning crawling up the inside of it, and there was a man standing in the middle of that. The Grand Elder took us 3 miles off course without discussing it. The column came apart, and the man was suddenly beside us, at altitude, unsupported, middle-aged, sallow, blue robe, sparks moving in his hair, Xianxia realm. I want to describe what that felt like. It was not fear exactly, it was the physical understanding that if this person decided something about me, my opinion was not part of the process. I am the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud sect of Tianfeng country, said our Grand Elder, who is himself a genuinely dangerous man, in the voice of a clerk. The man laughed. The Flowing Cloud sect, that old devil Luo Kongzi's sect. I'm an old friend of his. Call me Stormcloud Master. Our Grand Elder relaxed about 40% and said that when he was young, he had heard the Grand Elder speak of Stormcloud Master, whose heavenly thunder art was famous across the whole Manhwa region. And Stormcloud Master rolled his eyes and said, Luo Kongzi exaggerates. What was I, decades ago? The Nine Nether sect was at its peak back then. I could not even get away in time. He looked at the 4 of us for about 1.5 seconds and said, these kids are decent, train them properly, and then turned into a bolt of lightning and went straight up 10,000 meters and tore a hole in the sky on the way out. Afterwards, the Grand Elder told me a thing I have thought about every year since. Stormcloud Master looks under 50. He is over 100. Once you reach Xianxia realm, barring accidents, you live to about 200, which means everyone at that level is roughly twice the age of their face, and he has been at Xianxia realm for most of a century and has not moved. 99% of the martial artists on this continent never get past embracing Yuan. Of the 1% that do, 99% of those never get past Xianxia. Rongling, who is not a philosopher, put it in the plainest terms available. Talent and comprehension matter, she said. But without an extraordinary encounter, even talent runs out. Qianmeng barely counts as one. If you find a real one in there, you save yourself 20 years. The Chigu Desert is 70 or 80,000 li across, which is larger than my entire country. It used to be 500,000. There was one nation inside it, called the Ancient Emperor Country, and when that empire ended, the desert began shrinking, and nobody has ever explained either half of that sentence to my satisfaction. We came down out of the cloud because the origin chi up there is violent, and 500 miles in, the sky caught fire. An origin chi firestorm. It came down on us as a sheet. The Grand Elder set his feet, breathed once, pointed, and drew a line across it, and the purple light finger cut a firestorm in half. The 4th Elder deliberately did nothing, because he runs fire true chi, and adding it would have cooked all of us. I threw a burst of chi at it because I was 17 and I wanted to help. It evaporated before it arrived. That is a useful thing to have happen to you occasionally. And then we saw the rainbow. It goes up out of the desert floor like a mountain standing on end, blue, thicker than any mountain, and it does not end anywhere you can see. At its base there is a gate of light, 33 zhang high and 45 wide, closed. There were already thousands of people camped around it in a dozen colors of robe. Emerald Valley had arrived first because they are closest, which in this country means a few 100,000 li. 8 of them. I saw Jiang Yue and Xiaotian and Gu Qingning, and I moved my eyes off that group as fast as I decently could. Then I started counting and stopped enjoying myself. Of the several hundred young disciples on that sand, almost all were at condensing reality late stage. More than 80% of them were at what my country calls the quasi-young master level. More than half were at young master level, dozens were at Songwei's level, and 7 or 8 of them, that I could see without trying, were already at embracing Yuan realm. Mozikin came and stood next to me and did the introductions, and I am going to give them to you the way he gave them to me, because you need the latter. The Hidden Dragon ranking runs every 3 years across the whole Nanzhuo region and has 72 places. Below 50th, you are condensing reality late stage at the peak. Inside the top 50, you are embracing Yuan realm. Inside the top 10, embracing Yuan early stage at the peak. And the top 3 are embracing Yuan middle stage, and are considered the equals of the 5 sect masters of my country. 13 ranked names were standing on that sand. Duan Wu Yue, of the Crimson sect of Tuoluo country, which is a 7th rank sect and therefore stronger than Emerald Valley. 22. 54th. He is called One Cut, no red, because when he takes a head, nothing comes out of it, and nobody has ever satisfactorily explained why. He was standing in the middle of 7 of his own people in dark red with gold trim, pale, slim, entirely still, and my soul power read him as something coiled that had decided not to move yet. Then Mo Zichen turned me to the northeast, quickly, before Duan Wu Yue noticed being looked at. He Feng, Tianying stronghold, also Tuoluo country, 23, 59th. They call him the Killer Eagle. I found him without needing to be pointed, because you cannot hide what he is carrying. There is an old line here that I had heard and not understood. Kill 1,000 and your killing intent fills the wilderness. Kill 10,000 and the killing intent turns into evil chi. Evil chi is not a mood. It is a physical property. It adds to your combat power, and it presses on the mind of anyone who looks at you. Li Guang, who is the only man in my entire sect with 1,000 confirmed kills, has the first thing. He Feng has the second. Duan Wuyue kills because killing is what he does. He Feng kills because he enjoys the specific moment when the other person understands. I stared for slightly too long, and he turned around and smiled at me with very white teeth. Mo Zichen and Rongling both went pale and had to look away, because what comes off that man at close range is an image of corpse hills and a red sea, and people with weak wills have vomited from it. Sume did not move, and neither did I, because once you have sword intent, no evil gets in. That is not a metaphor. It cuts the intrusion the way it cuts anything else. He Feng noticed that 2 of 4 were unmoved, and worked out that both of those 2 were only at condensing reality late stage, and licked his lips, and I watched a man decide that killing us was going to be more fun than he had expected. The rest of the list went past in a blur. Wu Xiaoting, 64th, whose weapon opens a single point and puts everything through it. Guo Wen, 61st, called Fleeting Time, whose pure speed alone would rank inside the top 30. Fan Dagang, 69th, the 1,000-pound palm, under which anyone weaker simply folds. Bai Ying, 57th, the hand without trace, whose opponents are generally dead before they identify the technique. And later, Song Yang, 70th, and Feng Wu, 66th. 4 of the 13 came from Tuoluo country alone, which is the strongest of the 24 small nations and produces more geniuses than most medium ones. My country produced one, Jiang Yue. On the morning of the 3rd day, the Grand Elder called the 4 of us over and asked for our storage rings. Mo Zichen asked why, and got an answer that I am extremely glad somebody remembered to give. The Tianmeng ancient land sits inside a spatial rift and is its own small world, and it rejects other spaces absolutely. A storage ring has a spatial crystal in it. Walk through that gate wearing one, and the space you are entering will remove you, and the word the Grand Elder used was dust. We handed them over. He said, without being asked, that a storage ring is private property and nobody would be looking inside. I want to record that I was briefly, genuinely worried about that, because inside mine there are 10,000 spirit stones and a medium-grade storage ring that no inner elder in my sect owns. And then I felt small about it, because he had just flown 60 people across a continent to keep me alive. Half an hour before the gate opened, 2 men who had been hiding in that crowd the whole time broke cover and went for it at supersonic speed, shouting that the ancient land did not belong to the sects and that nobody could stop them. They were embracing Yuan middle stage. Both of them. Not one elder on that sand moved. A few shook their heads. Most laughed. The blue rainbow took them at the threshold, and they were ash before the sound of their own shouting caught up, and it took their storage rings too. The rule, which everybody there knew, and neither of those men had bothered to learn, is that the ancient land admits nobody whose bone age is over 24, not because of a guard, because of the gate. And a bone age cannot be faked by anyone below the life and death realm. Which is also why every sect on that desert was willing to send its very best children in and stand outside for a week doing nothing. Duan Wuyue went in first as a streak of dark red, then the other ranked names, all at once, trailing true chi in a dozen colors, and then 600 of us went in behind them like a locust swarm, and some of them were already fighting each other on the way through the door. And on the sand behind us, a purple sun elder was giving Feng Yan and Feng Hao their instructions by true chi, quietly, in a crowd. Kill any flowing cloud sect disciple you find. Show no mercy. Team up with other sects if it helps, especially the one called Li Xuan. Don't worry, elder, said Feng Hao. I'd have wiped out all 4 of them anyway. And our own 4th elder saw that whole exchange happen and said so, and the Grand Elder answered him with the only sentence available. They go in, and life and death are left to fate. We have to believe they come out. The gate put me in a swamp, not a nice swamp. The kind where the water is warm for reasons it will not explain, and the trees have opinions about you, and something with too many joints keeps moving just outside where you are looking. Also, everybody I could see was already trying to kill somebody. I had been in there about 20 minutes when a stand of trees went up in fire on my left, which is generally a signal that something interesting has been dropped, and I went and looked, and lying in the burnt ring was an iron spear, 2 meters and change, black. Spiral patterns cut down the shaft, square blade with grooves in it, and the flame that came up off it when I touched it looked exactly like it belonged there, as though somebody had made a spear out of a fire and never explained how. A low-grade treasure artifact. My first. A treasure artifact is not just a good weapon, it has a property inside it. Song Wei's sky-splitting blade has one. The tiger-headed greatsword sitting in my storage ring has one. This one had fire, Real fire, the kind that goes where you point it and stays lit underwater. And I stood there in a burning swamp holding 2.5 meters of it and thought, I have nowhere to put this. Because my storage ring was in a desert, in an old man's pocket, 400 miles and one impassable gate away. So I walked around a death world carrying a spear like a farmhand. 5 of them came at me at once, which I want to be clear was a compliment. Kid, put it down. Cut off your own arm and I'll let you live. You were never going to be allowed to keep something like that. 3 of them were what my country calls near young master. 2 of them were young master level. Back home, any one of them would have been the strongest person at a party. I did not draw my sword. That sounds like a boast, and it was one, but it was also arithmetic. My sword was for people who might make me work. The first one led with a palm the size of a millstone. I put the spear through it and through him, and the flame took his head off, and the cut end was black. He's got a treasure artifact. Take him together. Which was the right call about 4 seconds too late. I gave them mountain overlapping peaks off the Lonely Peak 13 swords, with a spear instead of a sword. And it worked because the sword move was never about the sword. The one circling behind me got as far as behind me. The next one I swept in half at the waist. The 4th was slow leaving. The 5th was 300 meters out and starting to feel lucky when the spear went through his chest and pinned him to a tree, and the tree caught and the flames went around it in a spiral. I walked over and pulled it out and thought, that is a very good spear. Then I turned around and said, come out, friend. He landed on a rock in the middle of the swamp. 21, 22. Heavy brows, big eyes, and something wrong behind them. A snake put its head out of the water on his way past, and he kicked it in half without breaking stride. And I noted that, because that snake was a level 3 ancient beast, and my own best punch would not have finished it in 1. Not bad, he said. 5 of your own level in a row. Honestly, I'd rather not kill you. Just cut off an arm. The spear I'm keeping. My name's Cao Li. You think you can take it? He smiled at me the way you smile at a menu. Last Hidden Dragon ranking, I placed 75th. Unfortunately, the ranking only has 72 places. I have thought about that line for years. He was 75th in a list that stops at 72nd. He had been carrying that around like a bruise, and he had turned it into a threat, and it worked on people, because 75th on that continent is a monster. I planted the spear in the mud and drew the cloud-hidden sword. 1 strike, I said. Why does everyone want to die? Don't worry, I won't kill you straight away. I'll take you apart and leave the pieces in a tree. He tapped the rock and the rock exploded and he came at me and his legs alone cut 2 trees down on the way, the cuts flat and polished. And I understood in that moment that Kong Wudi, who had been the most frightening person I had ever fought, was not in this man's league. 1 sword, I said. He went past me. Then he said out loud in a voice full of ordinary confusion, what's going on? I can see my own back. He was still saying it when I sheathed the sword. I did not stay for the rest. Things came out of the swamp for him almost immediately, and by the time I was in the treetops, there was nothing left down there to bury. 2 other things happened at roughly the same time, in 2 other parts of that place, and I only learned about them later, and I am putting them here because you need to know what else was walking around in there with us. At a cave mouth in the mountains, 6 or 7 disciples ran. Some of them were using techniques that damaged the user just to get more speed. Some of them were throwing their explosive pellets backwards without looking. A voice behind them said, you just got here. Why rush off? Duan Wuyue came out through his own explosion, dark red and gold, and cut once, diagonally, and their heads came off, and nothing came out of the cuts. Nothing at all, sealed, as if something invisible had been waiting inside them for exactly that moment. 1 cut, no red. 54th in the world. And by a lake, a group of them found a dragon grass worth 70,000 taels of gold and made enough noise about it to bring the killer eagle. Yifeng looked at people who wanted to run and did not dare and said, anyone who meets me has 1 road and it ends. But I've changed my mind. 3 breaths. Anyone who gets clear of my attack lives. They ran. Of course they ran. At their level you cover 100 meters in a breath, 200 if you are fast, and 3 breaths is a lifetime. Then he crossed his arms and pushed, and the soul-splitting eagles went out of him in every direction. The last man alive was almost a kilometer out. He got a crimson light melting fire bullet out of his coat, one of the ones nobody knows how to make anymore, one of the ones that will kill an embracing Yuan man at the peak of the early stage, and he did not throw it at Yifeng because he was not insane. He threw it behind him and shouted, and it blew the incoming chi blades apart, and he stood there in the smoke with his whole face lit up with the joy of a man who has just survived. The second blade took his head off. I said 1 road, Yifeng told the body walking up. The 3 breaths were a joke. Don't take it seriously. Then he went through the man's coat and took the other 3 bullets. That is who was in there. 660 of us, and that is who was in there. My own swamp ended at a cliff, and beyond the cliff, there was nothing. I mean that. Not fog, not distance. A blank, as if the world had been sold in sections, and this one ended here. I stood on the edge and remembered something sect master Luo Xingli had said before we left, which was that in Tianmeng, the door to a vault might be in a mountain, or under a lake, or directly below your feet if you have the nerve to step off. I had crane shadow step. I could come back up. Probably. I jumped. 500 meters down there was still no bottom, just cloud, and I had just decided that this had been the stupidest possible use of my afternoon when the space under me twisted into a vortex about 10 meters across and swallowed me. My boots hit stone. I was in a corridor, dark, dry, and old, with a little stone shelf every 100 meters, and on every shelf a candle as thick as a child's arm, burning, in a place that had been sealed for 10 years. With sword intent in your chest, the dark stops being a problem, so I walked into it. A few hundred meters in, a side passage, and voices. At the end of that passage was a hall, ancient, expensive, with a crystal chandelier at the top that had clearly never gone out, and along one wall stood 3 doors, each carved with a different design. In front of the doors, about a dozen people were screaming at each other about who had gotten there first. My master is Bai Ying, 57th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Anyone who crosses the Wuxing sect is finished. Get out. I'm from White Deer Cave. My master is Guo Wen. Everyone else leaves. Now. In Tianmeng, life and death are left to fate. If we kill you here, who is ever going to know? Stop talking. Die. I was going to let them get on with it, and then I heard footsteps coming up behind me down the side passage. Not ordinary footsteps. Each one landed with weight in it, restrained, like a storm being polite, embracing Yuan realm. So I stepped out into the hall, on the theory that a room full of people I could kill is safer than a corridor with one person I could not. The shouting stopped. Everybody looked at me. Several of them saw the cloud pattern on my sleeve and started smiling. Flowing Cloud Sect. Tianfeng Country. A 9th rank sect sent someone here? I've never killed a Flowing Cloud disciple. I killed a Northern Snow one once. It was easy. Him first. They had been unable to settle anything among themselves for a quarter of an hour, and they achieved unanimity on me in under 2 seconds, which tells you something about diplomacy. Then a fist came out of the side passage. Not a man, a fist made of true qi, compressed until it looked solid, the size of a cart. It went through the middle of the room, and half of them stopped existing in the direction they had been standing, and it kept going and took a load-bearing pillar out of the wall. The rest ran. The footsteps arrived. He was over 2 meters tall and built like a landslide, and somebody screaming on his way out the door had already told me who it was. Song Yang, Dragon Hu Gate of Xianxia Country, 7th rank sect, 70th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. He looked at the bodies, then at me, standing exactly where I had been. Why didn't you run? I want the treasure too. Why would I run? Ha, confident. Confidence is usually how the young ones die. He put his hands behind his back and did not bother to guard, which was fair, because at a glance I was a condensing reality boy and he was a realm above me. Try it and find out. Something moved behind his eyes. He was working the same problem I would have worked. Nobody's sect sends an idiot into Tianmeng, so if this one is not afraid, why is he not afraid? Then he laughed. Good, you've got nerve. Take 1 punch from me and I won't trouble you again. 1 punch. Fine. He threw it, and the floor cracked apart under the pressure before the fist had gone anywhere, and the walls started popping. That punch would have killed an ordinary embracing Yuan man. It would have taken the top off a hill. I drew. There was one thin line in the air, and for about a quarter of a second the chandelier in that hall lost all of its color, and there was nothing in the world except that line. Then 100 small cracks went off at once, too fast to count, and then one thunderclap, and we both went backwards. He landed staring. Sword intent. It really is sword intent. I sheathed it while I was still in the air, because I am not made of stone, and touched down, and said, "Thank you for the concession." He kept his word too. He also gave me something better than that. "Don't get ideas," he said. "In the last ranking tournament there were several disciples with sword intent. Not one of them ended up invincible." I know. I did know. Sword Dao is 1 road out of 3,000, and sword intent is 1 step along it, and the people who actually stand at the top of the world got there without asking anybody's permission. We were both reaching for our doors when the 3rd set of footsteps started. These ones were wrong in a way I could not immediately name, perfectly even. Each step beginning and ending on exactly the same count as the last, to the fraction. Deliberate and natural at once, and the only word my brain would give me for it was copied. Song Yang's face changed. I know those footsteps. Then, quietly. It's the demon young master, Mo Feng. Barbarian demon sect, Heavenly Serpent Country, 7th rank and top tier of it. 45th in the world. And one of only 2 men inside the top 50 who had not yet reached embracing Yuan realm, which by then I had learned was supposed to be impossible. He came around the corner, average height, thin if anything, and standing still, he gave off the specific impression of being not a person holding a weapon, but a weapon that had learned to stand. Song Yang, you're in my way. I wouldn't dare be. 3 doors, 3 of us. That one's qualified too? Don't underestimate him, he has sword intent. We just traded and neither of us got anywhere. Oh. Mo Feng's eyebrows went up a fraction. Then he's qualified. He walked to the right-hand door. Songyang took the middle. I took what was left because with 3 doors and no information, the choice is a coin. Each door had an invisible barrier on it. Songyang hit his 4 times and broke it. Mo Feng hit his 3 times without releasing so much as a thread of true qi, put both hands into the dent, and tore it open with raw strength. I watched a man rip a barrier apart with his fingers and made a small private note that I was not fighting that. Mine took 3 sword strikes in the same spot. Behind my door was a room with nothing in it except a black coffin. I want to state for the record that I knew. The second I saw it, I knew, and I still walked in, because the alternative was walking out, and out is not where treasure lives. The lid slid back about a hand's width, and 2 green lights came out of the gap. They were designed to weaken your arms and legs and stop you from doing anything about what came next. They did not work, because all evil breaks on sword intent, which is not a saying, it is a mechanism. I cut the connection, and the lid came off the coffin and hit the wall. The thing that stood up was not a person, and had been. Blackened, shriveled to metal. Green eyes with absolutely nothing behind them but appetite. I cut it and my sword rang and did not go in. It came at me with its arms folded in and out like knives, and I moved 10 meters sideways, and the wall where I had been stopped being a wall. 2 sword strikes at the eyes. It moved its head, and one of them opened a thin line on its cheek, and green light flared along the cut and ate most of the force before it landed. Then it opened its mouth and breathed at me, and the wall behind that corroded, and I left the room at speed. Out in the hall, Song Yang and Mo Feng had each come out of their own door with their own one. What luck, Song Yang said. His sleeve was gone. Zombies. Martial zombies, Mo Feng corrected, in the tone of a man reading an inventory. When a martial artist dies in the right conditions, the true qi doesn't disperse. It stays in the corpse. Given time, that is close to a body that does not rot. Then living people come, and all that qi in the air mutates it. These 3 were embracing Yuan early-stage men before. Now they're level 5. Blade-proof, spear-proof, and about 3 times the physical power of a beast of the same level. And don't let one cut you. Song Yang nodded. There's a story that the corpse ghost Taoist is one of the 108 ghost generals of the 9 Nether sect, except he kept his mind, which makes him worse than any human being, and he can turn living martial artists into these. He grades them: iron, bronze, silver, gold. I stopped moving for a second, because months earlier, in the Dizue forest, doing a favor for the Ling family, I had put a sword through a man in a mask who had told me, with real enthusiasm, that he was going to make me into a bronze-armored corpse. I had assumed it was a figure of speech. It was a product description. The 3 of them stopped trying to kill us at roughly the same moment and went for the dead men on the floor instead, and I am not going to describe the next 10 seconds. Mo Feng's voice went up for the first and last time I ever heard it. Don't let them finish. They're recently turned. Once they've taken enough, they become genuine level 5s and they can use techniques. So we killed them, and we did it badly, because none of us had brought the right tool. Song Yang's fists turned into a true qi cauldron the size of a room and 1,000 jin heavy and pinned one into the floor, and it howled and kept coming. Mo Feng put on a pair of black silk gloves that came alive with a dark purple serrated edge. He told me later they were a low-grade artifact from his sect master, and that he had never bothered with them before because he had never needed to. He hit the second one in the neck hard enough to fold a horse in half. The mark closed while we watched. I gave mine sword chi condenses the mountain and pinned it to the wall, and the sword chi did not stop when it landed. It stayed in ground, over and over, widening the cut, and Song Yang actually gasped out loud. Mo Feng looked at me for a while after that. I could see him revising a number. But my technique was eating true chi by the second, and I could not hold it forever. So I let it go, and the thing in the wall started knitting itself back together with green light, and I got extremely annoyed. Then I remembered what I was carrying. I came off the ground as a streak of red and put the spear into the open cut in its chest. The fire went in, and the fire worked. Its whole body started to soften, and the flame climbed the shaft as I poured chi into it, and I understood that I had spent 5 minutes doing swordsmanship at a problem that wanted a torch. I put both hands on the spear and pinned it and let it burn. So that's why they're afraid of fire, Song Yang said, in the voice of a man who has just watched somebody else do his homework, and then produced a fistful of orange explosive pellets and fed them to his zombie mid-howl. The pellets are the cheap ones. They will hurt an embracing Yuan man, but they will not kill him. That is the entire reason they exist in quantity, because the recipes for the Silver Light Thunderball and the Crimson Light Melting Fire Bullet were lost, and every one of those that gets used is one that is never coming back. Mo Zikin's silver ball, the one he threw on the road to Emerald Valley, was very nearly the whole reserve of my sect. The explosion went off inside the thing, and sparks came out of its face. Mine had stopped being shaped like anything by then. I put one more burst of fire into what was left, and it came apart. Gentlemen, I said, I'll take my leave. Ha, the tomb's big. Better apart, said Song Yang. Mo Feng said nothing at all, which was agreement. I heard the last of it from the passage. This year's ranking is going to look very different, Mo Feng. Your cultivation is low. Worry about keeping your own place. Qinmeng is one of 4 legacy ancient lands in the Nanzhou region. The other 3 belong to other people's countries. When they all open, there'll be more than 1 or 2 new names in embracing Yuan realm. The rest of that tomb was a maze, and the maze was the worst part of the whole trip. Not the most dangerous, the worst. Identical corridors, identical rooms, up a level, down another level, for an hour, in which I covered more than 100 kilometers and arrived nowhere. There is a specific kind of fury that comes off repetition like that, and it makes people careless and then dead. I stayed calm because sword intent cuts your own distracting thoughts as well as other people's, which is the quiet reason every swordsman wants it. I did find one thing, a stone gate at the end of a long avenue with 2 flat-headed stone beasts either side and a candle burning in each of their mouths. On the way to it, hairless monkey-shaped things came out of holes in the walls at my face, one after another, and every one of them left with a sword mark and a scream. 30 steps from the gate, I cut sideways into a wall relief for no reason I could have defended in a court, and a bigger one came out of it, 3 meters, dried out, hard as a kettle. I put the spear in its mouth and said burn, 3 times, and pushed it back into its own hole. Behind the gate was a room, and in the room were manuals. 3 earth-grade low-level, 5 human-grade high-level. Traded in at my sect, that was 9,250 low-grade spirit stones, which was, to the coin, roughly everything I had saved in my life. And on the wall, hanging on a red string, a yellow gourd about a foot long, with something rolling around inside it. I uncorked it without thinking, which was reckless, and got a smell that lifted my true chi where I stood. Pills, little finger-sized, crystal clear with yellow in them, faintly glowing. I did not know their name. I did not know their maker. I knew from one breath that they were worth more than everything else in the room, and I put the cork back in and did not tell anybody I had them. Remember that. 2 hours later I found an exit, not the one I came in by. I did not care by then, and I stepped through it and heard wind and opened my eyes. The exit was in the sky. No warning, no ground, just cloud and a great deal of world coming up at me fast, and I want you to understand that this was, at that point, the 4th most alarming thing that had happened to me that day. I hit crane shadow step and turned the fall into a glide and went for high ground. And beyond the high ground was a basin, and in the middle of the basin 3 men had somebody surrounded, and the somebody was wearing blue. Yuan Hengkong, you've had everything I've got, don't push it. That was Mo Zikin, and Mo Zikin does not use that voice. I want the things and I want you dead, said the one in front. What are you going to do about it? Blame yourself for being weak. You've only got numbers, 1-on-1, if you're so capable. I'll accept dying. If you lose, I won't kill you. Which was not bravery, it was Mo Zikin doing math out loud and hoping. He was trying to buy a duel he could run away from, and he was very deliberately not planning to kill anybody because of the family name, Yuan Hengkong, younger brother of the Killer Eagle. And the thing everybody knew about He Feng is that he is loyal to his own in a way that has nothing to do with love. Kill his brother and he ends your line. Kill his dog and he ends your line. If I have an advantage and don't use it, do you think I'm stupid? Enough. Kill them. Mo Zichen pulled the purple kui out of the void and put a stone tablet in front of himself, and the 3 of them hit it until it was full of cracks, and then Yuan Hengkong brought out a pair of purple gold hammers and took it apart in one swing. The second man got behind him and put a palm through his guard and into his back, and then Yuan Hengkong went up in the air with a hammer full of golden light and came down at my senior brother's head. I was still 800 meters out. I threw the sword strike from where I was. The hammer went out of his hand and about 40 meters sideways, and Yuan Hengkong landed hard and backed straight into his friends. Mo Zichen turned around, saw me coming down, and said, "Junior brother, yeah," in a voice that cracked in the middle. "Senior brother, you're hurt. Compared to being dead, it's nothing." I looked at the 3 of them. They looked back and saw a condensing reality boy with no visible rank, and Yuan Hengkong grinned and told me in detail what he was going to do with the pieces. "He's carrying a treasure artifact, elder brother. Kill him and take it. Look at the bulge in his belt. He's full of things." "Relax," Yuan Hengkong said. "He's already dead. I'll share." I said, "If you can withstand 1 strike from me, I'll spare your lives." They came at me together with everything they had, which is the correct answer if the man in front of you is bluffing. I stepped off my left foot and cut. The sword chi went across all 3 of them at the waist and kept going and put a trench several meters deep in the grass behind them, and the dirt was still coming down when the 3 of them arrived on the ground in 6 pieces. Mo Zixin coughed and could not talk for a second. 1 sword, he said finally. 3 of them, they were as strong as me. Junior brother, 3 chinchis couldn't do that. It's sword intent. It's sword intent. He sat down on the grass. He was very badly hurt and extremely happy, in the specific way of a man whose sect has just become a different sect. With sword intent, you can fight above your level like it's breakfast. Ha! Then he stopped smiling. That was the killer eagle's brother. There's nobody here, I said. That's true. Come on, let's not be near this. There was somebody there, not close. On the high ground, behind a tree, a man we never saw, who waited until we were gone and then walked out and laughed to himself and said in almost these words, "If I ever run into He Feng, this is worth my life." I did not learn about him for a long time. I want him in this story anyway, standing behind his tree, because he is the reason I stopped believing in empty ground. We spent 5 days in a grove. Mo Zixin sat and put himself back together and got to 70 or 80%. I burned spirit stones and pushed at the ceiling of condensing reality late stage, trying to get to the peak, and got close and did not get there. On the 5th morning, we came out of meditation at the same second, because the entire eastern sky had turned into a column, 7 colors, thousands of miles away, and clear as a lamp on a table, running from the ground to wherever the sky stops. The Tianmeng Battle Hall, Mo Zixin said, and got up too fast, and had to grab a branch. Here is what the battle hall is, and why 660 children were sent into a place with a 55% mortality rate. Not treasure. Treasure is a bonus. The battle hall breaks your realm. Go in, and you have roughly a 1 in 10 chance of coming out at embracing Yuan realm, which is the wall that 99 people out of 100 spend a whole life failing to climb. That is what it is for. That is what everybody's grandparents told them about it. It does not appear when the land opens. It appears when it decides to. 100 years ago, the sects fought so viciously inside Tianmeng that the hall simply declined to show up until every survivor had been teleported out, and afterwards every sect in 9 countries signed an agreement not to slaughter each other in there. You can judge for yourself how well that has been going. Everywhere in that ancient land, people dropped what they were holding. Some of them had been mid-fight, some of them had been mid-negotiation. Every single one of them turned east. 1 in 10, I heard somebody shouting behind us miles later. I've been stuck for a year. This time I take it. We went overland at the top of our speed, using mountains as steps, and about halfway there my ears caught something below, and I looked down. By a clear river, a young man in bright green had a girl at sword point. Her clothes were cut in a dozen places. Every one of them was measured. He had scored the fabric and not the skin over and over to demonstrate that he could have finished at any moment and had chosen not to. Your footwork is genuinely good, he was saying. Unfortunately, you ran into me. Be sensible. You're worth more to me walking than lying down, and your valley will pay it. A disciple of one of the great sects, she said, and her voice was absolutely level, doing a bandit's work. Mo Zixin, in the air beside me, identified him without being asked. 7th rank sect of the Heavenly Serpent Country, great disciple of the extreme Yin sect. 72nd in the Hidden Dragon ranking, a man who had made a career out of taking people who could not fight back and trading them, and who had never once been punished for it because his grandfather is a grand elder. He's a thief who takes people, I said. Kill him. I did not land. I drew across once from up there. Down by the water, the young man in green felt cold, and then stopped feeling anything, and the river behind him stopped running for a moment because there was a trench in it several meters long. The girl jumped backwards, hands up, looking for the attack. Then she looked at the sky, and I was already a black dot, and she recognized me anyway. It was Gu Qingning. I did not know that until later either. Later I heard what she did, which was stand there with her hands still up, and remember one sentence she had said to me a year earlier in front of my whole family when she came to break our engagement. A dragon does not dwell with a snake. She had been right about the arrangement and wrong about the assignment. She stood by that river and worked out that the roles had swapped and that she had been the snake the entire time, and she bit her lip until it went white. I want to be honest about this part because it would be very easy to tell it as a triumph. I did not know it was her. I was going at speed towards something else. I saw a man doing a specific thing to a person who could not stop him, and I removed him from the sky. If it had been anybody else down there, I would have done exactly the same, and it would have cost me exactly the same amount of thought. That is what the year had actually changed. Not that I could pay her back. That paying her back had stopped being a project. The pillar of light was over a lake, and the lake was tens of miles across, and the pillar covered all of it, which is why we could see the thing from 1,000 miles out as though it were in front of our faces. There were already 100 people on the shore when we landed, and the number climbed while we watched. The battle hall's under the lake. Let's get down there, somebody shouted and ran into the light. He did not scream. That is the part I remember. He went into the 7 colors at full speed and came apart in absolute silence, and what was left of him joined the light, and the men behind him could not stop in time and lost an arm, a head, half a body each, and not one of those cuts spilled anything. Extinction light, somebody said, and then 100 people said it. Mo Zichen went gray. The divine light of extinction is supposed to exist only in the 3rd heaven, Tianding heaven. A spirit sea realm expert cannot pass through that. A life and death realm expert can, with his defenses up, and it is still dangerous. It looks like a decoration, I said. There are many kinds of origin chi. Some of them pair up and make protective auras that break mountains. Fuse enough of them, and you get divine lights. Some heal, some make a man 100 times what he was. He watched another latecomer stop just in time at the edge. And some of them reduce whatever they cover to nothing, including the soul, gone from the world entirely. Rongling and Sumei found us in the crowd, which was the first genuinely good thing that had happened to me in Tianmeng. We got lucky, Rongling said. We came out of the teleport close together. She looked at Sumei sideways. I should probably give up the title of eldest disciple. Junior sister Shu is more than I expected. Sumei neither agreed nor disagreed, which is Sumei agreeing. The ranked names arrived one after another and the crowd moved out of the way for each of them like water. Duan Wu Yue, He Feng, Fan Dagang, Feng Wu. Crimson Sect, to me. Tianying Stronghold, form up. Chongyu Sect, over here. Every top 50 name on that shore called their own sect to heal, and every one of them was obeyed. More than 400 people were standing by that lake. 660 had walked through the gate 5 days earlier. Some sects have nobody left, Rongling said quietly. Not one. Some have one. Mo Zichen said, all 4 of us are here. And then He Feng started shouting for his brother. He went through that crowd asking, and the asking was not really asking. He grabbed a boy who could not meet his eyes and said, where is Yuan Hengkong? Have you seen my younger brother? Tell me now. The boy's teeth were making noise. I don't know. I don't know. Then what are you for? I watched him kill a stranger for not having information in front of 400 witnesses at a truce, and not one person moved. He worked the crowd from the outside in. He was not stupid. He stayed away from the other ranked names and went through everybody who could not stop him, and then he came to us. Any of you seen my younger brother, Yuan Hengkong? His eyes were bloodshot. The evil ki coming off him at 2 meters was thick enough to lean on. I said, sorry, I've never seen him. Kid, you've got nerve. You're the only calm one here. That makes you the prime suspect. Tell me the truth. He came a step closer. If I haven't seen him, I haven't seen him, I said. What exactly are you planning to do? Behind me, Mo Zichen's voice came in on true chi, very quiet. Junior brother, don't be reckless. But if he moves, we all move together. He had already told Rongling and Sumei. All 3 of them were set. He had decided that if this went the way it was going, he was going to spend his life making He Feng bleed for it, and he had decided that in about 2 seconds, and he had not told me because he knew I would argue. 400 people went silent. The other ranked names watched us with real interest, the way you watch a small animal that has decided to fight a wolf. Later I learned what they thought, which was, the Flowing Cloud sect is weak, but united, and unity is worth nothing at all against a gap in power. Over at Emerald Valley, Zhang Yue said, Tianmeng eats people. Look after yourself and stay out of it. And his people agreed loudly, and Xiaotian and Gu Qingning did not say anything. At the purple sun position, Feng Hao was practically bouncing. Cousin, we don't even have to lift a finger. He'll do all 4 of them for us. Fate, said Feng Yan. It saves us the work. We can focus on the battle hall. Hey, when Tianmeng closes and everyone flies home, imagine the faces on those old men from Flowing Cloud. I heard about all of that later too. At the time, I had my hand on the hilt, and I was thinking about one thing, which was how many seconds I could stay alive and how much of him I could take with me. Because I was not going to win. I want that on the record. My honest estimate that day was that the fight had 2 possible endings. I die and he goes home badly hurt, or nobody goes home. He was 59th. I was a condensing reality boy with a very good trick. I did not like either ending. I was still going to make him take one of them. You have nerve, he said. Real nerve. Too much of it. Today you all die. Nobody who meets me lives. His body shook and the blue-black key came off him and shaped itself into an eagle, and the killing intent came out with it and rolled across the sand like something poured, and every person watching saw that the grass and small trees around me had already snapped in half at the waist, cut by a sword that had not been drawn. Then the pillar changed. The 7-colored column, tens of miles thick, thinned. In 2 blinks it went from a wall across the world to 100 meters of light standing in the middle of the lake. It's gone! Get in! Somebody ran at it, jumped, and went into the water clean. He did not disintegrate. 400 people stopped caring about us instantly and went into that lake like a dropped bag of rice. He Feng stood there with an eagle made of qi above his head and did the arithmetic in front of me. Kill these 4, which will take real time because the boy's edge is not a bluff, or go in now. Consider yourselves lucky, he said. Hope you don't run into me in the battle hall. And he took the eagle down into the water with him rather than waste it. Mo Zichen's clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. The pillar, he said. The pillar went out at the right moment. His character is filth, said Rongling, but his strength isn't. 10,000 people. When he stands close to you, it's like being shown hell. I did not say anything because I was doing the sums again with new numbers, and I had gotten to 3 chances in 10, and 3 in 10 was better than it had been that morning. Let's go, I said. The 4 of us went into the water. The first thing that happens is your protective true chi tightens. Mine normally sits 3 feet off my skin. At the surface, it was already pulling in, and the water was wrong to the touch. Not clear, but faintly 7-colored, like liquid crystal, and heavier than water has any business being. This isn't water, I said. Be careful. At 100 meters, my aura was down to 2 feet and I was fighting for every meter of descent. At about that depth, something came up from below in a red cloud. There's a fight going on down there, I said. We can't be far from the hall. Why is anybody wasting time fighting? Something silently took my guard apart and threw me 40 meters sideways. Mo Zichen saw it and I did not. 5 feet long, slim, teeth like a saw, and fast enough that by the time you notice it exists, your protection is already open. Su Mei got there first. 2 rings of flame lit up behind her head, burning underwater, and she put her fist into the thing's belly, and it went 10 meters and stopped moving. I came back with my ribs ringing. Ancient piranha, Mo Zichen said grimly. Those teeth go through most metal, 10 times what a normal one is. Junior brother, said Rongling, your cultivation technique is too low grade for this. Come inside our formation. She's right. Mo Zichen had just remembered something he had been too polite to mention for a year. Ours are all earth-grade low-level techniques. His is the top of the human grade, which is true and which is the price of Chunjun True Chi. For attack, it holds up against an earth-grade low technique. For defense, it is a shirt. I was watching the red water and missed it, I said. It won't happen twice. I spread soul power out to a 50-meter ball around me, and after that nothing in that lake got behind me again. The deeper we went, the more of them there were. 1 or 2, then packs. I turned around without looking and cut, and the water opened, and a group of them stopped being a group. 800 meters below us, in a conversation I did not hear, 3 men were negotiating my death. You lot have a death wish, stopping me. That was Fan Dagang, 69th in the world, great disciple of the Chongyu sect of Baishuan country, 7th rank sect of a medium-sized nation, and a man who had reached embracing Yuan realm 6 months earlier. Feng Hao swallowed and said, one of my purple sun inner elders is from your Hong family branch. He sent us to do business with you. What business? Help us kill someone. What a joke. Who do you think you are? I'll kill you right now. He did not mean it. He was raising the price and everybody in that water knew it. Feng Yan said casually, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones when it's done. You're tipping a beggar, 100,000 for the killing and 20,000 for wasting my time. Not 1 stone less, or I do you instead. Fine, as you wish. Feng Hao's heart, by his own account, was bleeding. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones is 48 million taels of gold, and he would have preferred to pay 80 million in gold, because gold you can get and spirit stones only come out of auctions a few at a time. Their inner elder had authorized 100,000. The extra 20 came out of the cousin's own pockets. Who am I killing? And don't try to deny it afterwards. The Chongyue sect does not eat losses quietly. Li Xuan. 3,000 meters down, my protective aura was half a foot off my skin. That is the number where you start being careful about breathing. Once it breaks at that depth, you cannot rebuild it, and after that you are a man in a swimming costume at the bottom of a mountain of water. The palm came in from 800 meters away. I saw it as an earth-yellow hand several meters across, and I gave it, startling cloud limitless, and the 2 of them met, and it was like a dozen bombs going off at once underwater. Mo Zikin and the others were thrown backwards with their insides ringing. He came out of the churn like a mountain that had decided to swim, arms like an ape's, same build class as Song Yang. So, you're the flowing cloud sect. He had thrown that palm from a great distance and lost a fifth of it to the water and hit 4 people with it, and he assumed all 4 had blocked together, and he relaxed accordingly. Why are you attacking us? Rongling asked. You people are astonishingly unpopular. Somebody spent a great deal of money on your lives. Mo Zichen's mind went through the whole list in about a second and came out the other side. Not He Feng, he would never subcontract. So Purple Sun. Fanda Gang. Let's not be delicate. It's the Purple Sun sect. I don't care who it is. What I'm doing is killing all of you. He grinned. But I'll be generous. One of you lives. The other three either finish themselves or I do it. Last one standing should run, I said. You think you have us cornered? What are you? Of the four, you're the one who dies. Today you die too. You could see the veins come up on his forehead. You dog, barking at me. I'll break every bone you have and then you'll wish you were dead. 800 meters east, killing piranhas as they talked, the cousins were making plans. Do you think he can take them, cousin? I've got a bad feeling. Feng Yan let his lightning out and cooked 4 fish. He was 69th while he was still at condensing reality peak. He could kill men of his own level for fun back then. Now he's embracing Yuan, 4 children. That makes sense. They had spent their family's money on this because of one number, 1 in 10. If we went into the battle hall and broke through, we would be out of reach forever, and opportunities like that do not repeat. Fonda Gang ran 2 techniques. The first was the mountain-crushing seal. Earth-grade low-level, the signature of the Changyu sect, and everything about it is concentrated into a single point until it is effectively unbreakable. He had killed an embracing Yuan early-stage man with it back when he was still below the realm. The second was the reason he had been sent. The earth-splitting and border-sealing technique. Earth-grade middle, 11 levels. He was at the 8th after half a year with an inner elder personally teaching him. It builds a small illusory city out of true qi and puts it around you, and that is not a metaphor either. It has walls. I opened with Jing Yun's swordplay and took his sleeve off at the shoulder. He stopped laughing. Damn you. The next mountain-crushing seal turned the water in front of him into an explosion. The currents came at me like something thrown, and my aura started making noises I did not enjoy, so I cut the current. That is a thing sword intent lets you do that I have never been able to explain properly to anybody who does not have it. I did not cut the water, I cut where the water was coming from, and the undercurrent, having lost its source, was suddenly a snake with a broken back, loud, wide, and carrying nothing. Then sword chi condenses the mountain, which met his palm print and did not shatter. It ground. It sat against him and vibrated at a frequency that made the whole lake shake in time with it, and the outer layer of his seal came apart in 2. What kind of sword technique is that? That was the first moment I heard fear in him, and it was not fear of dying. It was a 69th ranked man realizing that if this got out, if people learned that a boy below the realm had held him, his name was finished. He put everything into it. To be enfiefed as a marquis. The yellow key thickened until it was nearly solid and built itself into that little city, and my sword chi hit the wall of it and made sparks that did not go out underwater and boiled whole schools of piranha off around us. 800 meters back, my own people were watching 2 shapes. I can't follow this anymore, Mo Zichin admitted. He's forced a hidden dragon ranking master into a full defense, said Rongling. That alone is absurd. Junior brother Ye is in danger, Sume said. How? His cultivation technique is the top of the human grade. His true chi was already 3 times thinner than that man's. He isn't beating him. He's being drained. The other one is waiting. She was completely right, and I already knew, and so did Fan Degang. There has always been a gulf between embracing Yuan and Ningzhen, he shouted, comfortable behind his wall. You cannot cross it with cleverness. How much do you have left? I'd say under 20%. Enough to kill you with. 2 things you should know about what I did next. The first is that Fanda Gang's defense was expensive. Every second inside that city cost him, and he was so busy watching my meter that he never once looked at his own. The second is that I had a gourd, so I ran, not a feint. I turned and went down and away at full speed with Chunjun True Chi wrapped around me as a chi sword, and driven by sword intent, it cut the water so cleanly that the water stopped resisting, and for about half a minute I was faster than the piranhas. Where do you think you're going? He was not built for chasing. He is a wall, not a knife. He had to force his true chi into a jet behind him just to keep me in sight, and he threw palm after palm at a target that kept turning, and every single one of them cost him. Halfway through the chase, I put a pill in my mouth. Then I stopped and turned around. Sword chi condenses the mountain. He actually laughed. He thought I had lost my nerve and turned to die well, and he threw his defense up, and while he was doing that, his true chi caught for a fraction of a second, and he ignored it, because his entire mind by then was one sentence about stepping on my face. The sparks lit the water for 100 meters, and then something snapped, and the strike that landed was not weaker than the first one. It was stronger. Impossible. How do you still have that much? You should worry about yours. I'd say 30 or 40%. My voice came out very calm, and I remember being slightly surprised by that. Your defense is excellent, and it costs you a fortune. Then you forced your chi to chase me. Then you threw seals the entire way. And you? You should have been empty long ago. The crack in his city was getting wider by the second. Unfortunately, I said, I happened to be carrying a pill that restores true chi instantly. I took it during the chase. Every word of that was true. It was also a lie, and I would like credit for the craftsmanship because I happen to have a pill, and I have an entire gourd of unnamed pills better than anything sold in 9 countries are two very different sentences, and only one of them makes a man behind a wall decide to wait you out. He decided to wait me out. Very good, he said, and I could hear him grinding it out through his teeth. You are the first person below the realm to force me this far, but do you think that means you win? Seize the land, solidify the territory. He burned what he had left, and the city shrank and thickened, and the cracks closed over, and now nothing I had was getting through it. Once you're in embracing UN, your recovery is enormous, he said. I'm not attacking anymore. I'm just standing here. In a while, you'll be at half, and then I'll finish you. That was a good plan. On any other day, it would have worked. Let's see how long you can defend, I said. Sword chi condenses the mountain. We did that for a while. One man attacking, and one man refusing to die, and every witness in that lake later described it as the most boring, terrifying thing they had ever watched. And then I stopped. I stepped forward with my left foot and raised the cloud-hidden sword and let everything go quiet, eyes on the tip, mind on the eyes, the whole world narrowing until it was the width of a blade. Fan Dagang's face changed. What is he doing? A trump card? Impossible. He reached for his technique. He was 1 beat late. Refining heart sword. I have described this move before, and I am not going to do it justice now either. It looks slow. It is not slow. My arm and the sword were simply not there for the duration, and there was a line of white going forward faster than anybody's eyes, and it did not care about the water at all, and it went straight into the one crack in his wall. The city came apart like a dropped bowl. He was on his knees in the water with a sword wound in his chest that went to the bone and his inner protection gone. I am the great disciple of the Chongyu sect. His face had lost its shape. Kill me, and you can run to the end of the world, and it's still a dead end. Do you want to die? I did not move, and he took that for cowardice, and I watched him decide to live. A martial artist gets one life. Let me go now and I'll forget this. Refuse and you know what follows. Sometimes you can't take the wrong road. One wrong step ruins a foo. He did not finish the word. Since I've already offended you, I said, you have to die. And then I went east. Because a very long time before that fight started, before I had said a single word to Fan Dagong, I had put my soul power out over 1,000 meters and found the 2 people watching from a safe distance to see me die. I had said nothing about it. I had let them stand there for the entire duel. They were already turning to leave when I arrived. Li Xuan, what do you want? We're Purple Sun Sect disciples. If you kill me, you won't. Feng Hao's head came off with his eyes still open. He had spent the last 20 minutes explaining to his cousin exactly how I was going to die, and I do not think he ever revised it. You killed him. Feng Yan was pointing at me and shouting into a lake nobody else could hear. You actually killed him. From today, the Purple Sun sect will never let this go, and the Ouyang family will take you apart, and your whole Ye family with you. Just wait for the— You talk too much. Mo Zichen came down through the water and looked at what was left and could not decide which part to be more frightened of. Junior brother, how did you even see them? They were a kilometer away. I saw them a long time ago. I put the sword away. I kept quiet. It seemed better if they didn't get to talk either. Rong Ling, who had hated Feng Yan for years and had good reasons, said only, good riddance. Sume said, from today, the younger generation of the Purple Sun sect is finished. They can't stand against us for a decade. She was right. Every Purple Sun disciple who entered the Tianmeng ancient land died in it. Some to beasts, some to strangers, and the last 2 to me. And their sect stood in a desert for another 2 days waiting for boys who were never coming out. Thank goodness those 2 didn't get away, Mo Zichen said, and he was still shaking. They'd have told everyone about Fan Dagong. I want to be precise about my own reasoning there, because it is the ugliest sentence in this whole story, and I am not going to dress it. I did not kill Fan Dagong because he insulted me. I killed him because a man who takes 120,000 spirit stones to murder a stranger is going to be at my back for the rest of my life, and I would rather have his sect looking for a killer than have him looking for me. And I killed the cousins because they were the only 2 people alive who could point at me. Never mind all that, I said. We've lost enough time. The hall is below us. We went down. At the bottom of that lake, there is a palace. It is not made of gold, and it is not made of jade, and nobody I have ever asked can tell me what it is made of. The whole surface runs with color, the way oil runs on water, and it is very large and very quiet, and it has been sitting down there long enough that the idea of building it has gone out of the world. Around it is a white marble plaza, and on the plaza, nearly 400 people were failing to kill a snake, the ancient Xuanjin python. Tens of meters long, gold gray, no scales, level 5. 400 of the best young martial artists in 9 countries were hitting it from every direction, and most of their attacks were bouncing. The only people doing anything to it at all were the ranked names. Form up, Guo Wen was shouting. 61st, White Deer Cave. Nobody's killing this alone. Battle formations. Together. And every top 50 name on that plaza used the moment to take command of everybody from their own country, which is a thing I want you to notice, because it was very smoothly done and nobody voted. They take all the benefits and then remember we exist when there's a wall to climb. What can you do? You live under someone's roof, you bow your head, endure it, get to embracing Yuan, and then you can be arrogant too. That was the mood. And then somebody hesitated for a second too long, and He Feng killed him where he stood. You're useless. Anyone who disobeys an order dies, that's all. That is too much, Rongling said. Her hands were shaking. He kills people because they're standing there. Does strength just mean you get to do what you like? Let's stay back, Mo Zishan said. That man will use us as fodder. He'll send us at the python first. Junior brother, what? I was already walking. I want to explain that, because it was not courage, and it was definitely not a plan. I had spent a long fight learning something about my own sword intent, and I had come out of that lake with an idea in my chest that I could not put down, which is that a swordsman who steps back from a man he can nearly match does not stay a swordsman for very long. The edge is not a possession, it is a habit. Back away once when the gap is small, and you will back away twice when it is smaller. Also, I did not intend to be anybody's fodder. I got about 5 steps out and turned around. There's no reason to hide from him, I said. We can form our own group. Plenty of people here will join us. He's right, Sume said, and walked out beside me, which from her is a speech. Junior brother isn't far off, He Feng. Why are we hiding? Mo Zichin made a noise like a man watching his own house catch fire and came to. We got to the crowd in about 2 seconds. You four. He Feng's eyes went narrow, then he licked his lips. Come here. Front row. Everybody in earshot looked at us with pity. Front row against a level 5 ancient beast means you exist to be killed slowly enough that somebody else can find a gap, and they pitied us knowing perfectly well that a second batch of fodder would be chosen from among themselves, and they still said nothing because there was at least a chance of surviving the python. I did not look at him at all. I put my voice into the water on True Chi and sent it across the whole plaza. Who wants to join our formation and take the python with us? The fighting stopped. 400 people turned around. Even the ones actively being bitten turned around. He Feng laughed the way you laugh when you have decided. You have tested me over and over. Very well. Come here today, or die. Killing me will cost you your life, I said. I don't think you can afford this game. My voice came out of me like metal on stone, and every blade of grass I have ever stood near did the thing it always does, and the edge coming off me was harder and more solid than it had been on the shore, because that fight with Fan Dagong had done something. Sword intent is not a rank you receive. It grows when you use it against people who are better than you. In one afternoon, it had gone from a young thing to a thing with roots, and my honest estimate of my chances against the killer eagle had gone from 3 in 10 to 3 in 10 with a much better 3. Fine, he said. You want to die? I'll let you fly. His body came up off the ground, and the eagle tore itself loose and came at me through the water. I drew. The current reversed. 400 people lost focus at once. The eagle's chest opened with a sword wound in it, and it screamed and beat its wings against the sword chi with a sound like hitting a bell, and then the water for several meters around folded in on itself into a chaotic sphere and burst. The thunderclap went through the whole lake. He blocked it. He blocked He Feng. Even at 80%, that shouldn't be possible below the realm. That's sword intent. It's sword intent, isn't it? That's why he isn't afraid. He Feng's eyes went red like something in a story. The sword intent did not impress him and did not frighten him. It just moved me up his list. What use is sword intent to a dead swordsman? Kill him now or raise an enemy. You die today. I wanted you at the lake. Nobody escapes me. The next eagle was bigger. That's enough. A cold, clear voice from behind, and everybody turned again, and this time their faces changed. Bai Ying, Heavenly Serpent Country, great disciple of the invisible sect, 57th in the world, 2 places above He Feng, and the people who fight him mostly die before they identify the technique. Kill the Xuanjin python first, he said, perfectly level. After that, do whatever you like with him. Bai Ying, we keep to ourselves. What gives you the right? I'm reminding you why you came here. Fighting each other over a personal matter only costs us both. Bai Ying is right, said Guo Wen. The python and the hall come first. Everything else can wait. He Feng pulled his qi back in. He did not do it because he was outvoted. He did it because he had watched Sword Intent work at the last ranking tournament, and he was not confident, and I saw the exact moment he made that calculation and put it away for later. Mo Zichin behind me was quietly having a religious experience. If the killer eagle takes advice, the killer eagle is not certain. Junior brother was right. When the gap is small, you must not step back. I turned around and said it again, louder. Anybody who wants to join us, come now. I guarantee nobody in my formation gets used. I'm in. Me too. 7 Mysteries Sect. All of us. They came over in a wave, and most of them came out of Hefeng's own formation, and I watched a man who kills for entertainment stand in the middle of a lake and be publicly abandoned. And I would like to tell you, I was thinking about strategy. I was not. I enjoyed it enormously. The python took about 15 minutes after that. It was a genuine level 5 ancient beast, and it fought like one, and it took 2 or 3 of us with its tail alone, and it never once looked like surrendering. But the ranked names picked their moments and hit vital points, and the rest of us were 10 times their number, and it was pushed back a step at a time until the step ran out. It went down with a sound I have not forgotten, and the instant it stopped moving, the palace noticed. The iron gate came open on its own, and a pure white light came out of it and fell on every single person on that plaza. I felt my true chi turn over inside me. And then, with no effort, no barrier, and no ceremony at all, I arrived at the peak of condensing reality late stage. I actually stood there like an idiot for a second. Then I understood. The fight with Fan Dagang had already tempered me past the line. I had needed a few quiet days to notice. The white light just gave me the days. Everyone else got something. Nobody else changed realm. The hall's open. Get in. Move. I felt that. I felt it. One trip inside and I'm at embracing Yuan. I know it. I have never seen people move like that. Whatever else Tianmeng is, it is a room full of children who have been told their entire lives that the wall in front of them is the wall that stops almost everybody, and who have just been handed 1 chance in 10 at it. The ranked names went first, obviously. On his way through the gate, Hefeng killed 1 more person for being between him and a door. Let's go in too, Mo Zichin said. I ran my chi through the new peak twice, found nothing wrong with it, and nodded. Inside the light was so thick it was solid. Look at this origin chi, Rongling said, breathing it. It's better than spirit stone. You barely have to refine it. Then we all went blind. Not dark. White, absolute, in every direction, and my soul power went out into it and came back with nothing at all. I had touch and I had hearing, and that was the entire inventory. About 15 minutes later, the gate behind us slammed. Then the whole palace shook like a small earthquake, and the floor under my feet dropped, and something above me sealed the space off. Careful, I said. The inside is rearranging. Nobody answered. I stood there in a white nothing at the bottom of a lake at the bottom of a desert in a country that was not mine, entirely alone, and thought, well, the hall does not kill people on its own initiative. Everybody says so. I sat down cross-legged to meditate anyway, because if I was going to be tested, I wanted to be full. Then the light in the room pulled itself in. All of it, everywhere, drawn into one 7-colored crystal ball hanging in the air above me. The air trembled, and underneath the ball, a figure put itself together out of nothing, white, standing straight, holding a sword. It had my build, it had my height, it had my sword, exactly, down to the length. It had no face at all. It stepped forward and cut at me, and I did the sums on its true chi in the half-second I had, and the answer came back. This thing is exactly as strong as I am. Well, slightly less, call it Mo Zichin's level. Near young master, back home. Waiting is not something I do. If this was a test, then the test was to kill it, and I would rather kill it early. I drew and walked past it. Its sword arm went up in the air with white light coming out of the cut, and it kept trying to reach me with the other one until I took its head, and then all of it turned back into light and went home into the ball. The same thing was happening in about 400 sealed rooms at once. It's got my strength, and it has my martial skills. It's slightly weaker than me, and I still can't put it down. This isn't what the battle hall did 10 years ago. It was always the same before. Some of them were locked with their own copies and getting nowhere. Some could push theirs back and not finish it. All of them were being measured against themselves, which is the cruelest possible examiner because you cannot claim it was unfair. Round 1 took 5 people. Out in the Chigu Desert, 5 figures shot out of the Gate of Light and landed in the sand. Hejun, Xuanling. They climbed out of the sand with their faces empty, worked out what had happened, and then could not hear their own elders calling them. Some of the elders were kind about it. Failure is failure. Go home and work. Don't give up. That's how you stall a career forever. Some of them asked how many of their sect were still inside. Some of them heard the answer and sat down in the sand and wept where 400 people could see them. Round 2 was a young master of Tianfeng country. I killed it in 1 strike and did not enjoy it because I was already looking at the arithmetic. If round 2 was that, then rounds 3 and 4 and 5 were going to require me to be better than I was, and not by a little. Round 2 took 35. Outside, the sects began to understand. 660 went in. Fewer than 300 reached the battle hall at all. The rest had been killed by ancient beasts or by each other or by the python, and every elder standing in that desert did the same subtraction and arrived at the same number, a death rate over 55%. The worst in the recorded history of the place. At least 1 in 10 of the survivors gets the realm, somebody said. Otherwise there'd be no point coming. Thank heaven our sect wasn't wiped out entirely. Round 3 was the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Cao Li's level, the man who could kill anybody of his own rank in a single move. I put it down and something odd happened. Every time I landed a strike, a vibration came back up the blade into me. It had been happening since round 1, and I had been too busy to name it. It carries origin chi, extremely pure, and it goes into your body and stays there. I stood in that white room and finally understood what I was standing in. The battle hall is not an exam with a prize at the end. The fighting is the prize. Every round you survive is paying you, whether you pass the next one or not. The longer you last, the more you take out. Round 3 eliminated more than 240 people. In the 7th sealed room on the east side, Mo Zichin was breathing like a bellows because his copy was a full level above him, and there was no version of the next 10 seconds in which he won. He put up the purple tablet. It lasted less than 3 blinks. He got out of the way of the follow-up with his ears ringing and thought, if it is a test, there is a way to pass it, and threw himself at the 9th level peak of the violet extremity art, which pulls a lotus of purple qui out of the void, and which he could not reach. He did not reach it that day. In another room, Su Mei was hitting something harder than the Northern Snow Young Master, and harder than Prince Duanmu, and hitting it squarely, and the gold light coming off her lit the room like a foundry. Anyone from our sect watching would have needed to sit down. She had been carrying that the entire time and had simply never seen a reason to show us. She locked its sword arm, put a fist through its head, and went to round 4. My round 4 was embracing Yuan realm. You feel it before you see it. The air ripples like water when something that big condenses in a small room. Come on then. It vanished and came back above me and cut down out of the air, and the pressure alone went through me and into the floor, and the floor caved in with cracks running out of it like a web. I put a fist into it. Dominating a region, left hand, the technique that has never once been elegant. Both of us went backwards. My feet sank half a foot. It flew, and there was a hairline crack in its left arm. Its defense is worse than mine, I thought, and that thought was worth more than the punch. I came out of the crater and cut at it, and this thing was embracing Yuan, so it twisted in midair out of a full sword strike and threw white sword chi back at me from an angle no shoulder should allow. Wind sweeps the clouds. The peak had changed things. At the late stage, that move had come out of me like something being dragged. Now it went up clean, and the sword chi twisted the air into a dragon and shattered the white strike on contact and kept going. That sealed room had a repair function. It was fixing the walls behind me as we fought. It could not keep up. The copy blocked with a screen of sword shadows and went backwards a step at a time until its back hit a wall, and then it flared and cut once more, and something in that last strike was very good indeed, and it took my dragon apart in the air. Still not dead. Sword chi condenses the mountain. I came down on top of what was left of the dragon with my clothes snapping and put the mountain on it, and after a moment its sword broke and the rest of it went to light. Then the vibration hit me, and it was not like the others. My muscles and bones itched. My true chi accelerated until it was moving at twice its usual rate. My face went red like a man who has run up a hill. The vibration in the earlier rounds shakes impurities out of you and speeds up how fast you refine. This one was doing something else. When it stopped, I looked inward, and the vortex of true chi in my dantian, which had been a vortex my entire cultivating life, had started closing toward the center, turning into a circle. I am halfway into embracing Yuan realm, I thought, sitting on a cracked floor in a white room. It is now only a question of time. I threw one punch at the air and it tore, and I recalculated the killer eagle and got 5 in 10. Out on the sand, the numbers were done. 5 in the first round, 15 in the second, over 240 in the third, about 30 people left. The Grand Elder found Mo Zichin in the crowd. Zichin. Sorry, said Mo Zichin. I didn't make it into embracing Yuan. The old man put a hand on his shoulder. It's fine. With your talent, it won't be long. There's no hurry. It wasn't nothing. The origin chi in there is thick, and the shock goes into your body every round. 3 rounds and my vortex has started to contract. If I go home and sit quietly, I might break through anyway. Best possible outcome. Where are the others? Are they all right? And Mo Zichin looked over at the purple sun position and put his voice on true chi and said, Grand Elder, Junior Brother Ye has true sword intent. He killed Thunderhand Feng Yan and Little Godleg Feng Hao. They came for us. He killed them instead. The Grand Elder's inner voice went up about an octave, and he was very glad he had not said it out loud. He grasped it. He actually grasped sword intent. He was beaming at nothing, in a desert, surrounded by rival sects. A once-in-100 years genius for our flowing cloud sect. Heaven means us to prosper. Half a step of sword intent had made me a rough stone worth polishing. Sword intent made me a finished thing. Rongling and Sume haven't come out, Mo Zichin added out loud, so the 4th elder could hear. They may be in round 4. They both have a real chance at the realm. The 4th elder laughed. You lot are better than we were. Another few years, and we step aside for you. Best thing that can happen. It's the young one's era now. When we besieged the Nine Nether sect, our sect took terrible losses. We were made inner elders before we were finished growing, and we had to stand on our own anyway. You four are better. The flowing cloud position was the only cheerful patch of sand in that entire desert. At the purple sun position, the Grand Elder was watching Mo Zichin with murder in his face. They didn't do it, they let him walk out alive. Forget Mo Zichin, he isn't even in the realm. It's the boy Li Xuan. If he gets in, he'll be a threat to us for decades. We can't keep him. Wait for Feng Yan and Feng Hao to come out first. They were still waiting. Then somebody roared over at the Chongyu sect, and the roar had true qi in it, and the sand went up in a gray cloud for 12 meters in every direction. What did you say? Their Grand Elder had a boy by the collar. The boy could not lift his head. Grand Elder, I didn't see Great Disciple Fan Dagang inside the battle hall, but he must be fine. He's embracing Yuan, and all the top names are still in there. Apart from them, who could possibly kill him? Then where is he? The hall closes in 15 minutes. I don't know. If anything has happened to Fan Dagang, my Chongyue sect will find out who did it, and when I find out, I will wipe out their family. Mo Zichin looked away very quickly and very carefully. The Grand Elder caught it anyway, because he is not a fool, and put his voice on true qi. Zichin, what is it? I'm your uncle. Don't you trust me? Mo Zichin hesitated. Then he told him, Fan Dagang is dead. Li Xuan killed him. The Purple Sun cousins paid him to do it. It was us or him. And the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, who was standing 30 meters from a 7th rank sect that had just promised to exterminate a bloodline, did not so much as change his breathing. The two of them arranged for you to be killed and paid for it. Then he did what he had to. I thought it was something serious. Then, immediately, but you will not tell one living person except me and your father. The Flowing Cloud sect is not a coward. The Flowing Cloud sect also does not go to war with the Chongyue sect. I understand. Round 5 was embracing Yuan middle stage. There is no clever way to describe what that fight was. It went 1,000 moves. I had done 1,000 moves once before, in the Tianfeng country ranking tournament, against Jiang Yue, and I had thought at the time that it was the outer limit of what a person could do. This was worse, because the copy did not get tired and did not get angry and did not have a bad idea even once. The only reason I was still standing at move 900 was sword intent, which had grown again. When I walked into Tianming, it was a young thing. After Fan Dagang, it had roots. After 5 rounds, it was one step short of what they call minor achievement, and the version of me that had gone through the Gate of Light 8 days earlier would not have lasted 40 moves against the version holding the sword now. At 1,000 moves, I took its head off. Then the room went sideways and I saw stars and had to put a hand down. It was worth every second because down in my dantian the vortex finally closed and turned and became a perfect spiral. I was in embracing Yuan realm. I sat there on the floor of a sealed white room, alone, no witnesses, and the first thing I did was try the new toy. 100 swords unleashed. Chunjun True Qi came out of me and turned into Qi swords, solid, hovering, all pointing the same way, and there were exactly 100 of them, and the pressure in that room got hard to breathe in. Go! They went as one beam of white and hit the far wall like lightning, and the wall, which had been shrugging off sword strikes for 6 days, trembled and started coming off in powder, and then the whole thing failed. Every one of those 100 can drop a man at the peak of condensing reality. All 100 at once will put holes in an embracing Yuan early peak. And it is my weakest option, because Chunjun True Qi is only the top of the human grade. Give me an earth grade technique and it doubles. I sat there doing sums, and I want to be honest about the sums, because this is exactly where people get killed. Ordinary embracing Yuan middle peak, I beat. Fine. But the gap widens as you go up, and beyond your own realm, you do not get to leap 2 stages just because you have a good sword and a rare talent. Late stage might be a wall. Probably, I thought. Let's find out. Round 6. The white shadow condensed under the ball and simply stood there, and the true qi coming off it roared like a mountain sliding and squeezed the space around it into a visible arc. Embracing Yuan, late stage. I have felt that pressure once before, on Corpse Ghost Mountain, from a middle-aged man in black who intercepted an entire raiding party with one palm. It cut, and before the sword arrived, the wall behind me developed a trench and dust came down. I blocked, and heard the cloud-hidden sword make a sound. Not a ring, a cry. The specific noise a blade makes when it has decided how this ends. Break! I put everything through it, and the white sword shattered and thin cracks spread out from the middle of my own blade. I looked down at it. The cloud-hidden sword had not been with me very long. It had killed a great many people who wanted me dead. It had killed a man ranked 69th in the world 4 days earlier. Hold on a little longer, I said to it. Let me show you your last brilliance. I locked it in place with true chi and gave the room wind sweeps the clouds, and this time the wind dragon came out solid, with light in it, standing up like a pillar holding the sky. The shadow met it slowly and deliberately, and every one of its parries landed exactly on the weak point of the sword chi, one after another, and the dragon came apart. So I used the last move. Supreme Startling Clouds is the end of Jing Yun's swordplay, and I had never once been able to afford it. Not because I did not know it, because a condensing reality body cannot pay the bill. I could now. My body came off the floor and floated, and I brought the sword down lightly, gracefully, with no fire and no thunder in the motion at all, like a hand brushing white cloud out of the way. Then the noise arrived. There was no dodging it. The thing raised its sword because that is what it does, and its sword broke, and a cut opened across its chest to the bone, and it did not die. I will be accurate about this. I did not win that fight. My sword won it, and my sword was better than its sword, because its sword was made of energy, and mine was made of steel. Strip that away, and it was still standing, and I was finished. My feet touched the floor, and I laughed at myself and looked down. The cloud-hidden sword came apart in my hand, inch by inch, into hundreds of fragments, and they hit the floor and made a sound like small bells. We lost, I said, and I got ready to fight an embracing Yuan late-stage shadow with my hands, because losing on my feet was the only version of losing I had left. Then the shadow turned around and walked into the crystal ball, not dissolving, walking. The room shook, and 4 doors opened around me. 3 of them led into dark passages. The 4th was a door of light. And I remembered what the Grand Elder had told us on the Vulture, in the tone of a man reciting something he did not expect anyone to ever need. Nobody knows what the battle hall will test. Every trial is different. But if a man passes all of them, the hall unlocks 3 treasures, a treasure artifact, a manual, something else. It will not hand them to you. You still have to go and take them, and if somebody else takes it first, that is your problem, because you were given the chance. I stood in a broken room holding a hilt with nothing on the end of it. Nobody has passed every trial in the Tianmeng battle hall in 100 years, I thought. I wonder if I'm the only one this time. I was not, and I knew I would not be. Duan Wu Yue was in there, He Feng was in there, Bai Ying was in there, and Mo Feng, who if he had broken into embracing Yuan realm in that hall, would now have a body like a level 5 martial zombie and the temperament of a filing cabinet. I called the iron spear over from where it had been lying in the corner all week and held it and felt absolutely no better. The spear is rarer than the cloud-hidden sword ever was. It is also a spear, and I am a swordsman, and sword intent flows down a blade, or it does not flow at all. I need to get a low-grade sword, I said out loud, to an empty room, like a man making a shopping list in a tomb. Then I looked at the door of light, which meant home, and the 3 dark ones, which meant everything else. I had not passed 6 trials to leave with a broken hilt. I took the left-hand door. Behind the doors, the battle hall is a filing system designed by somebody who hated people. Rooms connected to passages connected to rooms, stairs going up, stairs going down again, all of it identical, and after an hour I had walked more than 100 kilometers and had stopped choosing turns on any principle at all. The only mercy is that every room has a portal in it. Otherwise, a man who found a treasure would have had to walk home, and nobody has ever walked out of that place. Somewhere in the middle of that hour, a ripple came up through the floor. Very slight. If I had been in a worse mood, I would have missed it. First treasure. I turned around and went down. The room was built out of dozens of ordinary rooms shoved together. 100 jang square and 33 high, with 1 thick pillar in the center, and on top of the pillar, a sphere of pure white light, and floating inside the sphere, a dark red manual. My heart did something undignified. I needed a cultivation technique more than I needed anything else in the world, and here was a book in a bottle. I got 4 steps in and moved right without deciding to. A spike of white light came out of the floor where my foot had been, 2 meters of it, whistling. If my senses had been a fraction slower, it would have gone through me, and I would have been on the sand in front of my Grand Elder with an interesting story. Traps on the floor. Fine. I looked up at all that lovely open air and did not trust it for a second and threw a low-grade spirit stone into it instead. A hole opened in the left wall and a beam came out and the spirit stone stopped existing. Not shattered. Gone. Without leaving ash. So no flying, I said, to nobody, in a room that wanted me dead. I lifted my foot to start walking and a man came in through another door. Mo Feng. He looked mildly surprised to see me, which from him is a parade, and I watched him update a number, because if I was standing in this room then I had passed 6 rounds, which meant I was in embracing Yuan realm now. I need a martial skill manual, he said without moving. What do you need? A cultivation technique. He nodded once. Then it's simple. If it's a martial skill, it's mine. If it's a cultivation technique, it's yours. If it's neither, it belongs to whoever earns it. You don't want a pointless fight. I want to note that this is a man from a demonic path sect, and that in 4 days inside that ancient land, he was the only person who opened a conversation with a proposal instead of a threat. He was also being careful. He told me later, in as many words, that he would rather face any other top 50 name than an embracing Yuan man with sword intent, not because he was frightened, but because it was a hard fight with no profit in it. Agreed, I said, with one condition. Whoever ends up holding it doesn't get it for free, the other one buys it at a fair price. Good. He said that instantly, which told me he thought he was going to be the one holding it. Before anything else, I said, we should get to the pillar. This room isn't simple. He stamped once and let the force run out along the floor. Spikes of white light came up in a line, whistled, and went away. He memorized where they had been, and then, because he is who he is, he stamped again and put twice the power into it. Half the room filled up with light spikes, every one of them in a different place from the first time. They move, he said, frowning slightly. That's inconvenient for both of us if we fight. Then let's hope the book is one of ours, I said, and did not tell him the other half of what I was thinking, which is that if you lock a man's position with chi, you do not care where he puts his feet. We went to the pillar the way you cross a frozen river. Gather a breath, step, look, gather another breath. A body at our level can hold a gathered breath for a long time, but you only get about 7 of them before you have nothing left to hold. 7 traps in a row, and you are eliminated by geometry. Our worst run was 4. We reached the pillar at the same second, and both reached up and beckoned at the sphere, and the sphere ignored us completely. So I put true chi in my hands and went up the pillar, hand over hand, always one palm on the stone. Mo Feng watched me do it, worked out that if I was not flying there was a reason, and came up after me like something that lives in trees, 24 feet. I got there first. I hung on with my left hand and both feet and shaped my right hand into a claw and tried to tear the sphere open, and it bounced me so hard I nearly went off the pillar. There's a way, I said, which was a lie for morale, and put the iron spear through it. The tip stopped dead against a palm. His. Let's see whose skills are better, I said, and lit the spear, and the flame threw his hand off, and I hit the sphere in the same spot with everything. It did not break. It dented, and it made a noise like a rope under load. Earth Demon shattering slash. He turned his hand into a blade and took the other side, and then, without a word between us, we synchronized, because we both wanted it open more than we wanted the other one to fail, and we hit it in waves until it twisted. At the exact instant it collapsed, I let 100 QI swords out. They covered the sphere and covered him and turned that end of the pillar dark, and he raised his hands and protected his face, and here is the part that matters. My 100 swords could not scratch him. Not one of them got through his skin. But by the time he lowered his hands, the sphere was in pieces and the dark red manual was in my fist. That was all. He had every right to start something, and he did not. I climbed down, because negotiating on a pillar is undignified, and opened the book. You are extremely lucky, I said after a while. It's a palm technique, and it's good. Earth grade middle. Honestly, I'm tempted. His face went dark. We had an agreement. Are you going back on it? No. What are you offering? He took the heavy bundle off his back and threw it to me without hesitating. 7 Earth grade low-level manuals, 65 human grade high-level manuals, a low-grade dagger, a set of low-grade light armor, a low-grade short sword, 3 crimson light melting fire bullets, 5 herbs, none worth less than 50,000 taels. All of it. I opened the bundle, and it was all in there. I also understood, holding it, that very little of that had been found by Mo Feng personally. Most of it had belonged to other people that week. I decided that was not my department. Let me put a number on it, because the number is the point. 7 Earth-grade low manuals is 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. 65 human-grade tops is another 3,250. The dagger is 5,000. The armor is over 20,000. The short sword is 8,000. The 3 fire bullets, which nobody can make anymore, are 5,000 each. The herbs are 500, 73,000 low-grade spirit stones thrown to a stranger, underhand, without a moment of haggling. Aren't you going to read it first? I asked. It might not suit you. Anything involving hands and feet suits me. And I said no. There's a lot here, I said. It isn't an Earth-grade middle manual. If I hand this in at my sect, I get 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's 150,000 low-grade. You know what a middle manual is. It becomes the supreme technique of a 9th rank sect. Nobody gives one to an outsider. He went quiet, because it was true. An ordinary 9th rank sect is lucky to own one. An 8th rank sect owns 3. His own barbarian demon sect, top tier of the 7th rank, owns 5 or 6, and he had already read most of them. And of those, 2 were cultivation techniques. 1 was auxiliary, and 2 were a movement art and a leg art that did not fit him. That is why he had been willing to empty his bag for a book he had not seen. If I give you this, I went on, You don't just avoid a loss, you make a fortune, because your sect elders will bury you in spirit stones for bringing it home. And I lose the manual and 77,000 stones on top. Do you disagree? Then what do you propose? Easy. I'll read it to you. You memorize it. You go home and cultivate it. I keep the original. He thought about that for a moment. Then he said, fine. 8,000 words. He memorized 8,000 words by ear, in a tomb, standing up, and then copied out the true chi circulation diagram on a piece of cloth from memory, and it was very nearly identical to the plate. That is what a genius at that level actually is, not the punching. That. We should work together, I said when he was done. There's more than the two of us in here. This manual is enough. I don't want to fight over anything else. He put a foot into the light gate. Besides, I've nothing left to trade with. The gate rippled, and he was gone. Maybe the next one's yours, I said to the empty room, and did not entirely mean it. Then I went back into the corridors, and back into the identical rooms, and back downstairs I had already been down. It is worth saying because it is the only part of Tianmeng that beat anybody by boredom. Those passages break people. There is a specific fury that comes off pointless repetition, and men who had survived every other thing in that land went to pieces in there. I stayed level because sword intent cuts your own distractions as well as other people's, and I have never been more grateful for a side effect in my life. Somewhere else, two people were killing each other over the second treasure. In a room with a pool in the middle of it, and a stone platform standing out of the water, and on the platform a sphere with a sword in it. Ancient patterns down the blade. It had not been drawn in a very long time, and you could feel it across the room. Duan Wuyue got there first, and his breathing changed. Then he turned his head. Yifeng, you want to compete with me over a sword? The treasure has no owner. Where did you get the idea it was yours? So you want my sword and my position. Duan Wuyue smiled, and it was not a good smile. Very well. Today somebody bleeds. Not certain that's me. I've been curious whether you've improved. They were within 5 places of each other on the ranking, and neither had ever been afraid of anybody. Duan Wuyue opened with a slender red blade and a cut like an arc drawn with a compass. Yifeng blocked it with an eagle's wing. The pool went up in a column, 8 straight cuts, a net of red arcs closing over him. If that's everything you have, Yifeng said pleasantly, hand over the sword, otherwise I'll take your head off. He roared and countless eagles came out of him and tore at the net. It's been about 3 months since I got to do this properly, he added. I'll show you what it's like. By that point, the pool was full of 2 different kinds of evil qi at once. Between the 2 of them there were, by their own count, an obscene number of dead people, and both of them had passed the line where killing intent stops being a mood and becomes a substance. Duan Wuyue's killer move made an executioner's blade out of the air and brought it down. The eagle around Yifeng broke, and he was, for 1 second, in real danger. Let me show you my actual trump card. Demon Eagle under heaven. His chi went up dark blue and came down as 2 enormous eagle claws, and the aura on them was ancient and desolate and wrong, and they did not look like something a man makes. The 2 attacks annihilated each other, and the shockwave shattered the sphere on the platform, and the ancient sword dropped into Duan Wuyu's hand. I'll spare you this time, he said, footwork skipping him over the traps. Meet me again, and you die badly. Yifeng stood in a wrecked room with nothing, and his eyes red. Once I kill that brat, he said to Duan Wuyu's back, I'm killing you. I'll wait. And Duan Wuyu teleported straight out of the battle hall, holding 1 treasure, because he had worked out that there were others in there, and that a man who has already won something should not stand next to a man who has lost everything. My second ripple came half an hour later. Same kind of room. This one had no floor traps and no light spikes. It had white ground fire, which comes up in sheets several meters across, which is worse, and fewer of them, which is better. Floating above the middle of the room was a platform with no supports of any kind, held up by something with no name, absolutely motionless. On the platform, a low square block. On the block, a white sphere. In the sphere, a manual in dark gold. I threw a spirit stone into the air under the platform and nothing happened to it, which meant the space directly beneath was clean. So I jumped, got my palms on the underside, went hand over hand to the edge, and started to flip up. And a green hand came down at me. Emerald green true chi, compressed to a point, and I felt my ribs start to fold before it arrived. I had 1 hand on the platform and my whole weight hanging off it. I put the spear out with the other one and lit it. The green hand came apart. Zhang Yue, I said, it's you. He said without any expression at all. Li Xuan, I'll be taking that manual. That palm had been designed to end me from behind while I was hanging off a ledge, and if my soul power had not been what it is, it would have. Even surviving it should have knocked me off the platform into the ground fire. He had opened with a killing blow on a man he had not spoken to in months. Just like that? Because you're the Emerald Prince? Something cold went through his eyes. A few months ago, I had been a curiosity. Now I was standing on his platform. Hand it over, and I won't make this difficult. You might not be that lucky. I was already up. I put the spear tip through the sphere. Sword intent goes through a spear point badly, but it goes, and the manual came into my hand. I opened it standing there in front of him, which I admit was theater. Tai Xuan skill. Earth grade intermediate cultivation technique. 11 levels. The first 2 are foundation. From the 3rd onward, every level condenses your true chi by 3 parts. And at the 11th level, the highest realm of it, you refine a single breath of supreme true essence, and 1 breath of that takes a life. True essence is not true chi. It is what martial artists have after Xingji realm. 1 character apart on the page and a world apart in the hand. A man below Xingji realm carrying 1 breath of it is carrying an execution he can spend whenever he likes. I closed the book. At that point, I would have fought an embracing Yuan late-stage man for it, and Jiang Yue was not one. Since you won't hand it over, he said, don't blame me. He came up onto the platform through the fire. I did not run because the room was full of traps, and running is how you find one, and because there is a version of me that would have run, and I do not like him. You used to be the leader of the younger generation in Tianfeng country, he said. You are certainly not anymore. Let me break that. Heavenly emerald palm. He did not even move his body. The green hand crossed the platform silently at my face. I put the spear into the 1 weak place in it like a snake going into a hole, and it popped. He noticed. Another weak point strike. He had felt it the first time, and now he was certain. This man can see where a technique is thin. Then break this. Emerald shadows and floating light. Both hands in a stream. Green hands like fleeting shadows, curving in the air, correcting course as they came. However hard you push, I said, I can still cut through it. Wind sweeps the clouds from a spear. The crimson head went straight up and churned the air into a dragon, and the dragon picked up the fire out of the spear and turned red as it turned and swept, and every one of those emerald hands stopped existing. Outside, on the sand, the Chongyue elders were watching 2 more people come out of the gate who were not Fan De Gang. Mo Feng had come out. Duan Wuyue had come out. And it was now mathematically certain to everybody in that desert that the 69th ranked man in the world was dead somewhere inside the Tianmeng ancient land. Whoever killed him, a Chongyue elder said at a volume that was clearly chosen, will be executed with his entire family. It has to be a hidden dragon name. Only they could. The 3 inside the top 60 are the suspects, Duan Wuyue, Bai Ying, He Feng. At the flowing cloud position, Mo Zichen counted heads out loud, very carefully, and said, Junior brother Ye, Jiang Yue, and He Feng are the only ones left inside. Why is it taking so long? And the Grand Elder, who had gotten there a minute earlier, said, because they passed everything. They're competing for the 3 treasures. Nobody has passed everything in 100 years, Rongling said. Nobody has. This generation is the strongest in 100 years. Otherwise, they would have been out long ago. Mo Zichen's eyes went wide. Then the 3 treasures must be precious. The supreme technique of our sect, the great Luo divine skill, was taken out of the Tianmeng ancient land by our 3rd generation sect master more than 100 years ago. Nobody but a sect master or his successor is permitted to cultivate it. Mo Zichen had grown up in that sect and had never once been told where its ultimate technique came from. At the purple sun position, they were doing the same arithmetic and hating it. If that boy passes everything and comes out with an earth-grade middle manual, it becomes a sect-level supreme technique, and better than an ordinary one because Battle Hall treasures are the best of their grade. He has barely finished growing, and he is already this much trouble, said their Grand Elder. If we don't kill him, the Purple Sun sect faces a calamity. I'll gather every hall master of the hunting hall. It has to be 1 strike. On the platform, Jiang Yue spat and shouted at the doorway. He Feng, I know you're out there. Do you want to watch us both die? A laugh came into the room. Jiang Yue, I don't think you're qualified to fight this one to the death. I'm not sure you can stop him either. I had known He Feng was outside for some time. I had let it lie, because I wanted Jiang Yue finished first. You're proposing that we join hands, He Feng said. Those who do great things don't fuss over details. Unorthodox, how do we split the book? Half each. Memorized. Done. I would like to point out that 2 of the most feared young men in 9 countries negotiated the division of my property in front of me in about 9 seconds. He Feng skipped the fire and the eagles came out of him and covered the platform. Jiang Yue pushed his own technique until the mountain outside him went from illusion to something like crystal and put a palm into it that moved like a river. That is what the mountain and water technique is, by the way, and I should tell you because it is the reason he was who he was. The first Valley Master of Emerald Valley found a fragment of it in the ruins of the Mountain and Water Pavilion. The complete text is Earth Grade High. The fragment alone is Earth Grade Middle, which makes it stronger than my own sect's great Luo divine skill. He was at the 8th level. The full defensive form needs the 9th. That is the only reason I had been able to break his mountain at all. You two are leaving something behind today. I did not retreat, and I did not dodge. The sword intent went up out of me, and the crimson flame on the iron spear stretched, compressed, extended, kept extending, until there were 4 meters of fire sword hanging off 2.5 meters of spear, and the thing sang. I cut the seam, not the eagle and not the palm. The place where the eagle and the palm were joined, because 2 techniques joined together are always thinnest where they meet. The sound was cloth tearing. Their combined attack came apart in one strike, and He Feng, who had just landed on the platform, changed color. I know what he was thinking, because he as good as said it afterwards. If that man had a sword, this would not be a fight. Fortunately, he thought, a spear is a spear. Then something went off under his feet and nearly threw him off the platform, and he had to burn chi to stamp it out. That was the Earth Explosion Skyshock, taken off the butcher a year and a lifetime ago, and it was so far beneath the company by then that it could only trip a man rather than hurt him. I was almost nostalgic about it. Zhang Yue, stop holding back. Without your last card, we're both in danger. His legs spread, and 2 ancient evil claws formed on either side of him. The mountains are flooded. Zhang Yue's mountain collapsed and turned into a flood and coiled around him, and if you want to know the trade he made, it was this. Full attack means almost no defense. It is a magnificent move to use on a man who cannot reach you. I reached him. The fire sword went into afterimages, one strike after another against the claws and the flood, and the room filled with fireballs that did not go out. Then the spear went through an eagle claw and shattered it, and the fire sword came off the end of the spear and went at Zhang Yue like a falling star. He was at his weakest possible moment, and he knew it, and he threw 2 palms at it, and both of them were pierced, and the sword came apart over him in a wave of fire, and he went into it. He came out of it, actually, singed and furious and not seriously hurt, but both of them had, by then, arrived at the same private conclusion, which is that they were holding 2 trump cards between them, and were still losing. I put both feet on the platform, and used the last move. Supreme startling clouds. Right hand, straight down, no noise in the motion at all, as if I were moving a curtain. Then the thunder. Neither of them got their hands up. Their protective true chi broke in the same instant, and they went backwards off the platform, both of them. White fire came up off the floor, and they vanished. I stood there and worked out what had just happened, which is that the ground fire does not kill, it teleports. That was for the best. I want to be honest about why I did not go down after them, because it would sound better if I said mercy. Qianying Stronghold and Emerald Valley are both 7th rank sects. Killing Fandagong had already put a rope around my sect's neck that I could not untie. Killing the Killer Eagle and the Emerald Prince in the same afternoon would have finished the Flowing Cloud sect entirely, and every elder I liked would have died for a decision I made in a room they had never seen. So I let them live, and I took the book, and I went to the light. Zhang Yue and He Feng came out of the azure rainbow about a minute ahead of me and hit the sand. Hang Ying, Zhang Yue. Their elders got to them and then stopped, because both of them were wrecked. Not scratched, wrecked, in the way that takes months and a shelf of pills. What happened? Who did this? Grand Elder, said He Feng through his teeth. Let's discuss it at home. Zhang Yue said nothing at all, for the same reason. 2 of the top young men in 9 countries, beaten half to death by a boy nobody had heard of, is not a story either of them wanted told in a public desert. Duan Wuyue looked at the 2 of them and could not make it work. They had not fought each other, that much was obvious. So somebody else had done it, and there was only one person left inside. The portal opened. I came out and landed on the sand in a moon-white robe with a cloud pattern on the sleeve, and 400 people looked at me and had no idea who I was. Then they did the arithmetic that I had watched other people do all week. He came out last, which means he passed everything, which means he was in the fight for the 3 treasures and got out again. That can't be right, an elder said, and shook his head, and meant it. They did not disbelieve it out of pride. They disbelieved it because it was, on the available evidence, absurd. Junior brother Ye. Mo Zichen let out a breath he had been holding for a day. You're out. I crossed to my sect. Everything all right? The Grand Elder asked, and he was smiling, and his eyes went past me to the 2 wrecked men on the sand and came back. Fine, not a scratch. And was that your work? I hesitated for a second, which in hindsight was the only mistake I made that day, and then nodded. That was actually you? One of our inner elders made a noise. Mo Zichen laughed at all of them. Junior brother Ye is in embracing Yuan realm now. If he fought them one at a time and hurt them, why is that surprising? It would be surprising if he couldn't. He thought I had fought them separately. I let him keep that. Boy. The voice came from the Chongyu position. Have you seen the great disciple of the Chongyu sect, Fan Dagong? Their grand elder was coming toward me, and his aura came ahead of him, and the sand went flat in front of his feet. Don't know him. Nonsense. Fan Dagong is a hidden dragon name. Everybody in that hall knew his face. Unless you ambushed him. Grand Elder, why bother talking, said one of theirs. Take him back to the Chongyu sect. Yes, he won't be so stubborn once we've had a few days with him. Break his legs first. They did not care whether I did it. Suspicion was sufficient, and I was from a 9th rank sect, and that is the entire conversation. Since when? Said the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, stepping out. Does the Chongyue sect help itself to our disciples? His eyes are old and slightly clouded, and they went through that desert like needles. A Chongyu inner elder actually laughed at him. What is your sect and what is mine? Your disciple is suspected of murdering ours. He comes with us. Nobody can stop it. Cooperate and don't bring disaster down on the Flowing Cloud sect. You'll regret it otherwise. Our 4th elder came up on the other side. What a joke. If you take Li Xuan off this sand today, what face does the Flowing Cloud sect have left? Touch him, and you deal with all of us. The Chongyue Grand Elder snorted, and the desert sank around him for 10 meters. Killing you is like killing a dog. Boy. Come here. He waved his hand, and the sand around me went into a funnel, and I lost my weight. I cut it. The fire sword came back onto the spear, and I put it through the empty air in front of me, sword intent and all, and the suction stopped existing. He frowned, pulled his hand back, and did it again with twice the strength, and this time the pull went 10 meters deep into the desert floor. Enough of this, said our Grand Elder. He stepped forward and put his true chi around the space where I was standing and locked it, and after that, the Chongyue Grand Elder could have pulled all afternoon. You asked for it. An earth-yellow hand the size of a house came down at our Grand Elder, and sand went up in pillars several meters thick and tens of meters high, and I recognized the technique instantly because I had spent an hour of my life inside it. The mountain-crushing seal, the same one Fan Dagong used. His was several times worse. Purple light cave heaven. Our Grand Elder's clothes lifted with no wind in them. He dropped his weight slightly and pointed slowly, and the point arrived fast. An ray of purple went through that giant hand and cut it open with a hissing sound. And then 2 sects went to war in front of an audience of 9 countries, 11 inner elders, and dozens of outer elders on their side, every one of them at embracing Yuan realm or better. Ours were fewer and 1 rank lower on paper. Flowing Cloud sect, on my order, kill. Our 4th elder came apart into fire, and the sand under him cracked and went to black glass. 4th elder, take the spear. I threw it to him without thinking about it twice. He caught it one-handed and felt what was in it and laughed out loud because the 4th elder runs fire true chi, and that spear had been made for a man exactly like him and had spent a week in the hands of a swordsman. He swept it once, and 2 Chongyu inner elders went backwards through a wall of flame. 7th elder, 9th elder, the short sword to the 7th, who is our sword master, the dagger to the 9th, who kills people quietly for a living. 3 low-grade treasure artifacts. Even among elders, almost nobody has one, somebody in the crowd said, in the tone of a man watching a farmer hand out gold. You get one from the sect vault if it happens to suit you, and if it doesn't suit you, it barely helps. Give a swordsman a saber, and even a treasure saber is worse than a plain sword. Most people use one weapon their entire lives. That is all true, and it is why only about 1/3 of the 100 elders on that sand had a treasure artifact at all. I kept none of it. Not out of nobility. My own low-grade sword, the tiger-headed greatsword, was in my storage ring, and my storage ring was in the Grand Elder's storage ring, and the Grand Elder was 30 meters away holding the entire battle together with one finger. Interrupt a man like that at a moment like that, and everybody on our side dies. So I stood in the middle of a sect war with a broken hilt and no weapon, which is when an elder of the Chongyue outer sect came out of the air at me with a kick that split the ground in layers. I could not take that head on. I ran crane shadow step and drifted backwards and did not enjoy any part of it. Where do you think you're going? This one turned out to be the Grand Elder of their outer sect, embracing Yuan middle stage at the peak, one step below being an inner elder, and he had decided to spend his afternoon on me. Junior brother Ye. Sword. Rongling threw me the dark fragrance sword. I want to record that. Because Rongling had been eliminated in round 3, she was the weakest of our 4. She had spent the whole trip being the one who worried out loud, and she disarmed herself in the middle of a battle for me without being asked. Su Mei, who was the one you would expect to be in the middle of it, did not attack at all. She planted herself between Rongling and Mo Zichen and watched for anybody trying to reach them from behind. I caught the hilt behind my back without looking. Good sword. It was slender, and it did not suit me, and it was better than anything else I was going to get. What use is a low-grade sword? You still die. He came down out of the sky with 18 consecutive kicks, each one landing like a small hill. Wind sweeps the clouds. The sword chi went up and dragged the desert air into a dragon, and the dragon took the sand with it and turned into something much worse than wind, and it met 18 mountains and lost. Sand fell out of the sky for several seconds. I did not mind at all. I touched the ground with my toes and came up off it like a cloud and brought the dark fragrant sword down with no fire and no smoke in the motion. That move, He Feng said from the sand, sitting cross-legged and bleeding internally. He had seen it twice now. The thunder came out of a clear sky. The outer Grand Elder's protective true chi broke in one strike, and he went backwards with his eyes wide open, pointing at me, unable to fit what had happened into his understanding of the world. He survived it. I will give him that. He Feng and Zhang Yue together had not survived it, and he took it alone and was still breathing, and then he coughed up the rest of the sword chi and stopped being part of the battle. Sword chi thunder sound. His sword chi made thunder. How fast does a strike have to be? He's embracing Yuan early stage. How does a boy at early stage have swordsmanship like that? Sword intent. It's the only thing that does that to speed and force. Elders across 400 people were explaining it to each other because their eyes were good enough to see it and their experience was not good enough to accept it. Our own elders were worse. That's sword chi thunder sound. The highest realm of Jingyun swordplay. I have cultivated Jingyun swordplay for 40 years and never reached it. That boy is a 100-year genius. He is worth dying on this sand for. He is the future of the flowing cloud sect. Cutting him down is cutting our root. Kill them. Kill. Kill. And the whole battle turned over. I have thought about that a great deal since. The Chongyu sect had more inner elders and better ones, and they were winning comfortably, and they lost the initiative in about 10 seconds because a 16-year-old they had never heard of made a noise like thunder, and 80 men who had been fighting carefully started fighting like men with nothing to lose. Not good. Their morale has come up. Suppress them. It's that boy Li Xuan. Go and kill him. They sent 3 outer elders at me at once. Not the weak ones either. Any one of them was close to the man I had just put down. 3 is too few, I said. Presumptuous. Arrogant. Today you bleed. 3 techniques came at me at the same time and cut furrows into the desert. Wind sweeps the clouds. I have never been able to leave a technique the way it was taught to me. That move is supposed to send a wind dragon out to meet the enemy. I put myself inside it instead. The eye of a vortex is the calmest place in it. I stood in the middle of a dragon of sand with the whole thing turning around me, and it was a wall and a weapon at the same time, and I fired sword chi out of it in every direction. The rotation added to them. The angles were vicious, and the speed was worse. One of them screamed and came away without an arm. The other 2 lost their attacks entirely and retreated in a mess. The crowd had gone quiet by then, in a way that had stopped being about me. That boy fights like a horse of heaven. He goes wherever he pleases. He'll be a great man if he lives long enough to be one. The top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking are no longer afraid of the older generation. He'll be their equal soon. That's optimistic. Once you're in embracing Yuan realm, progress collapses. You don't leap again without an extraordinary encounter. Which is what Tianmeng is. Then one of the 3, backing away, took a dark red iron ball out of his ring. That's despicable, somebody said loudly. 3 against 1, and now that. They've disgraced the Chongyu sect. That is a crimson light melting fire bullet. It will kill an embracing Yuan early peak and seriously injure a middle stage. If it lands, this reverses. He threw it. Even with my speed, I could not get out of all of it. It caught me at the edge and threw me backwards. Junior brother, yeah! I came down on my feet in the sand and smiled at him. Is that everything? Then you're finished. What? You're not hurt? That's impossible. Those are made by collecting the origin chi of astonishing heaven itself. He could not accept it, and he turned to the other 2 and said, Before we left, the sect gave each of us 1. Don't be stingy. Throw them. 2 more went off, wider, overlapping. I stayed out of the centers with craned shadow step and took the edges, and a shield of true chi came up around me like crystal and twisted and deformed and threw me across the desert. A normal protective aura does not do that. That's low-grade armor. They were right. Under my robe, I was wearing a set of low-grade light armor that had spent the previous week in a bag on the back of a man from a demonic path sect and had been handed to me underhand in a room full of light spikes in exchange for a book I did not give him. It adds about 15% to my defense when I run protective chi. 15% does not stop a fire bullet. 15% is the difference between being at the edge of one and being finished by one. I got up out of a hole in the sand and touched my chest, and the fabric under my hand was stiff and smooth and cold. Then I came off the ground and used the last move again, and the thunder rolled across the Chigu desert, and 2 of the 3 stopped moving. After that, both sides stopped pretending. Chongyu's outer elders had 1 fire bullet each, and they started throwing them, and 3 of our outer elders were caught in the open and killed, and then our elders reached into their rings and took out dark blue iron balls. You think you're the only ones with tools? Blow them. Silver lightning went across that desert, and several Chongyue elders went down black and smoking. The flowing cloud sect has silver light thunderballs. Those are the equal of the fire bullets. Lightning origin chi from the first heaven. One of those will reshape a small mountain. I swallowed a pill and got back into it, and I picked my ground carefully, because I am not stupid. I stayed away from the inner elders and worked the edges where the outer ones were thick, with my soul power out to 500 meters watching for anybody senior coming to collect me. And I looked at the shape of the thing and did not like it. Among the outer elders we were even. Among the inner elders we were being taken apart, because theirs were simply better, and I could not fight a Chongyu inner elder and win, which meant I could not affect the outcome at all, unless I stopped fighting fair. Our ninth elder was on the outskirts of the inner elder fighting, and he was in trouble. He is an assassin. Head on, he is the weakest of our inner elders, and only his dagger and his speed had kept him alive that long. The man on him had his back to me. Refining heart sword. I stopped dead in midair and cut. The white line went out faster than the sound of it, and his protective true chi opened and a sword wound went across his back, and he howled and turned around with a saber strike tens of meters long that put a ravine in the desert on the follow-through. Sword chi condenses the mountain. I had known that was coming, so it met a mountain, and my sword chi did not break on it. It ground the saber energy down until there was nothing left to it, and I put a fist through the remains. That created an opening, and while I was making it, one of our inner elders was blown out of the sky somewhere else and started coughing. So I went there instead, because at that point my life and the flowing cloud sects were the same object. If our elders lost, I did not walk off that sand. And then the desert did something none of us expected. The grand elder of the southern Luo sect walked into the middle of the fighting. A woman. Their sect had risen from nothing about a dozen years earlier and become one of the 5 great sects of Tianfeng country, and nobody had ever satisfactorily explained how. Gentlemen, this battle is entirely unnecessary. Call it a day. A Chongyu inner elder actually sneered at her. Who do you think you are? What the Chongyu sect does is not your business. They were winning. Of course they said that. Over at the purple sun position, their grand elder was watching with his face gray. The southern Luo sect has existed for 10 years, and they think they can speak? Let the flowing cloud sect die. 20 years of hatred, and it was so close. The southern Luo grand elder's face went cold, and she took something out of her storage ring. A token. About a foot long, 2 inches thick, with blue light running all over it, and carved on the surface a coiled azure dragon. Are you going to stop or not? The Chongyue grand elder looked at it, and the color came off his face like paint in rain. The little azure dragon token. He said it one word at a time. How do you have a little azure dragon token? You don't need to know that. You need to remember who it belongs to. He stood there for a moment with the battle still going on around him. Then he said, in a voice with nothing left in it, Chongyue sect, ceasefire. What? We've nearly got them. Grand Elder, we're winning. The outer elders had no idea what they were looking at. Every single inner elder did, and every one of their faces had changed. They stopped. They pulled back to their own ground, a 6th fewer than they had arrived with. We did not chase them, and went back and stood behind our own old men. Between the 2 groups, there was a stretch of empty desert, and a dozen or so of the dead. How is a token like that in the hands of an 8th rank sect? The person holding it doesn't matter, it's what stands behind it. An azure dragon in the Nanzhuo region is not a small thing. When we get home, we tell everybody, do not provoke the southern Luo sect, not their disciples, not their elders. Or you bring destruction down on your whole sect. The Purple Sun Grand Elder was staring at the token with his eyes wide, and he was not thinking about the woman holding it. He was thinking about her sect master, Han Qingyu, who has the same family name and who had been a fog for a decade. She's that person's descendant, he thought. What is she doing in Tianfeng country? And then, and this is the part I only understood years later, no wonder the Southern Luo sect rose out of nowhere 10 years ago. If they are his, then the return of the 9 Nether sect was expected. He has been planting people against it for over a decade. Our own Grand Elder let out a breath and did not say a word. I thought the 9 Nether remnants were a few scattered groups, the 4th Elder said quietly. Now it looks like they are not. We are a 9th rank sect. Even with 8th rank strength, we are insects at that level, so we do what we are supposed to do and we do not worry about the rest. In the middle of the field, the Southern Luo Grand Elder came down onto the sand and delivered her ruling to 9 countries. The Tianmeng ancient land is a place of encounters and a place of slaughter. Disciples go in and life and death are left to fate. Even with proof, there is no revenge to take. And a dead genius is not a genius. Why make a fuss over him? Then my great disciple died for nothing, the Chongyue Grand Elder said. If you go into Tianmeng, you go prepared to die. If every sect behaved like yours, the sects that have lost far more than you would have longer lists than you do. Who exactly should they seek revenge from? How can they be compared with Fan Dagong? Her face changed. My Southern Luo sect also lost 2 disciples. Perhaps your people did it. Should I retaliate against you? When the Azure Dragon Decree is issued, everything within 1,000 li of the Xianxia sect is leveled. The inner elder who had asked the question found that he had nothing more to say. Then that is the end of it. Everyone go home. Above us, the azure rainbow was already thinning, and the gate of light inside it had gone back into the void, where it will stay for another 10 years. Crimson sect, moving out. Invisible sect, moving. White Deer Cave, Moonflower sect. 9 countries got onto their beasts and went up into the clouds in groups, and the Xiangyue Grand Elder looked at me on his way past with something in his eyes that has never gone away, and turned and shouted for his people to fly. Then only 2 sects were left standing in the Chigu Desert. Elder Long, our Grand Elder said, and he bowed. The Flowing Cloud sect owes the Southern Luo sect a debt today. I will report it truthfully to our sect master. And she said, I did not do it to help the Flowing Cloud sect. I did it for that boy. Our Grand Elder followed her eyes and got as far as, Li Xuan? He has real potential. He should not have died in an unfair fight. She was already turning away. Of course, from here he walks his own road and nobody can help him with it. The strong are not made by being helped. Our Grand Elder was quiet for a second and then nodded, because it is true, and because everybody knows what happens to the geniuses who grow up under somebody's wing. As for the Azure Dragon, she added, it is enough that your senior people know. They do not need to. Knowing would not help them. I understand. He did understand, and better than she said it. Li Xuan has been selected, he thought, and he is certainly not the only one who has been selected. There are countless geniuses in the Nanzhou region, and more on the continent, and some of them burn early and go out, and some of them look ordinary and arrive late, and nobody can tell which is which. So you take a great many, and you let the ones who are not qualified fall away. He did not tell me any of that. The Southern Luo sect went up first, ahead of us, home to Tianfeng country. Our Grand Elder cleared his throat. Don't ask questions about today. Yes, the 4 of us said with varying amounts of confusion. Then let's go home. We got onto the Skywind vultures, several dozen of us, and we carried our own dead, and the desert dropped away underneath. The Grand Elder gave the storage rings back in the air. I took the tiger-headed greatsword out of mine and just held it for a while. I had spent a week fighting the best young men in 9 countries with a farm implement and a borrowed blade, and my own low-grade sword had been in a pocket in the sky the entire time. 10 days later, we came home. That night, the leadership of the Flowing Cloud sect met behind closed doors, and I was not in the room, and I have never asked what was said in it. The next morning, I went and turned everything in. They put a value on the manuals and the artifacts and the herbs and paid me in stones, and the number came back 100,000 low-grade spirit stones plus 6,000 mid-grade, which converts to 400,000 low-grade, which is several years of the entire sect's reserves. An inner elder of the Flowing Cloud sect does not earn that in 20 years. He cannot. There is nothing he can produce that is worth more than an Earth-grade middle manual, and he will never see one. Which brings me to the part I want to be accurate about. I had gone into that hall determined to keep Tai Xuan's skill. I had every reason. It was mine. I nearly died 3 separate times for it, and I already had the Palm Manual to hand over, which by itself is a sect treasure. 2 Earth-grade middle techniques in 1 year is not a windfall for a 9th-rank sect. It is a change of category. And then I kept thinking about a desert, about the 4th elder catching a spear one-handed and laughing, about 40 men who had never spoken to me deciding out loud that dying for me was a reasonable trade. About 3 outer elders of the Flowing Cloud sect who were not on that vulture because of a fight that started over a body I had left in a lake. So I handed over Tai Xuan's skill as well, not as a gesture, as a calculation, and I am comfortable with the calculation. With 2 Earth-grade middle techniques, the Flowing Cloud sect goes back to its old height inside a generation, and might go up a rank, and every one of those old men gets to see it. Then I went and read it 100 more times, because handing over the original does not remove it from my head, and I am not a saint. Here is what being me now costs, since I have been talking about money. At the early stage of Ningxian realm, an ordinary cultivator burns 1 low-grade spirit stone every 5 days. I burn 2. At the middle stage, 2 every 3 days. At the late stage of condensing reality, 2 a day. At the early stage of embracing Yuan realm, 10 a day, 300 a month, 3,600 a year. My old savings would have run me 3 years, and then I would have been doing errands for the sect again. And that is the thing nobody tells you about crossing the wall. Past embracing Yuan realm, money stops mattering entirely, because the great auctions do not take gold anymore. They take spirit stones. Whoever has the most stones buys what he likes. So 400,000 does not make me rich. It buys me time, which is the only thing I have ever actually wanted to buy. I did not start on Taishuan skill immediately. For several days, I did nothing but sit with the week I had just had, Fan Dagung's wall, the copy that had my face, the seam between an eagle and a river, and turn it over until it stopped being events and became something my hands knew. Then I opened the book. Tai Xuan's skill has a true qi path more than 10 times more complicated than Chunjun true qi. Whole sections of it double back on themselves for no reason you can see, knotted, tangled, apparently designed by somebody who wanted to be certain that a careless man would kill himself. To finish the first level, you have to complete one full circulation and refine a single wisp of Tai Xuan True Qi. I sat cross-legged on my bed with the moon coming through the gauze window and sweat running off my face that I did not notice, and I did not dare hurry a single inch of it because one wrong turn on that path and my own qi goes off the road and takes my organs with it. It took half a day for the first level. Half a day. I had learned entire martial techniques in an afternoon. No wonder they call the Earth-grade middle manuals the crown of a sect, I said out loud to an empty room with my ears ringing. If the first level is this, what does the 11th feel like? For 2 weeks, I cultivated Tai Xuan skill at night, and in the daytime I worked on the Earth-grade low-level lightness manual I had taken out of that secret room. It was extremely boring, and I have rarely been happier. A month later, I was standing on the cliff above the sea of clouds. A figure went across the flat ground, fluid, faster than a person, and then split, and two of them leapt out in opposite directions. One of them had robes that snapped in the wind. The other had a blank face and was slightly transparent. Again, a second one came off me, and this one looked almost real. 3 of us went forward side by side and put our fists into the rock wall at the same instant, and when I landed, I called them back into my body and looked at the results. 3 holes. The outer 2 half a meter across and 4 meters deep. The middle one a full meter across and 6 meters deep. Half my attack power in each copy. The Shadow Clone Lightness skill is a whole grade above Crane Shadow Step. It puts nearly 300 meters under you in one step, which is faster than the Guardian Elder of our own martial pavilion, and in a real fight, where both men are moving too fast to see clearly anyway, 2 extra bodies that can also hit you is not a trick. It is a lie the other man has to solve while you are killing him. Tai Xuan skill had stuck at the 5th level and refused to go further. The 5th level, 1 month, and I was at 5 of 11, and the true chi it makes at level 5 is already better than Chunjin true chi at the peak of the 7th, with the same total volume. I sat on that cliff and tried to imagine the 6th and the 7th, and stopped at the 11th, because there is no point imagining a thing you have not earned. The sun came up. Right, I said. Time to go and see the sect master. On the main path, a group of inner sect disciples came the other way. Men and women, the strongest of them at condensing reality late stage, the weakest at early Ningjin. They saw me from a long way off, and every single one of them stopped and bowed. Greetings, great master. I nodded and kept walking, because I did not have anything to say that would not have sounded ridiculous. Behind me they started talking, and I heard some of it, because my hearing is very good now, and I am not above eavesdropping on my own reputation. That is a legend of Tianfeng country. He grasped an intent. He entered embracing Yuan realm. He put the outer Grand Elder of a 7th rank sect on the ground with one strike. The era of the 4 young masters is over. The strongest of the young generation is 6 people now. Emerald Prince, Northern Snow Young Master, Song Wei, Senior Sister Qin Yulian, Senior Sister Su Mei, and Great Master Li Xuan. I did not feel smug about it, and I want to explain why, because it is the whole reason for what I did next. In Tianfeng country, I am somebody now. In the Nanzhuo region, I am one of 72 names, and I am not on the list. On the True Spirit continent, which nobody has ever measured, whose population runs into the trillions, where 1 genius in 10 million still leaves you millions of geniuses, I am nothing at all. And the thing I had understood on that cliff, and had been unable to stop understanding, is that if I stayed in the Flowing Cloud sect, I would never be more than what I already was, because there was nobody left here to chase. I came out of the buildings in front of an enormous hall. Senior Brother Ye, the 8-gate disciples were polite and not servile. This is the Flowing Cloud Hall. Only inner elders and the sect master may enter. I have something to say to the sect master and the inner elders. Please announce me. Something important? How important? Tell them Li Xuan wants to go out and gain experience, and leave Tianfeng country. 8 pairs of eyes went wide. They had all heard what happened in the Chigu Desert. As far as anybody in that sect was concerned, the next sect master had just turned up at the door. Wait here. I will inform the sect master and every inner elder. 36 inner elders of the Flowing Cloud sect convened, all of them, at speed, with grim faces. Deacons walking past the hall looked at each other in alarm, because the last time everybody assembled like that, somebody was attacking us. Li Xuan, come in. The Flowing Cloud Hall is as big as the Tangyun Hall, with 36 seats down the 2 sides. I stood in the middle of the floor. I hear you want to go out and train. That was the Grand Elder, who could not wait for the sect master to arrive. Yes, Grand Elder. Ha, I knew this was coming. He sighed like a man losing a bet he had placed on himself. He told me later that he had known from the first time he met me that my ambition was larger than my situation. He had simply not expected me to move this early. You should understand what the word means, because it is not one word. A small training trip means Tianfeng country and a few neighbors, months, maybe a year or two. You come back. A great one means the Nanzhuo region, and past it the true spirit continent, and in the several hundred years of the Flowing Cloud sect's history, a great many people have walked out on one of those, and most of them never came back. Not dead, necessarily, just gone. Too far away to return, and nobody ever finds out which. The Grand Elder looked at my face and knew exactly which kind I meant, and knew what it meant about the sect master's seat. The fourth elder, who cannot hold anything in, got there first. Li Xuan, staying here is good. With your talent, you can reach Xingji realm. Our own Grand Elder is Xingji realm. You can do it too. Grand Elder, fourth elder, don't worry. I'll be at the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament. You'll see me there. Let's wait for the sect master, the Grand Elder said, and he said it because he already knew that arguing was a waste of everybody's morning. People who comprehend an intent are decisive to the point of being unpleasant about it. Once they have decided, there is no lever. The 36 took their seats. And Luo Xingli came in and looked at me for a moment in a way I could not read at all and went straight to the head of the hall and sat down. Li Xuan, training is a good thing. Where were you thinking of going? I put my hands together. The Nanzhou region and the True Spirit continent. I'll decide when I'm there. 37 people inhaled at once. The Nanzhou region on its own is a fantasy for men in that room, and I had said the other thing out loud like a person planning a trip to market. He waved at me to stop bowing. You are the most outstanding genius since the founding of my sect. Nobody has ever surpassed you. He said it as a fact, not a compliment, which means that logically, once I enter Xingji realm, the position of sect master is yours, not my son's, not Mo Zixin's. Do you understand what I am telling you? I did understand. I also want to note, because it surprised me at the time, that in the world I came from, I had read a great many stories about places like this, and in all of them, the seat goes to a son or a nephew, and an outsider taking it is so rare it makes a plot. He was offering it to me in front of 36 witnesses, and disinheriting his own son to do it, and Mo Zixin was not even in the room to object. Sect master, I said, I've decided to go out. Su Mei is enough for the Flowing Cloud sect. There was a noise around the walls. Of course, if the Flowing Cloud sect ever faces a great calamity, I'll come back, wherever I am. They argued. It went on for a while. Li Xuan, the outside world is full of experts and it is very colorful, and do you have any idea how many people die on a great training trip? I don't want to watch our 100-year genius fall. Elder Gao is right, think again. And Luo Xingli sat at the head of that hall and stared at me and hoped and did not say anything else, because he had already said the largest thing he had. I shook my head. My mind is made up. I had genuinely considered staying, at least until the ranking tournament was over. I had turned it over, and I could not find a single reason that survived contact with the truth, which is that I was already first among the young generation of Tianfeng country, and there was nothing here to climb. The road of a martial artist runs against heaven, and it is a race against a clock. The continent is full of peerless geniuses who never took the last step, and almost every one of them thought, when he was young, that he had plenty of time. You only find out how much you had when it has run out. The Grand Elder gave a small wry smile and looked at the sect master. Let him go. The road of the strong is walked alone. Grand Elder! The fourth elder was almost shouting. He had put everything he had on me. If his goal were smaller, I would tell him to stay. The old man did not raise his voice at all. Do you think he wants to be a Xingji realm powerhouse? His goal is the continent, possibly the world. You cannot grow that inside Tianfeng country. And yes, the road of the strong is a road of life and death. Show me one great thing ever done by a man who was afraid of dying. Nobody had an answer, because there is not one, and because there was suddenly a very obvious gap between the men in that room and the boy standing in the middle of it, and they had all just noticed it at the same moment. After a long silence, Luo Xingli said, Very well. Since that is your intention, the Flowing Cloud sect will not be a cage for you. Go out and train with a peaceful heart, and when you have achieved something, remember to come back so that we know you are still alive. Don't worry about anything else. I bowed properly. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, elders. Li Xuan. The Grand Elder was laughing by then. Your training is your own business, and we were never going to stop you. And who is to say that one day you will not be a man who stands over the world? The Flowing Cloud sect will be very happy to have known you first. Well said. If you have made up your mind, then I support you. Be careful out there. You get one life. Think 3 times before you act. That is how they let me go. Not one of them approved. Mo Zixin was standing outside the door. Of course he was. He is the sect master's son. Nothing in that sect stays quiet around him for more than 10 minutes. I envy you, he said. Off you go, out into the world, no responsibilities. You could go too. I do need to train. My range is a few neighboring countries and I can't handle all of that yet. He smiled at me sideways and there was nothing in it but affection, which from a disinherited heir is a remarkable thing. But you and I aren't the same. There's nobody left in Tianfeng country for you to pass. I still have a whole list. We walked out through the Tengyun Hall and across the square, and he stopped at the Jade Wall, the ranking wall, the one I had stood in front of a year earlier as a new outer disciple, reading names I could not reach, working out how many missions it would take to get onto the bottom of it. Your name is first in the first row, he said. Nobody can replace it while you're gone. And then, because he cannot help himself, you don't actually know, do you? In the months since we came back from the Chigu Desert, your name has gone through the entire country. You're the first person in 100 years to cause anything like it. The young ones don't talk about you like a person anymore. They talk about you like a story. A year and a bit before that conversation, I woke up at the bottom of a flight of stairs in a family with 18 sons that had ranked me 18th. The servants ran a betting pool on which of us would amount to something. My odds were a joke people had already stopped bothering to tell. Now a 7th-ranked sect had flown home out of a desert carrying its own dead because of me. And the woman who ended that fight said out loud that she had not come for my sect. She had come for me. So I packed, which took very little time, because everything I own fits in a ring. Nobody saw me off. I asked for that. I did not tell them the rest of it either, and I am telling you instead. The grand elder of the Chongyu sect flew home with a dead great disciple. No proof, and one boy's face memorized. He will not stop looking. He was told, on that sand, that he had no revenge to take by a woman holding a token that can level 1,000 lie of his territory, and men like that do not accept an answer. They wait for the person holding the token to be somewhere else. The Purple Sun sect lost every disciple it sent into Tianmeng, and their grand elder went home to gather every hallmaster of their hunting hall, and he was extremely specific about the reason. 20 years of blood between our sects, and he has decided that I am the thing that tips it. Heifeng will need 2 or 3 months and a shelf of pills to be what he was, and his own grand elder told him not to say my name again for a year or two, and then added, the next Hidden Dragon ranking tournament is in a year and a half. I said in front of 36 elders that I would be at that tournament, and somewhere in the Nanzhou region, there is a woman with an azure dragon on a blue token. She told my grand elder, in the flat voice of somebody reading off a list, that I have potential and should not have died in an unfair fight. That from here, I walk alone. And that he was not to tell me any of it. He did not tell me. He did not have to. I have known since I was 17 and hanging off a floating platform in a dead man's palace that nobody in this world hands you anything without having already decided what you are for. So I left through the front gate, on foot, in the morning, with a sword on my hip and no destination, and behind me the whole country was busy explaining to itself who I was. They were all working from the same list, and the list was already out of date, and I had every intention of keeping it that way.